This story tells about a young boy named David who really loved playing computer games. Lately, he has been spending day and night playing his favorite game and was finally able to complete it. This could be called his personal victory. The other players were shocked that someone had conquered this game. This game is called Empire Defense, and it's considered incredibly difficult, but 10 years after its release, someone was able to successfully complete it. David believes that no matter how difficult the game is, it still exists to be passed. This guy is a professional streamer. He plays exclusively the hardest games and calls himself a typical nerd. His channel has more than 2 million subscribers who constantly watch him and make donations. He was the first guy to go through this incredibly difficult game. Over all this time, the audience has become very attached to the characters of the game, and now it's hard for them to accept that the game is ending. All the game characters except for Lucas died in the final battle, and this hurts the fans. The goal of the last mission was to defeat the final boss, the Princess of the Lake who can't sleep. But after completing this mission, Lucas was left standing in the same position in front of the boss he had killed. David looked at it and couldn't understand why nothing was happening. Despite the fact that Lucas was only a character in the game, he looks a bit upset now. Because of this, David also began to feel sad, although he should have been happy about completing the game. Some believe that David should receive a prize from the developers because he was the first to be able to come and play the game. In any case, the guy is happy that he did it. He enjoyed the process and did it for the fans. The developers haven't created a sequel to the game in 10 years, and there is no connection with them. But soon they heard about David and decided to write to him. When the guy saw what the director of Imperial Defense wrote to him, he was shocked. To start, he decided to thank the player, because after all this time it began to seem like no one would finish this game. The director said that looking at such successful players gives him hope. David was able to show his value and strengths. Now the company director wants him to help them. The streamer thought it was all just a joke. He doesn't believe the game's creator was present on his streams. David tried to understand the director's words, but at that moment his head began to spin. He couldn't understand what was happening and thought he was losing consciousness due to fatigue. It looks like he's been playing this game for too long. The followers should call for help because they're watching this live. David saw gratitude for playing the game Empire Defense, after which his condition improved. He thought he saw the continuation of the game, but it wasn't quite so. When he realized what was happening, he was shocked, because now he had become a character in the game. At first, he didn't understand what was happening around him or where the loud sounds he was hearing were coming from. Seeing that he was in mortal danger, the boy began to panic. He was not used to such situations, so he immediately fell to the ground and began to pray. The smell of gunpowder was making it hard for him to breathe. He needed to get out of here immediately. He had already seen all these situations over the past 10 years, but now he had become part of this story. A real war was taking place before his eyes, and soon he saw an enemy army approaching him. Everything happened very quickly. There was no time to think because you could be killed at any second. So far, David didn't understand anything. It seemed to him that it was just a dream. His emotions are understandable. Seeing this with your own eyes can make you lose consciousness from fear. A few minutes later, one of the soldiers saw him and ran to save him, also calling the boy Emperor. This warrior wanted to make sure that everything was fine with the Emperor. It was noticeable that he was ready to give his own life for him. At first, David thought that an enemy soldier was approaching him and began to beg him not to kill him. At this point, the soldier fell to his knees and began to beg for forgiveness for his aggressive behavior. He started crying and said that he didn't deserve to die and hoped that he would be spared. David still couldn't understand anything. It seemed to him that this man had lost his mind. He approached him and asked him to calm down. And because of this, he completely failed to notice the approaching danger. Within a few seconds, a large explosion sounded. The shockwave threw David several meters back. David did not die or suffer serious injuries, although he was in considerable pain. While he tried to understand what was happening, the warriors behaved very bravely and did everything to protect their territory. They tried to stop the enemy and prevent him from launching a successful attack. Everything seemed very real, especially when someone died in front of David's eyes. Well, it was hard to watch. Fear completely gripped this young guy. He was as if under the influence of hypnosis. It was noticeable that he was not used to such stress. Before his eyes, the soldier's arms and legs were torn off, and soon he saw one of the men left without a head. He looked at the wall in front of him and couldn't understand what was hiding behind it. Was it really some kind of monster? He turned out to be completely right, because a few minutes later he saw a huge spider in front of him. This large and ugly creature began to approach him. It was unlikely that this spider wanted to make friends. Due to the loud explosions around him, David was forced to cover his ears, but he had to do something because the spider was approaching. Seeing the monster approaching, the The warriors began to actively stop it, but it was almost impossible to do. David is so scared that now his body completely refuses to obey him. Seeing a large number of corpses and blood, the boy was very scared. He felt like he was dreaming, because this couldn't be real. This situation was too unbelievable. Maybe it could be hallucinations because David drank too many energy drinks today. Maybe it will all end after the spider kills him, then he can return to normal life. But of course, there are no guarantees that this is unreal, so he better start acting and flee immediately. At this moment, an incredibly brave warrior intervened and protected him from the monster. This blonde-haired warrior fought like a true superhero. He acted quickly and very decisively. Within seconds, the huge spider was destroyed and the emperor was saved. David still couldn't recover from this shock, so this warrior began to calm him down. Perhaps the emperor already realized that he was not seeing this character for the first time. Before him is the real Lucas, the main character of Defense of the Empire, a game that David has been playing for the last 10 years. Lucas guessed that the emperor had suffered a head injury, and now he would probably start having memory problems. But in any case, he is happy that the emperor calls him by name. He has served him all his life, but he has never heard of being called Lucas. David still couldn't recover and understand what was happening. He didn't believe that he was facing a real Lucas. It's only a few seconds after the start that you finally realize you're in the game. Of course, at first these thoughts seemed too incredible to him, but he looked around and realized that this was indeed the defense of the Empire. He had seen all these pictures over the past 10 years, playing this game for at least 14 hours every day. Understanding this situation frightened the boy even more. He began to tremble like a little child. Now he understands that he is in a difficult situation, because this is a game with an incredible level of difficulty. In this game, you can meet real giant monsters who are trying to rip your head off. In addition, there are constantly conflicts, local battles, and wars going on around us. In this game, you need to constantly kill to stay alive because endless hordes of monsters are constantly trying to eat you. This game also has incredibly complex defense mechanics. Only true professionals have mastered this art. In any case, now David needs to understand why he ended up inside and how it happened. While he was looking around and trying to figure out what to do next, Lucas addressed him again. He reminded them that they were now being attacked by a serious enemy, the Black Spider Army. Yes, they may lose their forward operating base now, but the spiders will become inactive after sunset. The sun will set in about 30 minutes, so there's still a little time left. Until those 30 minutes pass, Lucas asks the Emperor to do everything possible to stay alive. David cannot understand why Lucas protects him, and why everyone around him calls him the Emperor. He will need to find answers to all these questions, but for now, it is better to think about his own health. Soon the battle was over, the sun had set, and the spiders were no longer a threat. There were too many wounded people around, but Lucas and David were able to survive this battle. The Emperor looked saddened, probably because he had seen the large number of casualties in this battle. They were able to hold their territory and defend themselves from the spiders, although they did so at a high cost. David looked at his guard and asked him what the current number was and where they were. The glorious warrior replied that today was the last day of February, 649, according to the Emperor's calendar. This is a forward operating base. This place is also called a fortress city. It is located at the intersection of important roads. Tomorrow, March 1st, 649, monsters attack the forward operating base. This is a very familiar situation in a familiar place. David has been to this location hundreds of times on the same date as he was training. I realized that his name in this game is Mark. He is also called a born hater. It was noticeable that he was very unhappy with getting this character. He probably wanted to become someone else. The third prince of the empire, the worst commander, is sick in the head, because of whom a large number of people died in the fortress city. And he is also the character who died the worst death in the game's plot. David is visibly upset that he was destined to play this particular character. To the commander's personal house, it's nighttime now, and there's a good opportunity to rest and gain strength. David felt like he was going to lose his mind. His life had changed so quickly that it was hard to get used to it. Empire Defense is a classic game with a focus on defense. There are many reasons why this game is known for being incredibly difficult. Like other games, Empire Defense has its own levels of difficulty. In addition to the level called Hell, there is an Iron Man level that intentionally saves your progress. Combining both, the game's difficulty was called Iron Man's Hell, and David is the only one who has completed this mode. It seemed that he shouldn't care at what point in the game he gets out. He's confident in his abilities and that he'll be able to find a way out. But this training is an exception to everything else, because the training is designed in such a way that the player must lose no matter what. Because the story begins after Lucas escapes alone from a monster invasion. According to the plot of this game, you can only start hunting an army of black spiders after a year and a half of training. David can't understand how he's even supposed to defeat hundreds of these monsters at the very beginning. He tried to calm down and remembered that he had already played this game, so now he needed to gather all his knowledge and also remember his experience. This should help him get through all these trials, although, of course, he is still in a difficult situation. I couldn't even believe that these black spiders were at high levels, and there were over 1,000 of them here. And he also noticed that the fortress walls were too weak, and only cannons could be used for defense. Now it is clear that the chances of winning are very small. David must find the path with the highest probability of success. When playing a game with Iron Man mode, it becomes impossible to save progress and start all over again. Once you start having problems, the whole game will be over, which is why it is important to calculate your every action a few steps ahead. Playing this game for the last 6 months, David realized that in any situation there is always a way to survive. We need to find something with a better chance of survival, at least something we can be sure of. He soon found what he was looking for, using the system settings, and went outside to find Lucas. It turned out that this famous warrior was constantly near his house and guarded the Emperor. David ordered his closest guard to immediately assemble a detachment under his control. Lucas was a little surprised. It seems the Emperor is referring to the guard warriors. David had never called them before, but now it didn't matter because it seemed like he had come up with something. The Emperor began to smile and said that he knew a way to defeat the black spiders. Soon, Lucas fulfilled his general's request and called his soldiers. Everyone gathered in one place to listen to the Emperor's instructions. When David looked at all of them, he saw familiar faces. Over all these years of playing, they had become close friends to him. In this room, you could see various warriors, even such beautiful creatures as lilies, capable of brutally killing enemies. A warrior named Ken looks angry. Perhaps he is unhappy that he was called to the meeting so late. Demian, on the contrary, looks somewhat mysterious. He tries not to show unnecessary emotions. Of course, they are all familiar to David. He has played with these characters for thousands of hours. And also, of course, he saw events in which they died a huge number of times. Demian looks the most upset of all today. It's even hard to look at him. Although he is quite a brave warrior, there are tears in his eyes right now. Lily knows the reason for his sadness. He is like this today because he lost a comrade in battle. David remembered that Damian was in this state when David was training. This character had a strange status, and because of this he died first. David couldn't use his skills, and although he is a character who has the ability to heal others, he has a very important role. The Emperor decided to start by explaining tomorrow's roles for the characters. First, he turned to Lily. She is a fire sorcerer, the main attacker of this team, who can constantly attack with powerful spells. He told the girl that she would be their shield, and her main task would be to block the spider's attacks as a tank. Lily was unhappy. She is a sorcerer, so she doesn't defend herself well, but the Emperor didn't listen to her and started talking to Ken. This guy works great with a shield and knows how to keep opponents at a distance. He attracts attention, then takes damage with his body like a tank. The Emperor looked at this guy and ordered him to sneak into the rival territory tomorrow and create hell there. Now it's time to talk about the most annoying character. Damian knows how to heal others. This is a very important class in the game. But now it doesn't matter, because from now on the Emperor orders him to be a shooter in the squad and shoot at the most important targets. And of course, it's time to talk about Lucas. He must command the soldiers and support the front line. Hearing these instructions from the Emperor, the soldiers were excited and tense, although no one said anything. David asked them to comment on his instructions, and it was at this point that Ken couldn't hold it in and started screaming. He said that this crap can't be called a plan, and he doesn't believe that the Emperor is really serious about it. Ken believes that the Emperor has gotten them into a dangerous situation because of a detachment of ordinary soldiers, and still continues to talk all sorts of nonsense. Of course, all this really looks like a hoax. But you have to remember that this is a location that cannot be passed by standard methods. So to get through this crazy location, you also have to become crazy, and that's exactly what David plans to do. He decided not to deviate from his plan and said that Ken had no right to speak like that towards the Emperor's son. Seeing the angry look of the Supreme Commander, Ken became visibly nervous. He began to apologize to the Emperor, which was exactly what David expected. He understood that he had to be a real boss for the soldiers. When David came up with this plan, he understood that this idea was too risky and crazy. So in order to make these glorious warriors follow his orders, he must do something. If he doesn't show toughness and confidence in his own ideas, they won't listen to him. David drew his sword and struck the lily with such force that it seemed as if he had completely lost his mind. He looked at the warriors and said that each of them must complete all the tasks that he would set before them. He found himself in the body of a real psychopath, so he decided to adopt his behavior, even though it seemed crazy. Now even Ken realized that the prince had really lost his mind. He probably didn't understand how valuable the sorcerer was. It's hard to go into battle knowing that you're being led by such a person. But that's exactly what David is counting on. After he struck the lily with his sword, a fire began to form at the site of the wound. The soldiers were surprised. Even Demian forgot about his sadness and carefully watched these events. David smiled. There was no doubt that this was exactly what he had been waiting for. His plan had worked. It's unknown why the developer added this, but all of the starting characters have a hidden technique. The hidden technique is completely opposite to the roles of these warriors. David knows that Lily was wounded by a sword as a child. This happened when a horde of goblins attacked her village, after which she gained the Fireskin skill. Fireskin allows you to defend yourself from physical attacks by turning your body into fire as long as you have enough mana. The main damage dealer's tanking skill is always cool, but there was no way to use this technique in the game. In reality, everything is completely different. David decided to squeeze everything out of this technique in order to win the battle. Of course, he understands that this is an impossible location to pass, so he has to come up with something special in order to succeed. Whoever made him fall into this game should now look more closely, because David has decided to go through this game again, and then take revenge for this joke. David apologized for his method of evidence. Lily immediately forgave him, but could not understand how he found out about it. The Emperor replied that it didn't matter, and then looked at the Ken mysteriously. He knows that this legendary warrior was a petty thief as a child, growing up in a poor family with almost no food or opportunities. It must have been difficult for him to become a knight, but on the other hand, real heroes grow up in such conditions. It doesn't matter where David knows all this about them. The only thing that matters is how to use their skills. This is called the thief's method. Now Ken can become invisible at any time he wants to avoid unnecessary attention to himself. He must confirm his technique right now, or the Emperor will have to use force again. The knight was very scared and asked him to stop and confirmed that he really knew how to get up unnoticed. This is great news, because now it is clear that Ken will be able to easily carry out tomorrow's order. After that, it was time to talk about Demian. He should also have hidden technology because he is the most important person in this regard. The Emperor approached Demian and said that he knew that the boy had incredibly good eyesight, which was why he was able to see his comrade's death so clearly. It was hard for Demian to remember this. His memories of this situation were too fresh. He and his friend were from the same city and also grew up together in an orphanage. In the midst of battle, this noble warrior gave his life to save Demian. Now the warrior is crying and cannot understand why the Emperor brought them here, why he is causing them so much pain. He wants to understand what goal David is pursuing. Are the cheap lives of the warriors really nothing more than a toy for him? He asks David to bring back his best friend. He wants to see and hear him again. There is no doubt that they were really very close. They constantly helped each other throughout their lives. David asked the boy to calm down and acknowledge that he had the right to accuse the Emperor, or even despise him. But David is sure that his friend Van sacrificed his life for Demian, so now he can't just sit here and wait for death. He has no right to give up the life for which his friend died just because he risks dying because of a stupid commander. David is sure that Demian must grab hold of any thread and must avenge his friend. He must destroy these terrible and cruel spiders, get out of here alive, and show that his friend's actions were not wrong. Demian really wants revenge for his friend, and also really wants to kill the Emperor because of his anger. The other soldiers were shocked to hear such words from their comrade. It seemed that such words could be said to a prince. But this is exactly what David wanted to hear. The impression that everything is going exactly according to his plan. He promises that if they can really make it out of here alive, Demian will be the one to take his life, no matter what. Lucas could not believe that he was hearing such words from the Emperor. He tried to intervene in the conversation. But in case of failure, they are still doomed to death. If that happens, David will allow Demian to take his life. To confirm his words, he is even ready to swear on the honor of the imperial family. David wants this talented warrior to follow his orders for at least one day. That should be enough. Sometimes hatred needs to be used as an engine. With the help of his experience, David knows when to do this. He doesn't care that all this hatred is directed against him, because he knows how to direct hatred in the right direction. He is not going to make excuses. It is because of his mistakes that their army is almost completely destroyed. But if the warriors follow his plan tomorrow, they will be able to drive these spiders from their land. They will have at least a minimal chance of winning. So he asked them to do everything he says. Finally, tomorrow came, and his entire squad stood by him. The battle that awaited them would be incredibly difficult. David has no choice but to risk everything to taste victory. The other soldiers are worried about their emperor, but David asks them not to be distracted and to do everything they are ordered to do. As we know, spiders are active during sunlight, so they decided to attack first thing in the morning. The emperor's plan is quite simple. While the other team members are playing for time, they need to find the queen who gives orders to the spiders. After that, all that remains is to make the final maneuver, to blow up her stinking head with this weapon. By removing the restrictions, they will also significantly increase their magical power. Now, this weapon must destroy the queen. The only problem is the location of the enemy. It is almost impossible to see the queen from such a great distance. Human eyes are incapable of such things. Did David really decide to create a map of the area? He looks pretty confident since morning, which is strange because the guy should know that this mission was impossible to complete in the game. He is confident because he understands that his character's best skill is map making. This Prince of the Emperor, although quite crazy, still has his strengths. He can see the entire area as a mini-map, although this character's other abilities are quite weak. He was hoping to see the boss's location, but realized that the queen was not here at all. The problem is that the main objective of the mission is the Spider Queen, but she is not visible on the map. The strongest knight of the Empire is ready to fulfill his mission. Ken has been preparing for this since morning. Before that, he received from the Emperor all the stamina elixirs left in this building. Ken must go outside and attract the attention of the spiders, although this mission will be very difficult to complete. Each of the soldiers of the special detachment feels excitement. Lily has been constantly trembling since the very beginning of the day. She has a very unpleasant role. In the event that spiders enter the area, she must use the fire skin technique and block the entrance. While the girl gathers her strength and prepares for a difficult test, Lucas orders all the soldiers to take their positions. Today, they face a continuation of the deadly battle, and every second could be the last in their lives. Of course, when you are led by such a legendary warrior as Lucas, it adds optimism, even despite the significant forces of the opponent. Lucas told the soldiers that they had to hold out for as long as possible and allow the Emperor to defeat the Queen. He looked at the Emperor and understood that his expression meant that everything was ready to begin. Lucas probably didn't see what happened a little later, because David started to panic when he didn't see the Queen on the map. The battle has begun. Everyone is acting according to plan, so we need to quickly figure out a way to find the Queen. The spiders have felt hellfire from the very beginning. The warriors dream of revenge for their friends who died yesterday. Lucas showed the Emperor that everything was going according to plan and he was doing his job well. This legendary warrior does not understand that the plan is close to failure, due to the fact that the Queen's whereabouts are unknown. You need to stay calm. The goal of the training is not to destroy the boss, so it's no wonder that it's not shown on the map. Most likely, the Queen will appear after a full-scale attack, which is quite logical. Spiders have everything they need to be confident in their own abilities and not be afraid of unexpected situations. David decided to call on Damien for help. Let's remind you that this guy has incredible eyesight. He pointed his finger forward and asked him to understand what was happening there. Damien replied that he saw spiders sitting around doing nothing. It seemed like they were having a day off. David is sure that the Queen must be among them. They must have stayed to protect her. Damien looked more closely and saw a monster that had the upper part of a human and the lower part of a spider. David immediately started smiling. He is an experienced player, so he knows what a queen is. He assured them that they should not be afraid of this hideous monster because it would soon be destroyed by the impact of a powerful cannon. The cannon's mana charging is almost complete, and everything is ready to use this infernal weapon. David looked at Damien and asked him to adjust the weapon so that it would hit the Queen. The warrior immediately felt incredible pressure and responsibility for his actions. At such moments, you are always incredibly worried. He is not sure if he can handle this task because he has never done this before. The Emperor approached him, put his hand on the boy's shoulder, and assured him that he had a chance to miss, and David was ready to take full responsibility. Even if he can't hit the target, it's still normal, so he shouldn't worry. The responsibility always lies with the commander, because soldiers only do what they are told. All Damien has to do is pull the trigger and remember that he is avenging his friend Van. Hearing this motivational speech, Damien gathered courage and prepared to attack. Now he no longer thought about the worries and potential failure, but only dreamed of revenge for his friend. David hopes that everything will work out now and they can send these spiders to Satan. The cannonball is formed from mana. If this attack hits the Queen correctly, she should turn into a stake. It was so powerful that Damien thought it would destroy not only the Queen, but half the army. Soon, there was a large explosion, comparable to the explosion of an atomic bomb. Now all that remains is to make sure that the target has been hit and the Black Spider Queen has been destroyed. One of the scouts confidently declared that they had hit the center of the monster gathering, so everything was great. The warriors congratulated Demian on his excellent hit. If it really helped win the war, he would become a living legend. Soon he was telling them about how he achieved this success, and he would probably write a book about it a little later. All this is done with the help of his vision skill. It appeared due to a mistake of God, an abnormal skill that allows him to always hit the target. In the game, he was a character who couldn't hold a weapon in his hands, but today everyone saw his power. At first it seemed that victory was already in our pocket, but a little later it became clear that this was not the case at all. In theory, after the queen's death, the spiders should have started to flee, but they still continue to move forward. Seeing this, the soldiers began to panic. Of course, they understand that this is not at all according to plan. David decided to see for himself and try to guess what was happening. Soon he saw a large train of spiders heading straight for the fortress city. Looking closer, he realized that the Spider Queen was still alive and leading her army to victory. So it turns out they didn't kill the queen, which means the plan has failed for now. David must think very quickly and clearly and find a way to achieve the goal at any cost. He looked at the spiders and tried to understand where they were going and what their plan was. Now the lives of everyone around him depend on his actions, and he bears an incredible responsibility. Looking more closely, it became noticeable that the spiders were approaching the artillery unit. The queen must have sent out her orders very quickly, which is no surprise because this spider is really at a high level. We almost forgot that Ken is on a very important mission, on the orders of the emperor. Now this knight is starting to have serious problems because he only has one last elixir left. He began to panic and didn't know what to do. Maybe now was the time to run away very quickly. He was scared and tried to find the right solution. It's hard to be surrounded by spiders, even when you're a strong knight. At that moment, he saw a strange glow and tried to understand what was happening. He still couldn't see anything, but he hoped that everything was going according to the emperor's plan. It turned out that it was a second explosion using a cannon that shoots mana. Although the target was hit, it had no effect, as the spiders continued to move forward. This means that the queen is still alive. It's hard to believe that she wouldn't be killed by shots from such a powerful weapon. Even a cannon doesn't have enough power to defeat this monster, so we have to come up with something else. From the very beginning, the Black Spider Queen was supposed to die from 1, maximum 2, shots. As a result, she is not as strong against combat-level monsters, but David does not have any information about her. Maybe she has special skills that allow her to destroy others, or improved characteristics. If it cannot be destroyed, then it is unclear how to act in such a situation. The cannon cannot fire all day long without stopping. The mana level must be maintained at a stable level. In total, they can fire 5 times, meaning there are still 3 charges left. Hearing this, David realized that he had serious problems, only 3 shots to achieve success. He has no choice but to destroy her within these 3 possibilities, but to do so, he must be very precise. In addition, he began to understand that Demian's extraordinary eyes had some side effects. The situation is really getting out of his control. Last night he thought he had the perfect plan, but now it turns out that this is not the case at all. The only thing that saves it is that the fortress walls do a good job of their job. Soon they noticed that the fighter was already near their fortress. That's what they call a large spider trying to break inside. At the time David played this game, such a spider did not exist, so this is some kind of innovation. He ordered all the soldiers to point their weapons at the fighter in order to prevent it from entering. Hundreds of shots could be heard every second. All the soldiers trying to carry out the emperor's order. Although they were fired and reached their target, the fighter jet continued to move forward. Over time, it became apparent that he was almost impossible to stop, so an encounter with this monster was inevitable. The walls of the huge fortress could not withstand this blow. This spider was too big. He sacrificed his health to launch an army of spiders inside, and he succeeded. Now the situation is out of control. There is very little time left to make the right decisions. The chief warrior Lucas was not confused and ordered the soldiers to raise their weapons and go down to the first floor. The emperor also tried to encourage the others and asked them to gather their strength and continue shooting at the queen. He explained that there was a large army below that was protecting them and trying to give them extra time, so they had no right to betray them. Before these monsters reach the artillery unit, we must destroy this queen. With his last strength, Demian continued to use his gaze to find the target and attack it. Each time the warriors confirmed that they had hit the Spider Queen, but she remained alive. David ordered the cannon to be immediately reloaded for the upcoming shot, forcing the soldiers to work as quickly as possible. Speed is needed because the army below cannot hold out forever, even considering that Lucas is fighting for them. Today, this warrior confirms his legendary status. His attacks are almost unstoppable. He acts like a true hero and orders his men to protect the artillery, and also not to forget to protect the Imperial Prince. No matter how skilled a commander he is, there are too many enemies compared to the human army. Not everyone has the training that Lucas has, so a large number of losses are almost guaranteed. The ground in the fortress was covered in blood, and the worst thing was that this blood belonged to people. The number of victims continued to grow with every minute, and David still did not know what to do. When he played this game in his room, he never guessed that all these people were real. Death is not just a number accompanied by incredible screams and horrible smells. If things continue like this, they won't have time to kill the queen, because soon the spiders will crawl towards them. David was trying to figure out what exactly he should do. He needed to immediately find a way out of this situation. But time passes, and this method does not give him a voice. At such moments, an unprepared player may begin to panic. He was very lucky to have very brave warriors by his side who were willing to give their lives for the sake of others. He heard that some madman had started calling monsters to him. Was this really self-sacrifice? Looking more closely, the Emperor saw Ken. This knight knocked out the last bottle of elixir and prepared for battle. He told the monsters that he was the strongest knight in this empire and was ready to show them his true power. This was really enough for the spiders to turn their attention to him and forget about the others. The main goal of this insane plan is to distract the enemy from the fortress. Any distraction is needed to give the Emperor extra time, so Ken is acting correctly. He remembers his hiding skills and hopes that they will save his life. By activating the thief's survival technique, he becomes almost invisible. This plan really looks very good, but after looking at Ken's system parameters, the Emperor saw that he had no health. Only an experienced player knows that to use technology you always need to have a health reserve. In the last seconds of his life, Ken thought that he shouldn't have trusted the Emperor, but now it's too late to draw conclusions. Although he gave the fortress extra minutes of life, he paid too dear a price for it. Thus, the prince lost one of the most valuable warriors in his army. Although the knight was far away, his screams before death could be heard very clearly as the spiders tore pieces from his body. This is what the commander's erroneous commands lead to. They cost the precious lives of other people. All of these people have their own stories. They all have relatives and loved ones whom they protect. The sacrifice of this glorious warrior made other soldiers believe in themselves and launch a large-scale counteroffensive. They all lose their lives because of the Emperor's order, even though his plan doesn't work at all. At first, David thought it was all his fault, but then he realized that he was the one killing them now. While playing this game, he used knights as bait whenever necessary. This hellish game was designed in such a way that in order to get the desired result, one had to sacrifice others. David always gladly sacrificed for others and never doubted any action he took. But only now did he understand the meaning of it all. Did he understand that any death is accompanied by pain that tears the soul apart? He ordered the monsters to stop immediately, but instead only attracted their attention. These ugly, disgusting creatures never stop. Ordinary screams only encourage them. They came out of hell, so they only understand the language of force, and that is the language we need to speak to them in. Lucas understands this best of all. Let's not forget that David passed the game with the help of this player. This information is enough to understand that Lucas could be the key to victory. Lucas easily destroyed these monsters and showed the Emperor that it was possible. The only option to make them stop is a show of force and total destruction of the spiders. If this is not done, all the people in this territory will die today, and this cannot be allowed. The cannon is loaded for the fourth shot, but it turns out there are problems with the Demian. Now it becomes clear what the problem is with his skill. He cannot use it without rest. Although blood flowed from his eyes instead of tears, this desperate boy still agreed to shoot again. He tried to concentrate and hit the target. Maybe this time it would work. The Spider Queen began to scream when she saw a powerful supply of mana approaching her. The explosion was really impressive. It turned out that it hit her squarely in the head. But later, everyone realized that even such a powerful and well-aimed explosion was not enough to destroy this infernal creature. At such moments, faith in success is lost, and it is difficult to maintain the fighting spirit of the troops when the plan does not work. Their attacks are accurate, but not enough to destroy the queen. One of the soldiers said that if they fired again, the cannon might explode, so they had to admit defeat and surrender. These words might have angered the Emperor, but he did not answer, wondering if this was really the end. The cannon is on the verge of destruction, and the fortress's defense line is completely breached. If you pay attention to Demian, who is responsible for the accuracy of the shot, it is immediately clear that he can no longer open his eyes. It really does feel like the end, but it's hard to believe that they don't have a single drop of hope left. However, after a few seconds, this hope appeared, because one of the soldiers noticed something interesting. Looking more closely, he noticed that after the last explosion, the Spider Queen had lost her skin. This scout deserves especially warm words for himself. Even in such a situation, he remained faithful to his role until the end. If you shoot the queen again, you can destroy her. But there is one problem. The scout did not pay any attention to the fact that something resembling a concentrated explosion of poison was approaching them, so fast that even Lucas didn't have time to react and save the Emperor. This explosion was really very strong. Some died immediately, but David remained between life and death. Everything around was immediately destroyed. Not only the cannon, but also the hopes and expectations for victory. David felt dizzy and could not regain consciousness, only hearing the sounds of the Lucas in the distance. He tried to concentrate and get up, but the explosion took a lot of his health away. Only after some time did he finally open his eyes and realize that Lucas had still managed to save his life. Strangely enough, even in a situation where this warrior almost died due to injuries, he is still worried about the Emperor's health. David got to his feet very quickly and said that his condition was normal, and now we need to think about Lucas's condition. After analyzing his body, the Emperor quickly saw that Lucas had lost a large amount of blood. This warrior did not complain or cry. He remained courageous and decided to remember the events of 20 years ago. Obviously, David can't remember this. He's a player who took over someone else's body, so he has no memories of the Emperor and Lucas. Lucas decided to remember the Emperor's words when he appointed him as his personal bodyguard. Then the prince said that even if he couldn't become Emperor, he would become the coolest person in the world. Likewise, his personal bodyguard must strive to become the best. Although these words were spoken when they were just children, they had a great impact on Lucas, and he has not forgotten them even to this day. Lucas looked at the prince and said that he trusted him incredibly. Even now, he trusted him more than ever before. After that, his body could not withstand the strain, and he fell to the ground in his own blood. David looked at him and hoped it was just a brief loss of consciousness. Lucas must continue to live. He is the main character and the savior of this world, so he cannot die in a place like this. The Emperor must put an end to all this. They must now be under artillery fire. It is not known how long he was unconscious, but it is noticeable that other artillery soldiers are nearby. Looking more closely, he noticed that they had escaped fatal injuries, but the cannon had suffered serious damage. This whole situation seems a bit strange, why they were all able to squeeze out, and where the spiders are. David was trying to find answers to these questions, when suddenly he heard Lily calling him. It turns out that it was this determined girl who held back all these monsters, so this isn't the end. She hopes that their victory is still possible, although it is unlikely that she will be able to see this victory with her own eyes. David tried to approach her and help, but she asked him to stop and assured him that she could block the entrance for now. Of course, this can't last forever. Soon the monsters will surround the fortress and breach the walls. Now they have too little time left, so she asked the Emperor to hurry. He is responsible for her and everyone else, so he can't let them all die like this. This speech really affected him. He realized that he had to act like a real man and ignore the injuries. David ordered the soldiers to immediately repair the cannon and load it with the last round. The military reminded him that if this cannon was fired again, it would explode because its limit had already been reached. David replied that if they didn't do this, they would still die from the clutches of these nasty spiders. They must take risks, because only by taking risks can you gain everything, and this must be done even if you have to burn yourself alive. The cannon was soon repaired, but the problem is that there is no view from here, so they cannot see the Spider Queen. The cannon's stand is lost, so she'll have to hold it with her own hands. And if you don't have teeth, you have to chew your food with your gums. David replied that there was no need to aim, Damien just had to shoot. There is no exact description of how Damien's aiming technique works, but as long as he shoots, he will always hit the target. All they had left to do was believe in success, so he approached the guy and asked him to shoot one last time. Damien has very poor eyesight. It is even difficult for him to make out the Emperor's face, even though he is standing a few meters away. David asked him to gather his strength for the last shot. Damien replied that he didn't see any point in it. He believes that no matter what they do, the result will not change. They will not be able to defeat this enemy. David tried to reassure the boy that if they hit him again, the monster would die. Damien had been hinting at something completely different all this time. Even if he pulled the trigger again and the queen really died, nothing would change. Half of his closest friends are already dead. Even if he destroys all his enemies, he still won't be able to bring his friends back. If he hadn't worked hard, if he hadn't tried, this world would continue to take the people closest to him. Now he has completely lost faith, he no longer wants to fight, and he doesn't want to live in this world, he wants to end it all. Calm and motivational conversations don't really help in this case. So David started yelling at this guy. Does he really think that this world is really too cruel? Does he really think that if he defeats the monsters, life will still be hell? He grabbed him by the cloak and said that this was absolutely true, but we need to emphasize other nuances. If there are difficulty levels in this world, it's incredibly hellish, especially in Iron Man mode, where you can't save progress. He doesn't admit that this place is absurdly unfair. You're never going to get what you want here. Life is really very cruel. We live surrounded by a landscape that devastates the soul. But does he really want to surrender? Does he really want to lie and wait for his own death? Is this worthy behavior? David is sure that they must continue to fight until they die, which is exactly what he wants to do. The prince will fight and come up with new strategies until the very end, no matter how unfair this world is. If Damien really decided to end the fight, he should take this sword and cut his own throat right now. If he really has the courage to do it, no one will stop him. But if he wants to choose a different path and continue the fight for good, he must help destroy this hellish monster. He can no longer look back at his dead friends. The only person he needs now to continue is David as his commander. Damien is now the most important chess piece. You could even say he is the key to victory. The Emperor needs to get his hands on this key. Now he has even unlocked a new ability, the Restless Commander. He gave his warrior an order and said that Damien must stand up and fight for his friends and destroy this terrible face of the monster. After such a motivational speech, he had no choice but to carry out this order. They began to prepare to use the cannon one last time, but they needed to cool down the weapon. In order to shoot, you have to hold it in your own hands, but right now it's very hot. David said that he didn't care. He would rather burn alive than go to hell and burn there. Damien said that he could see almost nothing and could not feel his hands at all. David smiled and said that it was okay. He would still hit the target. The cannon turned out to be incredibly hot. Holding it in your own hands was even worse than looking at the new Captain America. In any case, David had no other choice. It was better to lose his hands than to die from the spider's claws. The warriors realized that they had to help the prince, otherwise they would not respect themselves. This scene is truly legendary. These men are in incredible pain, but they keep moving forward. They were supposed to prepare their weapons for firing, but they saw a fighter jet approaching them. It was decided to shoot right now. They had no more time to wait. Now we will see the outcome of this incredible story. Maybe it will bring tears to someone's eyes. This last shot didn't explode the cannon. It was really something very large scale. Although Damien could see almost nothing, his technique must have worked. After the explosion, everyone fell to the ground and was left completely powerless, and now they are almost completely surrounded by spiders. In a few seconds, they will be eaten like crab sticks, unless, of course, Damien hits the target. From the very beginning, this mission was almost impossible. It was necessary to shoot at an enemy who could not even be seen from the bottom of the destroyed front. It seemed that there was absolutely no chance of success, but it turns out that there are always chances. The projectile flew straight towards the Spider Queen, ignoring height and great distance. This shot also ignored hundreds of thousands of other monsters as it approached its special target. As if following a chosen path, he flew towards the queen, who was screaming in fear and anger. Oddly enough, this shot hit her exactly in the head. Without the slightest deviation, it was enough to split her head open like a watermelon. David remembered completing this mission when he was just starting to be a streamer. Then he couldn't explain how he completed this task. His audience asked him exactly how he did it. But now the guy can't remember what he said back then. When he opened his eyes, he immediately felt incredible pain, so he tried to get up. At that moment, he heard that he was being advised to calm down and spend more time resting. It turned out that Damien was able to improve his condition with the help of magic. But the burns are still very severe, so he needs more time to recover. It turned out that this was Lily saying David had been asleep for 3 days. She was already starting to think that he would never wake up given recent events. He gave up a lot of health to finally defeat the spider army, and it looks like he succeeded. The girl said that thanks to the Emperor's command, after the last shot, the Spider Queen finally died. Without it, the spiders froze in place and no longer moved, so the fortress held out and the people won. Now it's time to clear the rubble, help the wounded, and of course, bury the dead. Also, no one forgot to burn the spiders' bodies. Now these guys never woke up again. With the cleaning of the territories, everything is quite clear. It turned out that David received severe burns to his hands, shoulders, and neck. Lily said that after he recovered and returned home, it would be better for him to go to church. Of course, even after full recovery, some scars will remain, but this is a much more modest price than life. Now it's time to talk about Lily. She had incredible injuries, but she somehow survived. When she ran out of mana, a spider wounded her back. But when the queen died, no one attacked her anymore. Probably due to nerve damage in her back, the lower part of her body will no longer be able to move. David didn't even know how to respond to that. It seemed as if he was frozen in place from shock. Lily asked him not to worry and said that she was very glad to be alive. Among the survivors are 5 gunners: Lucas, Damien, Lily, and David. That's all. So, in total, only 9 people remained, although at the time of the last battle there were several hundred of them. It was very difficult for David to look at this girl who would never be able to walk. Maybe there was another way. He also remembered Ken's death, at which point he began to think even more about the fact that there was another tactic he hadn't noticed. He is sure that there had to be a way to save at least one more person, because everyone's life is extremely valuable. Lily took his hand and explained that in this situation it was impossible to save everyone, so he did everything he could. Of course he brought the soldiers here, even if it was Emperor Mark and not the real David. But he alone is responsible for the soldiers. No one could have imagined that these monsters would be moving in droves in a few decades, which is why no one stopped the military campaign. That's why Lily asks him not to take these events to heart and to understand that it's not all his fault. At that moment, their conversation was interrupted by a loud cry. Lucas had come to see his emperor. He was very worried all this time because he thought the emperor might die, but fortunately everything turned out well. He hopes that no part of the emperor's body feels strange, otherwise he will immediately summon Damien. After that, David began to ask him questions whether he had also escaped serious injuries. It turned out that Lucas's main strength is being very cool and he's great at it. Now the knight had finished making a list of the people who had died during the battle, and he also reported that not all the bodies had been found. David learned that the bodies of the dead soldiers were on the northern mountain of the forward operating base. As soon as he heard about it, he immediately decided to get dressed and go see it, although of course Lily and Lucas tried to stop him. The emperor explained that all these people died under his leadership, so he should personally look at them. The weather outside was warm and sunny, which added to the soldiers' good mood. The emperor was unable to move independently, so Lucas expressed a desire to carry him on his back. It turned out that this knight's back was very comfortable, much better than on a horse. Soon they saw Damien. This guy is also here, and it seems that everything is fine with him. He was glad to see that the future emperor had finally woken up and was also feeling well. He said that his eyes were in good condition, and since yesterday his vision had begun to return step by step. Now he can see again as usual and is very happy about it. David had already learned that Damien had helped heal the wounded in battle, walked around and used magic, although he had seen almost nothing that day. This guy turned out to be much smarter and stronger than he expected, but now he has to face the harsh realities of life again. The emperor explained that the strategy was successful only thanks to Damien, and he thanked him for his help. If he wants, he can receive from the emperor such a sum of money that will last him until the end of his life. David can also make sure that Damien never fights again. The guy is a mercenary, so he can do whatever he wants. But Damien has a completely different desire. He wants to know the origin of these monsters, who created them, when and why. He wants to understand this to ease his pain after losing his best friend named Van. That's why he wants to continue following the emperor and be by his side to find answers to all these questions. It was nice to hear not only from David, but also from Lucas, who had been nearby all this time and was listening to their conversation. The emperor replied that there was no problem with that. From that moment on, Damien could continue to move with him. The time has come to honor the memory of those who died in battle. Now David is sure that there was no better way, just as there was no better strategy. There is nothing more foolish than regretting the past and trying to offer alternative options. The emperor chose a tactic and followed it to the very end. He got the result, paid a heavy price for it, and must take responsibility for it. This responsibility will need to be borne on your shoulders in order to move forward. He ordered the bodies of the dead to be taken and moved to another place, called the intersection. Every year, human losses reach many thousands of people. This world where burial is more expensive than life. He wants to build a large cemetery on the West Field, and during the game, he built a memorial there. He said that the last day of February of each year would be designated as a day to honor the memory of these heroes. But not just for them. This is a day for all the characters he killed without a doubt, hundreds of times while playing the game. You could say that this is his kind of payback, respect, and recognition of his past mistakes. David turned to Lucas and said that he would never fail again the way he had done before. He can no longer look at these bodies of people who gave their lives to carry out his order. Now it's time to return to their main base and, of course, draw conclusions from all this. They all need to analyze their past mistakes in order to act much more coherently and productively in the future. The system notified that the location had been cleared. Now David can check the available rewards. After they left their base of operations, they have been moving north for 3 days now. to a base called the Crossroads. It is quite difficult for David to endure this long journey. He is too bored. During the game, this period could easily be missed. Lucas said that they would be there soon and asked to wait a little longer. The system notified the player that he had to choose his character's class, meaning he had to make an important decision. After completing the training, he received the 5th level. It is at the 5th level that the player can choose his class. His starting performance is too weak. David has problems with stamina, as well as other key characteristics. The most interesting thing is that even despite the increase in these characteristics, he can choose any class that is available in the game. He saw that there was a special class there that was difficult to categorize. It was also called the hidden class. He also mentioned the skill he had acquired earlier, the restless commander. Perhaps that was the one to choose. This technique allows you to never give up under any circumstances, and also provides protection from mental attacks to all allies within a radius of 10 meters. But this may not be very useful at the beginning of the game. It is risky to choose a class about which there is no information. Soon Lucas announced that they were approaching the intersection, finally. This large main base looks really nice. If they fought within its walls, it would be harder for the spiders to get inside. They call it a fortress built in the southern part of the country. It was built to stop monsters that constantly crawled out of a black lake. At one time, this fortress was the largest and most important in the empire, but times are changing. The constant attacks of monsters in this area have ended, so the army had to be redirected to another location. Due to the lack of an army, mercenaries, veterans preparing to retire, or inexperienced newcomers were hired to defend this fortress. For the mercenaries, neither their nationality nor their qualifications mattered. The empire simply needed human shields to support this front line. It turns out that life itself has lost its value, which is why restaurants, hotels, and banks began to appear here. 10 years later, this fortress turned into a full-fledged city, and after that, people stopped calling it a fortress altogether. Now this city is called the Intersection. It is truly impressive with its architecture and beauty. There was also another name that sounded like a mockery of the mercenaries who flew to their deaths, blinded by money, like butterflies. For them, the city was called the Street of Suicides or the City of Death. Looking through the computer screen, it seemed that this city was much smaller than it actually was. In any case, now David must understand that this is the city for which he will be responsible. As he approached the city streets, he felt the air become much heavier. These disgruntled people are understandable. Their newly appointed commander and lord barely made it back alive after losing his warriors. But David felt that something like this could happen, so he prepared something for them. Approaching the imperial chariot, people saw something that looked like magic crystals. David deliberately made it so that it was noticeable. More than 400 black spider crystals, incredible jewels that are priceless. Since the spiders were high-level monsters, these crystals were of very high quality, so it was understandable that they were very valuable. These stones are so expensive that for a while you can forget about money altogether. David believes that he should receive a reward for completing a difficult mission, but he also needs to remember to cooperate with citizens. Right now, their trust in the Lord is almost at zero, but he is not a fool and knows how to increase this trust. Money is always ready to make a person forget about the past, and it is with the help of money that David plans to improve his relationship with citizens. Using the most effective method, he will buy their hearts, literally. Soon their journey was over. Lucas welcomed the Lord home. The house of the future emperor is truly impressive in its size and architectural solutions. Seeing this, it was difficult to contain his surprise, because David did not expect to live here. Of course, this is completely incomparable to the house he lived in real life. At that moment, the door of the house opened and a strange guy began to approach him very quickly. He began to scream and thank God that the Lord was still alive and well. This guy couldn't figure out what to call David, which is why the emperor allowed him to call him whatever he wanted. This servant was very worried about being left without his boss. Because of this, he was constantly nervous and ate almost nothing. This stupid guy, around whom you can smell a traitor, is called Ader. In the game, he is an NPC who runs the city. All administrative tasks of the city are his problem. From building facilities to maintaining systems, David must manage the city together with him. Ida brought David to the house and told him that he had already taken a hot bath and prepared dinner. Now the Lord can rest as much as he wants. He must regain his strength after a difficult battle. David asked Lucas to make sure all the soldiers had rested and also reminded Lucas not to forget about relaxation. Of course, Lucas wanted to continue to protect his emperor, but David assured him that this was not necessary now. All these duties can be continued tomorrow. Instead of a smile on his face, Lucas became noticeably sad. Ader kept hinting at a relaxing hot bath, He was sure that all the fatigue would immediately go away, and it would also help get rid of the smell of blood after the battle. David hasn't had a bath in a long time. This trip has been really tough, so today he's going to relax 100%. He thanked the Aider for his help and said that he could also rest today. Aider smiled and said in a low voice that it was incredible, and called David a typical nerd. Does this NPC really know David's real name? It was difficult to predict such a plot twist. After these words, Aider closed the door of the room. He knows that David has been trained in a way that goes beyond imagination. David couldn't believe that he really heard these words about a typical nerd. It angered the main character. Aider, on the contrary, looked happy. He believes that there is no point in hiding the obvious because he is the director of the defense of the Empire. At this point, David couldn't wait any longer. He got so angry that he immediately hit this guy. David's emotions are understandable. It was the director of this game who dragged him into this, and he craves revenge. Aider immediately began to tremble with fear, calmed David down, and asked him not to fight anymore. He explained that he was very sorry that he had to drag David into this game. He tried to explain that this world needs David, but no one listened to him. After David beat up the game director badly, it was finally time to talk. So this is the director of this world who sent the guy a message a few days ago. Aider tried to explain his actions. He said that in this world there is a true ending to the game, and it cannot be changed. No one has reached this point in the game. Probably not even David was able to do it, although he thought he had passed the game. The director said that he had updated this world numerous times to achieve this final mission, but still couldn't do it. Simply put, in despair, he decided to ask another person for help. To do this, he changed the form of this world into a game world and presented it to players from another world. They were able to advance in this matter much further than he expected, but no one achieved final success. It was strange for David to hear all these stories. He had never heard of the real endgame that the director was talking about. Aider explained that David did not reach that level, but instead was able to achieve something that no one else could. David is the only one who went through the hellish difficulty of the Iron Man regime, which earned the director incredible respect. After that, the Aider thought that only this player could reach the real final, and that's why he called him for help. David became even more angry. He ended up in the body of a bad character, and also almost died in a task that was impossible to complete. Aider assured that all this turned out to be just a system error. He also did not expect this. He asked David to calm down and let him tell him about the reward the boy could receive. If he brings this world to a true end, then the Aider is ready to grant his wish. Theoretically, in this world he is equal to a deity, so he can complete any task before returning David to Earth. David asked to give him 10 billion. Aider laughed and said that he could give 100 billion. And that's not all. Our main character still can't calm down. It feels like he's talking to a real con man. Although we must admit that in any case he is interested, and is now thinking about his potential desires. It seems that Aider knows that David has a dream that he gave up on, thinking that he wouldn't be able to make it come true. It was at this moment that David truly realized that he was talking to a deity in this world, because Aider knew much more about him than he could have expected. He knows what this guy has been regretting for a long time, and that he has been living with these emotions in his heart for a long time. Although David said that his dream was over, as long as it lives in his heart, he cannot give it up. All this is strange. If the game director has enough strength to fulfill his cherished desires, why can't he reach the true end of the game himself? Aider explained that in this world his abilities are very limited. Here he is, just an ordinary person. That's why he needs someone who would act on his behalf and be able to see it through to the end. On this day, Aider said a lot. If David dies in this world, he will never be able to return to Earth. You could say that this game is like a lottery. There is no saving here. David should know this because he has already played this game. That's right. This world has always been like this, caring for your comfort, but being cruel when it came to death. If David really wants to return to Earth right now, then the game director is ready to organize everything. Actually, following his plan, he should have asked the guy this as soon as he got here. But there was an error in the system. Now David must finally decide if he can help the director reach the true endgame and get the chance to make his dream come true. Or right now, return to normal life in your world and not feel the risk. Mr. Typical Nerd must make a decision that will greatly affect his future fate. Choose either a comfortable and peaceful life or a real risk that will change it forever. David was ready to return home right now, but the opportunity to fulfill his dream prevents him from doing so. In addition, he is quite confident in his own abilities, because he has already played this game before and knows almost everything about it. Understanding this gives him confidence that he can do it again, and then finally get the prize he dreams of. After a short pause, David finally replied that he agreed to stay here and try to complete the game. He is going to reach the true end of the game, so he is counting on mutual help and, of course, a prize after the finale. Ader was incredibly happy. He started jumping and thanking David for agreeing to help. After that, David approached him and said that Ader must sell all the magic crystals by morning. This is a common item, so the game director should know exactly where they can be sold. David doesn't care when the director does it, at night or in the morning. But when David wakes up, it must be done. For 400 black spider magic crystals, you can get a huge amount, even if you sell them at average prices. The next day, the director completed his task, and David, early in the morning, went to the mercenary guild. Today, he has a large amount of money in his hands, and he knows what to do with it. This guy's self-confidence gives him hope for success. But there is too little hope in this world. David took with him his bodyguard Lucas, as well as the soldiers guarding the gold. Lucas said he wanted to go in first to make sure it was safe inside. He opened the door with his feet and realized that there were a large number of different people around. Mercenaries are very aggressive, especially when they've drunk a lot of beer since morning. They started shouting at the unexpected guests, but David immediately told them to be quiet. Otherwise, he would cut off their heads. He said he was their future boss, so they all better be careful talking to him. Soon the mercenaries realized that the Lord was speaking to them. They had already heard that he had almost completely lost his army a few days ago. Of course, they also know that he destroyed the spider army. Rumors spread very quickly in this city. The Mercenary Guild is a place where you can recruit new characters. Of course, their potential depends on their rank. David looked around and tried to figure out if there was anyone here who was really worth paying attention to. He saw an adult woman without one eye. She greeted him and said she was glad to see a lord in the Continental Crossing Mercenary Guild. Seeing her rank, David was shocked. It was a pleasant surprise, because he was looking for something like that. Soon they met. This woman's name is Jupiter. She is a sorcerer of light, rank SR. It's hard to even believe that she is among her mercenaries. Looking more closely, he realized that he had never seen a similar shape, and he became curious about which country Jupiter belonged to. She said that she fought for the Everblack Empire. Probably the Lord did not recognize her, because this model was created several decades ago. It turns out that she had previously served in the Empire, defending the borders for 30 years, and even being the captain of the second detachment of sorcerers. After retirement, she earns a living by working as a mercenary. And even after retirement, she still remains in perfect shape. David said that he came here to find someone useful for his cause. Jupiter is sure that he is not here to find a bait that will die in his place. These words did not please the Lord's personal guard very much. He was already preparing to draw his sword, but David stopped him. Rumors about the battle with the spiders have already spread everywhere, so it's no secret at all. Everyone already knows that the young lord paid dearly for his incompetence. Mercenaries may receive money for battles, but they are not stupid enough to dig their own graves. None of them wants to trust their lives to a naive newcomer because everyone's life is too valuable. David understands this perfectly well, but aren't they here to sell their lives in the end? Didn't they end up in this place because there was no other way to make money? To him, all these words sound a bit strange because mercenaries are famous for risking their lives for money. This Iron Lady's career is very impressive, but she was still fired for secretly robbing military money, and David knows it. This could also be called digging a grave with her own hands. She probably couldn't have imagined that David knew about her past. She engaged in everything from corruption to smuggling goods until she was caught and fired from her job in disgrace. But still, she continues to proudly wear her military uniform, although it looks at least strange. This is the embodiment of corruption, a soldier who sold himself for money and rotted through and through, a disgraced veteran. She is a fighter with incredible abilities, a hero who is more like a pirate than a warrior. And all these words are about one woman, the sorceress of light Jupiter. After listening to him, Jupiter replied that even though her career had ended on a bad note, she was still proud to be a soldier of the Empire. He looked at the woman carefully and asked how much money she was willing to sell her pride for. He is trying to figure out how much money he can make a hunting dog out of her. In response, Jupiter smiled and said that despite how it looks, it is quite expensive and will only work for 100,000. This woman was very surprised when David immediately doubled this amount to 200,000. This is a very high price for a mercenary. But he is the principal of the Empire and the lord of this city. Moreover, he had just sold 400 magic crystals, which was a lot of money. No, he hasn't gone crazy at all. This is just an opportunity to buy a professional killer, and he's willing to pay any price for it. He is ready to buy her fear of death and immediately pay her twice the original bet. He also addressed all the cowards who are afraid to sell their lives. David said that they can go home to their moms. But if they are real mercenaries who want to make big money, then they should come tonight to the empty field west of the intersection. The next place the Lord went to was the church, a large and beautiful building in the middle of the city. Such a church is an adornment of this city. One could even call it a pearl because of its beauty. In the church, he was helped by a hidden heroine of rank P. She is the best healer in the city, Saint Margaret. He could recruit her later by fulfilling some conditions, but that was not what he came here for today. He took out a bag of money and reminded her of what he had asked her for earlier. Saint Margaret replied that she remembered his request and brought here today everyone who was free at the moment. Among these people, Demian was noticeable. He looked happy. It was clear that he had found his place. David is pleased that Margarita helped him. He said that it's time to decide right now. The Lord said that they had many important things to do, and it wouldn't be easy. That evening, at the west end of the crossing, coffins arrived from the forward base. There were a large number of them. Of course, among them was the famous Knight Ken, who gave his life to give precious time to Lord and Damien. The soldiers were lined up correctly, the flag of the Empire was placed on each coffin. Of course, a choir was also formed to sing songs for the glorious warriors who gave their lives for the Empire. In a city where death is so common and cheap, dignified funerals like these were a rare occurrence. Most importantly, the families of the deceased were paid monetary compensation, and people around them were shocked when they heard about the amount of the payments. Very quickly, these rumors spread among all the inhabitants of the city, but there is nothing surprising in this. David is not going to embellish anything. Here on the front lines, their struggle should be known as a noble mission for the sake of humanity. He is the third prince and newly appointed lord, and is ready to change the situation and lead the empire forward. Some people have only just met the new lord. Some even said that he looks like a mentally retarded man. David decided to say something bold. He said that on the front lines, people would die all the time. Every week here in the cemetery, new graves will appear, and the songs will be played again and again. But he is ready to clarify, death costs much more than survival. Paying compensation and organizing the funeral took a lot from him, almost half of the money he received for selling precious crystals. But he recognizes that death should not come cheap, which is why he will try to save all the lives of his people. He will try to do everything to keep them alive and continue working on the front line. Therefore, he asks them to fight hard and not die prematurely. He is ready for them to live and take a large amount of money from him. There is no problem with that. He just doesn't want them to die because it's hard for him to watch all these funerals. He said whatever he wanted and was interested in how citizens would perceive his words, perhaps thinking that he was a fool throwing money away. Perhaps they will think that the incompetent lord is justifying his bad actions. In any case, he doesn't pay attention to this, but on the contrary wants to show them with results that the cost of standing here is greater than anyone else's. And in order to demonstrate the results, it's time to clear the first location. After the funeral, most people went home, so we moved to the backyard of the estate. David was configuring the system and decided to activate the teleportation gate. The process was immediately launched, although Lucas did not understand what was happening. Soon the teleportation gate was fully opened, a real portal opening before them. David smiled and explained that this gate would lead them to the enemy base. Empire defense combines two genres, tower defense and dungeon crawling. It's even written on the game's cover. Locations with monsters that constantly attack the intersection are considered tower defense. In between passing through the location, when monsters are not attacking, you can explore the dungeon under the lake. This will help you learn about the origins of these monsters. It is also called an open world. As expected, you can activate it before completing one location. It's a difficult game, but it's logical. Yes, David admits that he suffered a lot while he was training, but now he has a pretty good start. He has a cheater character, Demian, as well as a very strong SR rank attacking player, Jupiter. In addition, he has enough money from selling crystals, so he is optimistic about the future. David very quickly explained the rules of the game to Lucas and said that they were going to scout the enemy base before the next location. Lucas understood everything very quickly and assured the Lord that he was ready for any test. Of course, this is strange because Lucas should be the person with the most questions. The prince he had served his entire life suddenly changed and didn't even explain anything. David knew about the layout and structure of the city, despite the fact that it was his first time in the city, enough to arouse suspicion. That's why it's strange that Lucas doesn't ask a million questions. Is it really that he doesn't notice all these changes? David tries to understand what game Lucas is playing. Does he really see all this, but chooses to remain silent? Lucas calmly replied that he was only trying to do everything the Lord ordered, and he had no unnecessary questions. He is ready to be a sword and shield for the Lord, as well as to kill and protect at his command. David can't believe that he really doesn't have any questions, but Luke says he trusts him, and it seems his loyalty is much stronger than his doubts. Soon, David will surely reward this warrior for his contribution to the common cause. Now the two of them must enter real hell together, and Lucas is ready to do it without any hesitation. It's always nice to hear that there is a person in the world who is ready to go with you, even to the ends of the earth. David activated the teleportation gate and chose the lake as his destination. The system advised strengthening characters with equipment, which can be obtained in dungeons or crafted by hand. Soon the teleportation process was completed, and they found themselves near the lake. It was quiet all around. The Black Lake is a source of monsters, a hell that creates horrors, and a dungeon located in the southern part of the world. Looking more closely, the guys saw how the water in the lake began to disperse in different directions, as if Poseidon had decided to come out. After that, it became noticeable that some terrible hands were emerging from the ground. So these are the monsters that so many people talk about. These monsters are similar to knights who died in past battles but did not go to the world of the dead. Seeing this, David began to panic. Probably when he was going to this lake, he expected to see something different. He realized that he was facing living armor, but these knights were too serious enemies even for him. He didn't care who he met in the first location: goblins, mermaids, or even wyverns. There are too many low-level monsters, but why did he get the only monsters he wanted to avoid? This can hardly be called luck. It seems that luck has completely turned away from him. Lucas, on the contrary, remained calm. When he saw the monster, he prepared to destroy them, just like the spiders. He noticed that the Lord began to get nervous and his skin color changed. David must be feeling unwell. The Lord tried to stay calm, but he had to admit that he had made a mistake, and now they were in serious trouble. Previously, David had started this game from the very beginning 741 times, for various reasons. But if living armor was waiting for him at the very beginning, he would turn off the game without hesitation, because living armor fully corresponds to its name. A ghost hides under the armor, which means that this type of monster feels very good against physical attacks. They become much easier to fight in the second half of the game when you have a large amount of different equipment that helps during battle. And so far, everything is very, very bad, because this is just the beginning of the game, and there is no additional equipment. It feels like someone is mocking him, as if someone is deliberately interfering in the game and causing these problems. There are 3 days until the opening of the first location, but it seems like these 3 days will last forever for David. The Lord turned to his defender and said that they had no choice but to do everything in their power to protect him. Soon the portal was opened and they returned to the estate. David immediately began searching for Ader. He wants to know about the state of the city's military strength. The director explained that they have 526 soldiers who are capable of fighting on the front lines. David was very angry because he had expected a much larger number of soldiers. We need to hire even more mercenaries to help, but the problem is that the city has run out of mercenaries. David ordered the director to tell all the other cities that they needed mercenaries and were willing to pay double the price for their work. He also gave the order to tell this information even in the imperial estate. The monsters began to wake up, so they needed reinforcements. It was noticeable that the Ader was not entirely sure of the correctness of this decision. If they request reinforcements from the Empire now, a devastating event could occur later in the game. He is confident in his decision. He has nothing left but this because he must survive. He also ordered the gathering of all the carpenters, masons, blacksmiths, and alchemists of the city. They must work in the interests of the Empire. Ader reminded his boss that if he did this, the production of magic stones would stop. David immediately approached this fool and said that he should forget about the stones, otherwise this city would be completely destroyed. The current level of difficulty of this game is even hard to describe. Everything should have been much easier. David has thought about this a lot, but now he has no time to procrastinate. The more complex the game, the more variables you need to consider when analyzing future actions. He finally decided to choose a class and became a novice commander. You could say he took a risk. The system congratulated the player on choosing a rank, but he did not share its optimism. Everything seemed normal, but suddenly David felt an incredible pain in his heart. He didn't understand what had happened and immediately broke out in a sweat. His condition noticeably worsened, and he began to feel dizzy. Soon the system explained what was happening. 50% had been deducted from all key characteristics. He started screaming because he couldn't understand what was happening. Maybe it was some kind of system error. Soon, the system reported that he had gained the attack skill, Master Order, Team Synergy, and Super Buffer. It turns out that even when he just stands on the field, everyone's attack and defense increase. Now it's clear what the system is doing. Team Synergy gives the commander class an advantage. Depending on the combination of team members' classes, they receive different bonuses. You could call it a class interconnection system. For a gamer like him, this class is perfect. So as a result, David was happy with this update, so he went to bed peacefully and woke up with the first ray of sunshine the next day. From the very morning, he already knew that a somewhat unpleasant situation had occurred. He started talking to Ader, and the servant said that no one was responding to David's orders. He was in a big hurry, so he only brought union leaders with him. That's all he could do. It turned out that they didn't come here entirely of their own free will. We must admit that the Ader brazenly kidnapped them. The leader of the blacksmiths' union was the most angry. He said that something terrible was happening in broad daylight. They don't understand how they could have been so brazenly kidnapped and brought here against their will. The leader of the alchemist union also believes that this is wrong. Even if the Lord is a very influential person, you still need to be able to negotiate with words. Now they are all angry and treating him badly, which doesn't make the situation any better. At first, David thought about apologizing to them, but then he realized that such tactics wouldn't work, so he had to attack. He started yelling at them and said that they would all die if they didn't remember that they were talking to the Lord of the city. He said that as soon as the Lord calls them, they should immediately abandon all their affairs and run here to get ahead of them. If they continue to try to hurt his feelings, everyone will lose their heads today. After that, the union leaders apologized, and the negotiations went much better. David offered them 20% of all the magic stones the army collected, at a price below market value. He does this because he understands perfectly well that the opportunity to directly purchase stones will be very profitable for them. So it would be right to establish trade relations. Instead, whenever he orders, military equipment must be produced first. Of course, he will pay fairly depending on production. And therefore, I think this is a great deal for both parties. Using money and power, he managed to persuade these respectable people. At the moment, negotiations are the only thing he can do, but does that make him a materialist? Soon, the union leaders agreed to these conditions and began to jump for joy. They are now ready to get to work. David has long understood how to act in order for negotiations to be successful. There is nothing more reliable in this world than money. Don't forget that the first location will begin soon. 1,000 living armors are already moving towards the city walls. It will be difficult to stop them because they are very powerful and durable, but it is possible, and David will find a way to do it. They will be here in about 2 days, so there is still time to prepare and form a strategy. Of course, not everyone is optimistic about the upcoming battle, and on some faces you can see an understanding of the coming catastrophe. Lucas decided to speak to the Lord first. He wanted to understand what they should do and get clear instructions. David replied that they would have to give all their strength to save the city, and for this they all had to listen to him carefully. He soon shared his vision of the upcoming battle and emphasized that if they acted as a true team, they could win. Lucas promised to give everything he had for the sake of victory. Namely, he would lead the army forward because he was the new commander of the crossing. Of course, everyone understands that Lily can no longer fight on equal terms, but David explained to her that right now they need her more than ever. Of course, she won't be on the front lines fighting enemies, so there's no need to worry. At first, she didn't understand what he was hinting at, but then she guessed that she would be responsible for the water artifact. David apologized to her and explained that he could not fire her. She would work for the state her whole life. Then he started talking to Jupiter. This woman hopes to get a raise if she shows excellent results. This grandmother always thinks only about money. Her character has a gold rush characteristic, and this nuance cannot be turned off. David said that of course her salary could increase depending on her efforts and results. This is normal practice in any army. There is no other mercenary in the world who works so hard to earn money, so now she is the captain of a special squad. It's time to talk to Damien. He received a special item that the Lord had prepared specifically for him. This is a crossbow. It has no bonuses, but it is very durable and has strong attack stats. Now Damien will be a long-range shooter. He is happy and ready to carry out any order of the Lord. It turned out that Damien doesn't wear glasses because his vision is perfect. He used to wear them to make his vision worse. It seemed very strange, but now it's the other way around. Because the boy knows that the Empire needs his eyes, and he will no longer wear glasses. The best warriors received clear instructions from the Lord. David was pleased that he was able to find a common language with them. Ider also looked happy. All this time he was worried that someone else would be here with glasses. David immediately asked him to shut up and not talk nonsense, just like usual. After discussing future strategy, the Lord went to the southern part of the city wall. Letters from trade unions came to the Lord and said that there were many problems with the wall because they had not been doing any restoration work for a long time. Of course, this is the fault of the director who ran this city during the absence of the Lord. Repairing the city walls is essential, but the aider explained that he did not have the money to undertake the restoration. The fewer monsters appeared, the fewer stones could be obtained. The previous lord limited the city's budget. This fort was built primarily to deter monsters, but now the fort's function has been reduced due to a decrease in income. David said that he didn't care how much money or materials were spent. The main thing was to strengthen the wall. He asked to start this process quickly, because the monsters will not wait. They will come and destroy everything around if the walls are weak. After that, the lord and his assistant went to the workshop. Over the next 2 days, these people must make the walls. These walls must be very high and strong. David began to explain that this work was very important. He was told that he didn't understand that monsters would easily break through these pitiful wooden walls. But the Lord replied that he did not need super walls of incredible strength to deter the enemy. He only needs ordinary wooden walls. He has a plan for how to use them properly. The main thing is that they are very wide and tall. This is the only important criterion for him. Over the next 2 days, they made the necessary preparations, the time passing almost instantly. When the preparations were complete, David announced that there were 30 minutes left until the battle began. Looking closer, you can see that legions of demons are already approaching the city walls. These guys aren't coming here to joke or chat, they're going to kill, slash, and torture. There are a very large number of monsters. This is probably the key problem of fighting them. The city walls have been strengthened and the troops are on alert, so everyone is ready for a fierce confrontation. David told his soldiers that there was nothing to fear because a small flock of slugs was approaching them. Of course, he lies to boost the army's morale. Living armor is the worst monsters you can face in the first half of the game. He continued to talk about how they were the strongest army in the southern part of the empire and motivated the soldiers. This is also a complete lie, because in reality they are just a group of mercenaries consisting of retirees and rookies. Despite how much money they spent on training, it's still not enough to completely solve all the problems. He tries his best to convince the military that they will succeed. David assures his men that in the evening, they will be raising glasses of delicious wine and celebrating the victory. The weather started to change very quickly. Everything was almost ready for an epic battle. David has high hopes for Jupiter. Half of the army's power currently depends on this woman and her squad. The Sorcerer of Light, to whom he paid incredible money, has launched a counterattack. So far, everything is going according to plan. All the monsters had only one common goal: to kill people who came across their path. If they don't have any obstacles, they will always try to approach people as if they were closer. To put it another way, you can easily predict which direction they will move. That's why David used mercenaries to lure monsters into traps. Of course, they didn't have time to make these traps deep enough, but it's much better than nothing. Everyone who considered this grandmother an ordinary fraud should take their words back, because today she is showing her true greatness. Although she sold her soul for money, when it comes to war, she is one of the best in the world. Her first technique is called the lighting zone. Today, the living armors will feel this power on themselves. The lighting zone will really brown them, and now they will look more like fried chicken. After such a lighting zone, it is difficult to continue fighting, but of course it is not enough to stop the entire army. This Iron Lady continued to smoke her cigarette and told the monsters that they should respect the old school. She always enjoys her power. Tonight there will be fried armor for dinner. At such moments when she is motivated by big earnings, she turns into a real devil. After several minutes of attacks, she used her second skill, relighting. The warriors of the fortress watched this and rejoiced. It seemed to them that with the help of this woman they would not even have to fight. The first technique places marks on enemies that have taken damage, and the second technique extracts the marked targets, ideally. David was very pleased with Jupiter's work. She really turned out to be a very skilled female warrior. Of course, the traps that were prepared in advance helped her in this, but she still did most of the work herself. Nevertheless, we must not forget that there were still thousands of enemies. She was only able to destroy a small part. Now it was time for Jupiter and her band of mercenaries to retreat to the city walls. They were able to contribute to the future victory, but now their strength is needed within the fortress. Now these monsters have become even more angry. They are ready to kill and feel no pity for women or children. Jupiter asked her assistants to immediately speed up, not look back, and keep moving forward. They really need to hurry, because if they stop for even a second, there won't even be a wet spot left of them. David asked all the warriors to prepare and act according to the plan. Everything must be clear. The mercenaries were approaching the wooden walls, and now it was time to see what the Lord had planned. Judging by his reaction, it was clear that so far everything was going according to his plan. The wooden walls were raised up, everything ready for a successful maneuver. David looked pleased. He welcomed the monsters to the world of walls. They had probably never seen anything like it before. The living armor must make their next move. Everything seems pretty obvious to them. David probably wants to take advantage of their mental retardation. Because of this, it is easy to predict their future actions. If they had completely enclosed the city limits with wooden walls, these walls would soon have been completely destroyed. But now they have to advance through a small space. Their army is shrinking and they are losing mobility. David had expected this, as it was the perfect moment to start attacking them and forget about saving shells. He ordered open fire and to shoot without stopping. Now the living armor became easy prey. When the monsters realized they had been trapped, it was too late to react. Panic gripped them, and within seconds they found themselves in the center of real chaos. This can be called the basis among strategy games in which you have to worry about defending territory. With the help of his experience, David found the perfect plan for a successful battle with a strong opponent. This can also be called a death zone. He predicted the enemy's future actions and was able to find the right solution. Monsters are not even able to overcome this point. They remain an easy target. If this continues, will this not be enough for the final victory? David is sure that this will not be enough. He said that although they were able to take advantage of the opportunities, the monsters will not stop there. There are too many of them, and very quickly they begin to adapt to the conditions of battle. There's no way this will end that easily, because these spirits are very strong. David expected this continuation of the battle and prepared for it. Now he needs Lily's help. He asked the girl to activate the gravitational field artifact. The process was launched very quickly, the artifact is activated, and soon everyone will see its effect. With the help of this artifact, you can slow down your opponent's actions, which gives you more chances to win. As soon as the movements of the living armor slowed down, David ordered the army's chief knight Lucas to act. Lucas, always ready to carry out his lord's orders, asked the ballistae to prepare. Soon, a large number of weapons on the upper floor of the fortress were ready for use. Now they will show that today's battle will be won by the people. He ordered to aim straight at the soul core and soon allowed to open fire without warning. Thousands of arrows were simultaneously fired towards the monsters. Within seconds, the living armor lost hundreds of its warriors, although this was only the beginning. Empire warriors can also increase their attacking potential by using crossfire. After that, you can take out the enemy using the artifact and arrows, so everything is going according to plan. Soon the first problems finally began. The Lord was informed that the monster was trying to bypass the wooden walls. They guessed that they needed to look for alternative routes to the fortress and began to act more wisely. Although David was unhappy, he knew that this could happen, but more monsters guessed to act wisely than the Lord expected. He called Jupiter and her squad of professional mercenaries and said that the living armor attacking from the right flank was now her problem. He ordered them to be driven away from the fortress using hit-and-run tactics. For an experienced warrior, this should not be a problem. So Jupiter and her team are ready to carry out the Lord's order. She prepared to use her formidable weapon again and send these murderers to hell. David is pleased that Jupiter is doing a great job with the block on that side, but there are also monsters on the other side. The time has come to use the secret weapon called Demian. It is his turn to contribute to the future victory. David said that Damian should destroy the monsters attacking on the left flank. With the help of his vision skills, he is able to single-handedly destroy a huge number of opponents. Even Olympic shooting champions would envy his accuracy. This guy really does his job masterfully. His help in this battle is just as important as in past confrontations with monsters. The soldiers had never before seen someone so accurately attack an opponent from a long distance. These eyes are truly priceless. With this guy, you can pierce the core of the soul with an ordinary arrow. Now the death zone is in the center. It is a zone with arena rules where the last surviving player will gain freedom. Jupiter controls the right flank, Demian controls the left flank. At this rate, there shouldn't be any problems until the boss shows himself. It's always nice to see that the preparation is working, but now things have started to happen that David couldn't have predicted. Soul cores began to gather in one place and fly into the sky. There was nothing like it in the game. During this time, they have already been able to defeat a large number of monsters. But now it may not matter at all. David saw this spirit in the sky and began to suspect that it might be the boss. That's exactly what happens. If a regular living armor is at level 5, then the one called the Ghost Knight is at level 25. The Ghost Knight is a real disaster for any fortress because it's not entirely clear how to stop him. It is the boss who gives strength to his legion, although the legion is strong in itself. But even after destroying it, a battle with the boss still awaits you. The legion of living armor was almost completely destroyed, but it turned out that this was only half the problem. So far, The monster boss is behaving strangely. He doesn't show resistance, doesn't apply a bad effect, and doesn't attack. He does nothing and only observes from the air, but this is not a game at all, but a real reality. David saw that only because of the appearance of a huge monster in the sky did the soldiers begin to panic, even though this monster didn't even do anything. This is the difference between a war that people are accustomed to and a battle that takes place against monsters. The battle against monsters always awakens the fear of the embodiment of extreme horror. The appearance of the monster boss terrifies the soldiers, as if bringing the remnants of the front line to their knees. But it's not just the humans who begin to tremble with fear. Animals also begin to lose control of reality and behave differently. This creates even more problems, and all of these problems were not included in the overall strategy. Now David was no longer showing signs of satisfaction and control over the situation. Now he was really starting to panic. Sensing their opponent's fear, the living armor immediately ran forward to kill the man right under their noses. A special detachment of mercenaries immediately lined up in front of Jupiter to protect her. The wizard Jupiter is a key element of the first location, but now she is in mortal danger. Lucas proposed a fairly logical idea. He said that they should deploy weapons and artillery to support the Jupiter squad. But David replied that this should not be done under any circumstances. If the kill box disappears, there will be more enemies that will penetrate the walls. A kill box is a closed area that is formed with the aim of driving monsters there and making them easy to kill. The soldiers are in a panic due to the appearance of the boss. The artillery has almost completely stopped firing, and the weak defense has become even weaker. David ordered to focus all attention on restoring the kill box, and also not to allow the soldiers to completely go crazy. David apologizes to Jupiter for not supporting her squad, but there is no other choice. He hopes that she can survive with the help of her powers. Soon Jupiter opened her eyes, although it would be more accurate to say that she opened only one eye. She couldn't understand where she was or what she was doing. At her age, she should be retired, playing with her grandchildren, and growing potatoes. This is what the incredible thirst for money leads to. They urgently need to escape if they want to stay alive. Jupiter quickly recognized that they were in a difficult situation. She didn't even have time to lie on the ground for a while. The rescue team will arrive soon, but you need to stay alive until then. In order to stay alive, you need to successfully defend yourself from attacks by living armor, and this is not an easy task. Of course, Jupiter does not take newcomers and weaklings into its squad. All the fighters in this team are professional killers. Each of them knows how to stand up for themselves, but it's not children at all who are fighting against them, but real demons from hell. After attacking these demons, they still remain standing, even though they should fall to the ground. If you get distracted for even a second, it's enough to lose your life. Even when it seems like you've destroyed everyone around you, there will still be some monster that barely survives. And as soon as you turn your attention to him, other rivals will immediately attack you. It's always hard for a squad leader to watch their men die, but when you go to war, you have to be prepared to face death. Seeing this, Jupiter was not scared at all. On the contrary, she got angry and said that she would fry them in a deep fryer. And it seemed that now she would take revenge for her loved ones, but it turned out that now it was difficult for her to control magic. This is a bad time to lose control of your forces, as other warriors also need help and support. But without using magical power, it is impossible to help anyone, because the number of opponents is too great. Seeing such cruelty, some untrained mercenaries abandoned their weapons and began to flee. But it's hard to escape the spear thrown at you by a professional killer. Thus, in a few minutes, all the members of her squad died before Jupiter's eyes. The small line of defense, consisting of just a few people, was destroyed very quickly. And now Jupiter smells the living armor in front of him, the smell of rusty armor and stagnant water. It could also be called the smell of drowned people. But they would be better off staying at the bottom of the lake rather than coming to fight this woman. It's better not to interfere with her when she's trying to earn money for her retirement. Otherwise, you'll have problems. Her attack was indeed very powerful and destroyed a large number of opponents. But still, she can't use all 100% of her strength. It's even less than a quarter of her maximum level. With each attack, she spends more and more of her energy, although it seems that her opponents are not getting fewer. It turned out that one more guy from the mercenary squad remained alive. She asked him to flee immediately because at least one of them had to survive, and she was willing to buy him extra time. Compared to her, he is just a rookie, and so she wants him to stay alive, but he is not ready to leave the captain. This determined guy remembered the second rule of mercenary survival: always stay close to the sorcerer in the squad. This means that he has a much better chance of survival if he stays close to Jupiter, because running away without a horse is almost the same as dying. This little snotty's strategy was really effective. He turned out to be a pretty smart guy. That's why he decided not to kill the living armor, but only to push them away with his spear. This will help delay the enemies for a while Jupiter can prepare for the next spell. With the help of his vision, Demian saw what was happening, so he provided them with support while staying within the walls of the fortress. They tried their best to hold on and gain extra time, but it wasn't enough to stop all the enemies. By the time Jupiter was able to take away enough energy to create a new bolt of lightning, it was too late. This little boy's body was pierced by enemy spears, and after such injuries there is no chance of salvation. Seeing this with her own eyes, Jupiter completely lost her mind from anger. It always hurts her to watch her comrades die. The power of the heavenly lightning immediately began to take effect. It seemed that anger helped in battle. Soon, all the living armor that tried to stop her was destroyed. Of course, the question arises whether she could have saved his life if she had gathered enough energy a few seconds earlier. Jupiter was too old to take this boy's death to heart. She reminded him of the first rule of survival for a mercenary. Never take on a job that pays a suspiciously large amount of money. All his survival rules were wrong. He would not have been able to succeed as a mercenary. If you really want to be rich and famous, you have to take on a job that is incredibly dangerous and pays incredibly much money. And of course, you should stay as far away from sorcerers as possible because the sorcerer will take all the responsibility. If a person wants to survive, it is better for them to never embark on the path of a mercenary. It is a very bad profession. Jupiter thought life would be much easier when she received a high salary. But it turned out that a big salary equals a big responsibility. Now this woman doesn't even have the strength to light a cigarette. It seemed that everything was over and Jupiter even mentally said goodbye to life. And it was at this moment that salvation came. She was shocked that someone would risk their own life to save her. It turned out that Lucas could not calmly watch as such an important wizard was destroyed by ugly creatures. Let's go back in time for a while and see what was happening within the walls of the fortress. David had just ordered the focus to be on restoring the kill box, and thus decided not to save Jupiter. He hoped that she would be able to save herself on her own, and tried to bring the soldiers back to normal. To do this, he decided to use the technique of the restless general, and it really had an effect on the soldiers. Recall that this technique provides all soldiers within a 10-meter radius with immunity to mental fears. After that, the Lord turned to his personal guard, who said he could calm the soldiers and restore the kill box. At this time, Lucas must lead the rescue team, open the gate, and save the Jupiter squad. Ordering to go to the Valley of Death to save a comrade is an incredibly stupid order, but Lucas was ready to carry it out. He wasn't even worried or doubting the commander's order. There's never any problems with this guy. Meanwhile, David continued to do everything to return the soldiers to normal because they were too scared due to the arrival of the monster boss. Everything that happened next is history. Lucas showed incredible dedication and self-confidence, which is why he saved Jupiter. He took her with him and began to return to the fortress at maximum speed. Hundreds of living armors are chasing them at the same time, all of them eager for the death of Lucas and Jupiter. Dozens of spears were launched into their backs, but even for that, Lucas was ready. Looking at this talented knight, Jupiter invited him to meet her granddaughter. The guy replied that if she had the strength to joke, then she better use it to restore her magic, because there were still a lot of monsters. This made Jupiter laugh, because Lucas was very careful in his statements to his lord. But when he was not around, he became colder than ice. In any case, she should be grateful for the rescue, even though Lucas was only following the Lord's orders. Of course, he could have come sooner, but better late than never. This old woman hadn't been this angry in a long time. Today, she was really out of her mind. Meanwhile, with the help of the skill of the restless general, the kill box was restored in time. This again gave the initiative to the Empire, and also helped Lucas and Jupiter return to the fortress walls. Even this is not enough for David to smile again. He understands that he has lost 4 heroes. This probably happened because he was too confident in his playing experience. In the game, he had to manage the mental health of soldiers. There were similar states, such as fear and panic. But in real life, a soldier's feelings are much more diverse and complex, and he now has to take into account more variables. I would, and very quickly spreads through the use of artillery. Also a result of reality. Killbox fell apart very quickly, and David could not have predicted this. Now they would all have to fight at the fortress walls, although he tried to win only with the help of artillery fire. He was very lucky that there weren't many monsters left, their goals were still real, and the battlefield was still under his control. Lucas wasn't very happy about saving Jupiter. He didn't like the reasons for her release, but he decided to show respect and saved this woman. Now she can help them win this battle. She apologized for her behavior and admitted that she had made many mistakes and that many other mercenaries had died because of her. David calmed her down and reminded her that she could not have known about the monster's appearance, nor did she realize that horses also lose their minds. Jupiter is still sure that it's her fault. She has too much experience, so she should have foreseen all this. That's why she's ready to pay for her mistakes and be the woman who will leave the monster without a head. She's referring to the boss of these living armors, and that's a pretty bold statement. The Lord asked her to regain her strength, as soon all her skills would be needed during the battle. The kill box no longer served its purpose, so David ordered the artillery to stop. There's no point in shooting anymore because all those shots now don't have the desired effect. Although the enemy was approaching, David ordered Damien to rest and regain his strength. A special goal awaits him soon, so he needs to feel 100%. Soon the enemies reached the fortress walls and tried to breach the wall. Very quickly, these hellish monsters realized that this would not work, and so they tried to climb the wall. David ordered all the soldiers in his army to prepare for close combat. Soon everything was ready and the melee team moved forward. A battle without magic, based solely on physical strength, so the chances of victory have become less. If before we saw attacks from a long distance, now we will see something completely different. A battle of truly two different worlds awaits us. A battle of good and evil awaits us. The real war begins. And as soon as the enemy gets as close as possible to the entrance to the city, David orders an immediate attack. The people's strategy was quite simple. When they saw the living armor climbing the walls, they began to throw large stones down. These pieces of rock, steel, and other debris were left over after the equipment was formed. They were assembled on the mountain front in advance and proved very useful in close combat. Many living armors that fell to the ground from a great distance were shattered to death. But some of them were even able to get back up after falling, an incredible thirst for life, even for creatures like them. They continued climbing the mountain, ignoring all the garbage that people were throwing at them. David felt it was the perfect moment to reorganize the team, and said that Jupiter was now the main link. He activated the team's synergy. He has territory defenders with great combat potential, and 2 sorcerers who will attack. If you use these warriors correctly, you can win the battle with the help of their strong characteristics. Of course, this cannot be done without proper troop organization and a smart strategy, but there should be no problems with this. From this point on, the battle ceases to be one-sided, so the logical question arises whether the soldiers will withstand such pressure. Lucas understood how important the moment was and led the soldiers forward. It would be more accurate to say that he began to aggressively attack the monsters and show the soldiers that these opponents were not invincible. He told his men that he would continue to destroy these monsters, and all the other soldiers should be engaged in containment. That's what had to be done. It's not a matter of whether the soldiers will cope or not. They simply have no other choice. In order to survive, all soldiers must be strong. They have no choice but to fall, get up, fall again, fight and win. Soon the time came for Lily to use the Hast artifact, which would give an effect that would increase the speed of the character's movements. Lily knew she would have to use this artifact, so she was ready and acted very quickly. The movement speed of all companions has increased by 5%. This continues for 5 minutes. David also activated his equipment skills technique. They will help the warriors in close combat. They all have to give their all on the battlefield. They have to push down the maximum number of opponents. It's hard for everyone today, but no one said this battle would be won in 5 minutes. Lucas's first skill is the Iron Will Strike. He destroys with the first blow, and this inspires optimism. The more enemies he destroys, the stronger he becomes. So even without the support of his partners, he can destroy the enemy army. But even this was not enough to completely win. It turned out that the Empire was starting to lose. The number of wounded is too high. Lucas does not have time to destroy all his opponents, so the other soldiers begin to suffer seriously. Not only were there those who died, but also a large number suffered injuries that made them unable to continue the battle. This is what distinguishes humans from living armor, because these monsters were not injured and their numbers did not decrease. Damien tried to return to the front line, but the Lord forbade him to do so. This guy, as well as Jupiter, is needed to destroy the boss, so we need to come up with something else. We need to find a way to reduce the number of casualties and get rid of the remaining enemies. David saw the power of fire in front of him. He realized that this was exactly what was needed. It turned out that Lily was going to not only activate the power of the artifact, but also use her magic to defeat the monsters. David was incredibly pleased with the actions. It seemed that he was surprised by her strength. Lily couldn't believe that he had forgotten about her magical abilities. After all, she had always been able to use magic. He promised to definitely promote her in the future. But Lily, on the contrary, wanted to resign from the service. It seems like using fire consumes too much mana, so it won't last long. Soon her spell ended and she said she was dreaming of retirement, but now was not the time for such conversations. He asked to do this one last time because now they need the incredible synergy of their characteristics. With this, fire magic was increased by 25%, which is a pretty powerful advantage. David completely forgot that he was talking to a woman and started calling her a flamethrower. Meanwhile, the enemies continued to advance, but the soldiers held them back with their own forces. Lucas destroyed the living armor with his sword, and at least somehow reduced the number of enemies. And of course, we must not forget about the help of Lily, who, with the help of her fire, roasted a large number of these iron fools. Soon the initiative passed completely into the hands of the people, and they took advantage of these opportunities very well. They even thought they had won, with no one left of the army of living armor, so they began to celebrate. The Lord immediately approached them and told them to be quiet and stop, because this was not the end at all. He asked us not to lose concentration and reminded us that there was only one opponent left. Very quickly, the soldiers guessed that he meant the monster boss. This great spirit was still alive. With the help of living armor, he formed his armor and finally prepared to act actively, not observe. The soldiers around them immediately began to panic. Now it was necessary to spend some time to restore their confidence in their own abilities. This reality can make you lose your sanity. David couldn't believe that the boss Loki was standing in front of him. This titan is indeed extremely large and powerful, and now that he has received weapons and armor, he has become even stronger. Forming a strategy to defeat such a giant will be a big challenge. At first, even David began to tremble with fear, but then he focused and ordered himself to be a real man. Although this is a very strong opponent, it's only from the first stage, so you need to attack it and do it confidently. The Lord of the Fortress ordered his men to fire without a signal and forget about saving shells. They must roast this spirit that came to them with a sword in its hand. We must hurry to stop him in time, because if he reaches the fortress walls, there will be even more problems. Surprisingly, despite the fire that engulfed him, the Ghost Knight continued to take steps forward. This means that it is time to activate the artifact. It is called a multiplier. It gives an effect of rank R. This artifact is capable of increasing the effect of a character's magic spells by 100%, and Jupiter will help with this. After doubling her strength, this old woman becomes incredibly strong. It reminded her of her golden years when her strength was much greater than it was now. David asked this female pirate to attack the enemy for the last time in her life and hit the weak points of the armor. Perhaps now we will see what is truly legendary, because even David decided to step back so as not to be struck by lightning. She warned that she would not pay the Lord compensation if he turned out to be roasted by chickens. Gathering all of her lightning powers together, she directed this incredible energy at the Ghost Knight. This was indeed enough to make his iron armor. Now you can see the soul core. It was at this moment that David realized that it was time to unleash his real weapon. Of course he means Demian. When you need to hit the target clearly, they always call this guy with incredible eyesight. Finally, Demian will be able to contribute to the victory. He has long since regained his strength and prepared for battle. This time he didn't need to show super accuracy. The opponent was nearby, and the soul core was a pretty big target. He hit it clearly inside this core. Now everything should be over with the monster boss. David looked happy. Even though this battle had been very difficult, they had almost won now. It seemed to him that victory was already in his pocket, but for some reason the monster still did not die. Instead, he raised his sword up and swung it to destroy the fortress wall. The bigger the opponent, the slower he is, so you need to take the opportunity and strike again. Raising his sword up right during a thunderstorm, he asks to be attacked with lightning, and Jupiter can arrange it. The lightning strike was indeed very powerful and well-aimed, but is that enough to win? It's not entirely clear how such a strong monster can exist on the first level of the game. He is alive and ready to continue the battle. It seems that everything is fine with him and nothing happened. Now all plans were ruined. David immediately began to order the soldiers to retreat. If they don't escape in time, they will be subjected to a very powerful attack from a huge sword. The Lord was approached by a bowman and ordered him to immediately flee with the others. He had no right to leave the army without him. At this moment, the ghostly knight struck with his sword against the walls of the fortress. The effect was very devastating. Lord hit his back hard but was not seriously injured. All the key players in this game have survived, but they are confused and don't know what to do next. Only a little later did it become clear that the worst was behind him. With a broken soul core, the monster could not stay alive. This was his last blow. He couldn't stand it and shattered into small pieces. Finally, the monster boss was destroyed. Of course, his last blow caused serious damage to the fortress walls, but that doesn't really matter now. Lucas tried to take the Lord to a safe place, but David assured him that everything was fine now. He had seen something like this many times when he played this game. This is what a flash of anger from the realization of imminent death looks like. You could say that this is a demonstration of fear, panic, and madness. This attack cannot cause harm, but it can drive you crazy. David confidently said that this is where the human territory begins. She told the monster to get away. The restless general's skill was activated. It looked very beautiful. Such an end to the battle always enhances the overall memories of this difficult day. The warriors were shocked and didn't even quite understand where this big monster had gone. Only then did they realize that the prince had protected them and destroyed him. So now it was truly the end. The clouds began to disperse, and sunlight returned to the Empire's territory. The victory was won in a very difficult battle. They lost a large number of people but saved even more lives. David felt that this victory could be a turning point in history. He is confident that they will continue to win. The fear that could be seen in the eyes of these soldiers began to retreat like a wounded enemy. Instead of this fear on the faces of the warriors, one could see confidence and joy of victory. It's unclear whether this was all thanks to the Lord's passive technique or his ability to say the right words, but it's still a very nice feeling. He said that they should destroy all the monsters on Earth and continue to live peacefully. All David did at that moment was scream with all his heart, screamed with joy that the first victory had been won. On the first evening after the battle, a festival was organized in the city center. The Lord congratulated all the people on the important victory and suggested raising glasses of delicious beer for those warriors who are not with them today. He allowed himself to party until the morning and drink as much as he wanted. Today, he is ready to pay for all this. Thus began a real celebration, a celebration that this city has long deserved. People enjoyed the pleasant atmosphere, listened to music, danced, and sang, which is how a victory should be celebrated. The soldiers enjoyed the holiday and rested. They finally got what they wanted. Meanwhile, only one person remained calm and hardly celebrated, and that person was the Lord. He sat quietly and watched the festival, a smile on his face, but he still remained serious. Soon, Lucas approached him. He had already said that the Lord had not drunk a single glass of beer today, and had not even eaten anything. He asked the Lord to knock out some beer, because today he had stopped 1,000 living armor without much loss. That was definitely something to celebrate. David decided to relax a bit and take a few sips of cold beer. But everything turned out not to be quite so. He expected a different taste. The impression was as if this was not beer at all. There was at least 20 degrees of alcohol. You probably have to accept that alcohol was a little different in those days. There were no major losses, but that doesn't mean there were no losses at all. If someone dies, it doesn't matter how many people died. Every life is important and every warrior is very valuable. Although, of course, it is clear that losses cannot be avoided. It is too cruel a game. But if he had been a little more careful, he could have reduced the number of people who died in today's battle. David had already had time to analyze today's events and noticed that the battle was different from the battle during training. And yet, Lucas believes that his boss did a great job and did everything right, so he shouldn't be upset. In any case, let them not speak, but their words will not make dead people come back to life. Lucas said that this is a celebration of victory. If the Lord is unhappy, then the soldiers are also sad. Therefore, it is time to smile and celebrate the victory with others. This is also the work of the Lord. After such pleasant words, David could no longer intervene and decided to smile back. At this point, the Lord was scared by the game director. He always comes without warning. Remembering the victims of the battle is certainly important, but he believes they should also find time to celebrate the victory. Since eating only meat is quite unhealthy, the Eider decided to cook and bring some vegetables. He congratulated his lord on clearing the first location, although it wasn't easy. He was able to do it. He asked him to continue in the same spirit, then he would definitely succeed. David decided to obey and eat some vegetables. In any case, it was a useful thing to do. At that moment, soldiers surrounded him and began offering him meat. It seemed to them that they had made him hungry through their greed. According to rumors, the Lord used to eat only meat. So when they saw him eating vegetables, everyone around him began to panic. Soon they finally got him to eat delicious wild boar and drink beer with them. David couldn't understand how this had come to be. He had planned to analyze the battle in a quiet and peaceful place, but everything didn't go according to plan. Lily approached him. It seemed like she had already had a lot of alcohol. The girl began to cry and beg him to release her from service. She could no longer fight. David smiled and said that he would definitely raise her salary if she worked harder. No one will be spared by such difficult times. It is logical that there should be no complaints against the Lord. He didn't ask the assistants to take the girl away and put her to bed. She had spent too much energy today. It turned out that Damien also drank too much beer, although he is quite young for this matter. The pirate's grandmother must have given him this drink. She loves to joke around, despite her age. Jupiter said that he was a full-fledged mercenary, so he had to learn how to drink and smoke properly, and of course, how to spend money. Now she considers him her grandson, so she is engaged in his upbringing. David doesn't understand why she wants to teach her grandson such bad things. She's probably too old, like a real dinosaur. After drinking alcohol, Damien began to feel sad again. The face of his dead friend constantly appears before his eyes. He can't stop thinking about that day. The feeling of guilt makes his heart ache. But when he is near the Lord, he feels better, which is why he is here now. After these words, he fell on the table and fell asleep. He couldn't be allowed to get drunk like that anymore. All this is not because the Lord is anything special. It's probably because he has a passive technique, but he can't tell Damien about it. Jupiter noticed that for some reason her magic was stronger under the Lord's command. She believes it's due to his leadership qualities, but in reality, it's all due to the synergy technique. She helps increase the team's strength by 25%, but she can't know about it either. Lucas decided to continue the conversation and also said that when he is next to the Lord, all his doubts disappear, and his body becomes fast and light. He believes that all this is the noble character of the Lord, his talent for leading people. They all decided to raise their glasses again and drink to their dead comrades, to those who survived, and to the Lord. They were angry because his glass was always full. David said he was feeling unwell. This upset the other soldiers. Now they think they are bad friends and don't know how to cheer them up. Previously, the Lord could drink alcohol for a whole week without stopping. It seems that this character has a very bad reputation. I had to really turn on alcoholic mode and drink a few glasses of beer. Now they all have to drink themselves to death because the Lord is already completely drunk. As long as the moon shone brightly in the night sky, they ate, drank, sang, and talked. The night of victory continued. After the festival was over, David returned home and decided to look in the chest he had received as a reward for cleaning. When he opened one of these chests, he saw something of the highest rank. It was some kind of fantasy. It turns out that clearing monsters and completing missions can be very well paid. He began to tremble with excitement because he really wanted to receive something incredibly valuable. But when I saw the item I received for the first mission, I got really angry. There are many variations of max rank items, but he got a lucky hit. That is, a comfort item. The damage inflicted by these gloves is determined by a tape measure, and sometimes David used them on streams to amuse the audience. But in reality, in real life, these items almost never help the characters. It would be too foolish to throw them away, so he kept them, perhaps giving them to other warriors in the future. If he's lucky, he can always hit the jackpot in roulette, but this happens very rarely. Of course, you have to be optimistic, but there are so many cool items out there that it's really sad to get something like this. Despite receiving a rare golden item, he couldn't sleep all night because of anger. The next day, he woke up very late. It would soon be evening. His head hurt so bad that he couldn't even move properly. He met Lucas and told his assistant that he had to rest today. Apparently, he also drank a lot of beer yesterday, so his condition is not much better than the Lord's. At that moment, Eider came to David and brought him tea. This guy is always full of energy. He said it was tea with honey. It would help you feel better. It turned out that this was indeed the case. As soon as Lord and Lucas drank some tea, they immediately began to feel better. Now is the time to start preparing for the next stage. It will not be easy, but we must not stop and continue to move forward. In their current state, they won't even be able to stop such animals, so there's no point in even talking about monsters. The Lord is interested in how long it will take to repair the fortress. It turns out that it will take more than 2 weeks. With just over 9 days left until the second location, the Lord ordered the soldiers who were not injured to help rebuild the fortress. We need to finish this whole process as quickly as possible and also wait for reinforcements from a neighboring city, which will happen in a few days. We'll have to wait until at least tomorrow to see minimal progress. David can handle everything else, but he's not responsible for the reinforcements, so he can only pray that everything will be okay with them. They have a little time to destroy the monster lair, and David plans to do it together with Lucas. The bodyguard thought that, like last time, their target would be the Black Lake. That's exactly what it is, but this time they'll go under the lake with all the other team members. It's time to change the genre of the game from tower defense to dungeon assault. It will be very interesting. Soon the Lord informed all team members that they would be leaving on an expedition tomorrow morning. It would be easier if they saw everything with their own eyes than if he explained it all in words. The dungeon is designed for 5 people, so he needs all the team members. The Lord also asked the Eider to prepare provisions, canned food, various potions, and the necessary tools. And he also didn't forget to ask to find lanterns and torches, that is, anything that could illuminate the area. The next morning, they all gathered together in the backyard of the Lord's estate. From the very beginning, Jupiter felt that something serious was waiting for them. She wanted to understand where they were headed. In response, David smiled and assured her that she would soon see everything. The magic of teleportation had already been activated. Jupiter could not understand how he used this power, because the power of teleportation disappeared hundreds of years ago. He said that soon everything would become clear to them. They were going to the monster's lair, which was located under the Black Lake. The men were nervous but ready for a fierce confrontation, but Lily was noticeably nervous. David explained that they were going there to investigate and understand why monsters were coming out of that place. This is the only way to stop the invasion, and to do it once and for all. To do this, you need to destroy the source of the appearance of monsters. This is the real goal of the game. David asked everyone to remain calm and activated the teleportation process. Soon they finally arrived at their destination. It was indeed the same lake. It turned out that Jupiter had already been here 20 years ago. When the king's soldiers were at the crossroads, they received orders to fill the lake with earth. David was surprised that 20 years ago they tried to fill this lake with earth. It seems like a fool was running the city back then. The entire magical squad was involved. They tried to use magic to raise the earth and fill the lake. Now, looking back, you can understand that it was impossible. Depending on how many stones and earth went down to the bottom, the lake did not shrink. It endlessly swallowed earth and stones, and then rumors spread among the royal army that the lake was connected to hell. After the first week of attempts, monsters began to appear in legions, and then the army retreated. The plan failed. From that moment on, Jupiter first came so close to the lake, she warned that they should all be careful. David said that they would soon try to go deeper, at which point a real panic began in Lily. The system said they couldn't return until the next stop opened, but David knew about it. He has played this game an infinite number of times, so the system cannot intimidate him. The entrance was opened and he was the first to jump into the water, like a true leader. The system immediately gave several tips. First of all, you need to be attentive and not lose concentration in any situation. There was almost nothing visible around, but you could hear sounds. It seemed as if the darkness was approaching them. The team could not understand where the Lord was. They had a bad feeling about each other. David asked them to remain calm and turn on the lights, and Lucas was the first to do so. Soon, they could see each other and understand what was happening around them. With each passing minute, Lily continued to feel more panicked, although of course they tried to calm her down. They stood in front of the gate. David explained that this was the Kingdom of the Lake, a dungeon that is built underwater, as well as a monster nest that they must clear out today. They can all breathe and move around without any problems. A similar thing in the ancient magic that affects this realm. It's amazing to see with your own eyes how something so big can hide underwater. Lucas was the first to hear the unknown creature approaching and asked everyone to be quiet and get ready. They all understand that a serious battle could begin at any moment, so they must be ready for anything. Lily was already getting ready to return home, but David assured her not to worry, because it wasn't an enemy. This is their first time entering the dungeon, so this is probably an NPC who wants to talk to them. After this creature came closer, it turned out to be a woman. She said that this place did not have what they were looking for. This girl asked them to return to the mountain while they had the opportunity. Surprisingly, David had never seen her before. There are about 100 of them living in hell, which is an underwater dungeon. One random NPC should act as a guide. David started the game 742 times, but this woman never appeared here. He said that they came from the surface to destroy the bee nest. Because of the monsters that come out of here, the outside world is suffering greatly, and so they want to put an end to it. This woman said that the Lake Kingdom had long been plunged into darkness, and no one would ever be able to awaken it. An incredible number of heroes and great warriors tried to lift the curse from this place, but no one succeeded. That is why she advises them not to go into this darkness and to turn back before it is too late. At any moment, darkness could engulf them, and they could also lose their minds due to the smell of evil. David explained that he is the Lord of the Crossroads, a fortress city that exists to stop monsters, so he is responsible for protecting humanity. The dark doesn't scare him at all. If he were afraid of similar missions, he would have returned to the real world long ago. Therefore, they must enter and destroy this demon estate, which is why they have come such a long way. Of course, the door is closed and they can't get inside. If there is another way, they would like to get help. This girl looked intently into the Lord's eyes and after a few minutes agreed to help. She became curious to see if their words were truly filled with courage, or if they were just beautiful phrases. She told them to follow her, and when David asked her name, the girl replied that she didn't remember her name. If it's that important to them, They can call it nameless. David decided to believe her words and force the squad to follow her forward. Lucas was against this idea. He believes that they have no right to go after unknown persons because it could turn out to be a trap. David assured her that everything would be fine. He felt that she could be trusted. Soon she said that if the squad came here, they could get inside. It turned out that she led them to the sewer system. It's slippery there, so you have to be careful. I had to bend over and walk through a narrow tunnel for 5 minutes. Thus, they finally reached the dungeon of the Lake Kingdom. All the sewer drains are connected here. The pipes are dry, you can't hear the water dripping. The first area of the sewers is now open. It's a safe zone. Monsters can't get in here, so next time they can start from here. Seeing the opportunity to return home, Lily immediately said that she urgently needed to return to the city, but of course David was against it. Then, Nameless said that she would not go with them anymore. Now they had to rely only on themselves. David thanked her for her help. Finally, she decided to warn the brave that the Lake Kingdom had already been completely engulfed in horror. The further they advance, the thicker the darkness will become, and the monsters will become stronger. If her words still mean anything, she wants to give advice. Never turn off the lights. After that, Nameless left the squad and went away. Now they will not have an experienced leader. The darkness here has already begun to scare some members of the squad. Even with the help of his eyes, Demian cannot see anything more than a few meters away. It feels as if this darkness is alive and has a soul. It's amazing that this girl can move around this area without a flashlight. This dungeon is full of secrets, and even David, the one who was able to complete this game, does not know the answers to these questions. The only thing he is sure of now is that they will meet Nameless later, but it is unknown whether she will be their friend. Given the level of their team, there shouldn't be a problem with clearing. They decided to move forward full of optimism, although only David and Lucas were optimistic. The main structure of the dungeon is rooms and passages. In the rooms you can find some items, fight enemies, and talk to NPC. In the first room, a test awaited them. They saw huge rats. Of course, they had to be destroyed. These rats are on the 3rd level. It's a small problem, although there are quite a few of them. David immediately recognized the large sewer rats. He already knows that the enemy is not difficult, but you have to be careful. They probably took Lily with them for a reason. This girl is constantly scared and panicking. Now she almost lost consciousness at the sight of a rat. Lucas immediately went forward to attack these monsters. He will keep his distance and destroy those who get too close. Damien is also ready to get down to business. The skulls of these rats are very strong, so the main thing is to aim for the eyes or neck. David also asked the sorcerers not to waste a lot of mana. They should only attack those who broke through the defense of the Lucas. When he had given all his warriors a task, he decided to rest a bit and enjoy the action. There was something to look at, because the other members of the squad were working at their full potential. Each of them has their own strengths, and they are great at using them. Soon, all the rats were destroyed. They could not pose any serious problems for the professional squad. 13 rats were destroyed. Lucas is ready to collect magic crystals, but David believes that this is not necessary because they are of low level. Then he stopped for a while. The system said there were 14 rats in the room, so one was still alive. If they forgot to destroy this nasty creature, it could wait for the perfect moment and sneakily attack. As a result, that's exactly what happened. Oddly enough, the main target of this rat was the Lord. David managed to see the monster approaching and decided to activate his special glove. To do this, you had to play the lottery and win the jackpot. The blow came out really flawless. The team rat had never missed such a powerful right hook. Hitting the wall, his blood flew in different directions. A little more and his insides would have come out through his mouth. It turned out that he was very lucky to land a lucky hit. A number above 100 is a rarity. Lucas immediately made sure that everything was fine with the Lord. He understood that he had to protect him even in this situation. David explained that the prince's attack was caused by the fact that when members of the royal family are in danger, they can activate a superpower. He hopes that they will all believe this lie, and they can continue to move on. Of course, everyone else except Lucas began to doubt, but they continued to move forward nonetheless. There was no one in the next room. David said that there might be something hidden here, so you have to look carefully. Mr. Big Eyes found a chest. There must be some treasure there, but you have to be careful because it could be a trap. Jupiter's gold rush was immediately activated as soon as she heard about the treasures. Now no one can stop her. Even if it turns out to be a trap, this granny is too greedy. Soon the witch apologized. Every time she feels money, she loses control of herself. Now she can calmly give the chest to the Lord. It seems that he doesn't see that she has already put something in her pocket. The system reported that huge sewer rats were approaching them again. It didn't take them long. They easily cleaned the room and continued on their way. The next room is the boss's room, and this is where the fun begins. Once they can destroy it, they will be able to return home, so the squad must make every effort to do so. When they went inside, they smelled an incredible smell of blood and also saw a huge number of rats. Then they saw in front of them the largest rat in history, probably a splinter. He kept repeating that he had to destroy the other rats and return the Lake Kingdom to its best days. Damien has never encountered monsters that speak human language. At that moment, the huge rat heard some voices and thought that some rats were still alive. Before us is the rat boss. He is at level 15 and has incredibly high strength indicators. Oddly enough, he destroys the other rats because he believes he must kill them all. His name is Peleg. It's strange that a rat has a human name. Maybe later the reasons for this will become known. Seeing this, Lily started screaming, but immediately used her fire magic. This girl didn't even wait for orders from the Lord and other team members, but immediately began to act, out of panic. After that, Jupiter took up the matter. She also wants to demonstrate her strengths and stop the monsters herself. I'm not sure her strength will be enough to stop this giant, although she might be able to brown his skin a little. But it turns out that Jupiter shouldn't be underestimated. This grandma is still in great shape. Although Peleg wanted to destroy all the rats in the world, it seems that the time has passed for him to be destroyed. With the help of the two sorcerers working together, it turned out to be quite easy to destroy the boss. His resistance to sorcery was almost zero. If they tried to defeat him using physical properties, many problems would arise. After the rat was roasted, it was time to get its reward. A chest appeared in front of the team as a reward for clearing the boss room. Seeing the chest, David immediately realized that he needed to ask Lucas for help. Of course, it means holding Jupiter. That crazy woman always loses her mind when she sees treasures. In the chest, David found a sword for chopping rats. When you attack a monster with this weapon, your strength increases by 25%. Such a sword could really come in handy in a battle with rats, so David decided to give it to Lucas. Of course, this sword is not good enough to replace Lucas's main weapon, but it can still come in handy. Looking more closely at the chest, David found another interesting item, a scroll of summoning, an automatic turret defense. After all the rewards were collected, there was no point in staying here anymore. The happiest of all was Lily, because she always wanted to go home. The team went down the corridor that connected to the boss room, then the sewer ended. This is where the inner part of the Lake Kingdom begins. This is the second area. David said that they shouldn't be in too much of a hurry to return to their home because they still have work to do. This city became the embodiment of a magical community, a true reflection of a deep realm stuck in darkness. But in this developed city, there is absolutely no light. Just like no living creature, this city is silent and dead. Now they have unlocked the checkpoint in the hidden alley. This is the second area of the Dark Realm. Soon the system reported that they could not go outside this area for now. David was no longer going to fight the monsters. He knew that in that case everything could end very badly. They did a great job and destroyed the rat boss. After opening the second checkpoint, you can return home. Each of the characters received an increase in their current level, which is a great bonus for the achievement. The teleportation bridge was activated and they returned. As soon as the teleportation gate closed, it turned out that there were a lot of different creatures next to them. There was also a man in a mask there. This man was interested because he saw the legendary last player. This situation raises a huge number of questions. In any case, we will be interested to observe this in the future. Meanwhile, the team returned to the crossing town. David thanked them for their help and asked to rest tonight. Jupiter is not sure she will be able to sleep peacefully. It is difficult to accept the fact that a huge city is hidden under a lake. It's even hard to imagine what happened behind this city, especially considering the darkness that engulfed the city's life. This darkness was truly alive. Maybe David knows some answers to common questions. The Lord replied that he had nothing to add, even though he had completely completed the game, but he was not told why the Lake Kingdom became like this. But he has a premonition that he must go to the center of this city and uncover all its secrets. Jupiter is unlikely to be able to fall asleep tonight without a few glasses of delicious wine. Lily said she also wanted to have a drink. Again, circumstances forced them to drink alcohol. These girls can make great friends, but they need to be watched closely because their alcoholism can get out of control. Damien said he wanted to return to church. He still felt awkward after the Lake Kingdom. He is sure that if he prays and asks God for strength, it will become much easier for him. David said goodbye to the boy and ordered Lucas to return home. They also needed to get a good rest. They still have time before the next raid on the Lake Kingdom, so they must use this time to their advantage. Lucas was trying to figure out if they should go scouting and find out which monster would attack next. David replied that everything was already known about it. Next time they would fight against a squad of sewer rats. The Lake Kingdom is completely under the control of these creatures. First, they crawl into all research areas, and then they multiply. Their population reaches a limit, so there are too many of them, and then they crawl out of the dungeon and head to other areas. That is, the monsters they fought will be the Empire's next rivals, but now we need to rest and not think about it. David and Lucas returned to the estate and asked Ader to cook something delicious. But this guy panicked and started saying that they had a disaster. He said that the reinforcements that were supposed to come from a neighboring city would not come to her aid until the next battle. The central and eastern cities of the Empire said they could not send troops. David tried to understand the reason for this situation, and at that moment everyone heard a voice from Lucas's stomach. He immediately began to apologize for his indecent behavior, but everything can be solved with a delicious dinner. David can't solve this problem right now anyway, so there's no point in screaming and panicking. We can talk about it tomorrow. The next morning, after a good rest, David returned to the topic. Eider tried to explain that a war had recently begun on the Western Front, and that the Empire was currently fighting the enemy. They gather all the free soldiers and send them east to support the army. That's why there are no reinforcements they could send to the crossing. But David is sure that something is wrong here. The Empire is constantly waging wars, regardless of the weather, time of year, and season, meaning there is a constant war with neighboring states. But for some reason now, they need all the soldiers of the West, and most importantly, this happened at the moment when David asked for reinforcements. He hoped that the Ader could find mercenaries, but the boy said that they were trying to hire everyone who wanted to, but there were too few of them. Their last battle had only ended a few days ago. It would be foolish to expect the mercenary guild to fill up immediately. Now David has to figure out what to do, because without soldiers he won't be able to win battles. He didn't like that Ader was constantly smiling like a mentally retarded guy. He asked him to think about this problem too. They shouldn't worry about themselves now, only the next mission is important to them. Ader replied that he had one idea, although it was not as easy as it might seem at first glance. He asked the Lord to follow him, but before they set off, Lucas approached them. He tried to understand where David and his secretary were going. Maybe they needed help. It turned out that they were heading to the past Lord. David also found out about this only now. The previous Lord is called the Margrave Cross. First, we need to explain who the Margraves are. In short, they are counts who protect the border. They have great powers compared to ordinary counts, as they are ordered to protect the front from enemies, monsters, and natural disasters. In other words, they are not just nobles, but military commanders who are also responsible for the defense of the region. From the moment people began to cross the crossing, Margrave Cross was always in charge here, and the city was named in his honor. The Cross family laid the road and built a fortress city from the mountain, and so the legendary was formed. This count was born into an influential family and had defended this place for a long time since its creation. But why did he leave this position? The southern front is far from the center, to be honest. Here the Margrave has much more influence than the emperor himself. But Cross resigned from his position as lord and transferred the city to the control of the center, so David took his place. He gave up the land that had been passed down from generation to generation, and that is very strange. Eider said he couldn't tell it briefly, so it's better to hear this story from Cross. Soon they approached his estate. The Margrave lives not far from the intersection. From the very beginning, this place was just a vacation home, but after he left his position, he moved here permanently. Looking around, it seems that no one lives here, but the Eider assured that the Margrave is right here. Soon, an old man with a gray beard noticed the guests and asked them what they wanted. He was very unhappy that unknown people had come here again and ordered them to flee immediately. This is exactly what Margrave Cross is. Eider immediately reminded his old acquaintance of himself and informed him that he had come to visit him with his friends. David couldn't believe that this was really the former lord of the city. He had the impression that he was some old alcoholic. The Margrave was unhappy that guests had come to him again. He asked the Eider not to bring anyone here. The secretary asked to talk to his friends for a little while and introduced Cross to the new lord of the city. David smiled and said that he was very pleased to meet the legendary person. He also said that he was the youngest son of the emperor. Despite the fact that the lord is a tyrant prince, he cannot have bad relations with the count. David said that they had come to talk for a while, and at that moment the Margrave ordered him to get out of here. The lord certainly didn't expect such a conversation. He thought they would immediately find a common language. This old man would not listen to the new lord and continued to order him to get out of his territory. The Everblack Empire is a state with a strict caste system. Almost everyone knows about it. But even if the Margrave was the main one in these lands, he had no right to forget about the formalities in a conversation with the prince. David tried to remind him of the hierarchy, but Cross drew his weapon and prepared for battle. In such a strict empire with its laws, everyone understands what it means to raise a weapon against a member of the imperial family. This means that someone has definitely lost their mind or forgotten to take a pill, and crazy people should be avoided. David is ready to leave, but he will definitely come back and hopes that next time they can have a normal conversation. The Margrave ordered him never to return to this land and to leave him alone. The Margrave's full name is Charles Cross, and he has never appeared in the Empire Defense game before. But the reason David doesn't know him is because he's the father of the best tank in the game, Evangeline Cross. Evangeline has incredible skills and is one of the most popular characters of the highest rank. Surely this old alcoholic has a good side. Maybe in the future they can become friends. The Margrave has his own personal army, an elite detachment of soldiers who remain loyal only to him. If they can convince the Count, it could really help them solve their problems. Ader said that there is one way. Sometimes only an alcoholic can understand another alcoholic. This is hard to accept. David tries to lead a righteous and noble life, but this world does not allow him to be right. In the evening, David decided to return to the territory of this crazy old fool. Charles Cross was incredibly angry and immediately grabbed his weapon and prepared to cruelly punish the young prince. He warned David never to come here again. But it turned out that David did not come empty-handed. He brought with him a huge number of bottles of alcohol. It is unknown where he got so many drinks. The young prince smiled and said that this was what the Margrave loved most of all. The emperor's third son, Mark, in whose body is David, is a real wild boy who loves to drink, seduce women, and fight. A man like him would never have come empty-handed, of course. He brought a large amount of expensive booze with him. He suggested that the Margraves start their acquaintance from the beginning and have a drink together. Of course, the old man immediately agreed to such an offer. He invited the prince to his place and asked him not to forget about the knockout. It's great that old people are very predictable. Now the conversation should be much more productive. Upon entering, David immediately smelled a strong odor of alcohol. But this should not have surprised him. Charles was happy. He hadn't had good company for a long time to drink delicious whiskey or tequila. David was surprised that the glasses were clean. The Margrave said that even if the house was a complete mess, the insects should always be clean. You could say that this is a kind of respect for alcohol, especially for the whiskey of the first year of the Peacemaker. This drink is almost priceless. Peacemaker is the middle name of the current emperor, which means that this drink was made in the year of his coronation. And it also means that this drink is incredibly expensive, so Charles should be happy. David brought this drink so that the elder would treat him much more kindly than during the first meeting. The Margrave was very pleased. It was exactly the wonderful taste he had expected from this expensive drink. They had finished their first bottle of whiskey, and David decided it was time to talk business. It turned out not to be so simple. Charles asked him not to change the subject. Otherwise, he would be forced to expel him again. David asked to give him something to eat, but it seems that this alcoholic always drinks on an empty stomach. Soon, he went to another room and brought something for the guest. It was dried fruit. It turned out that Charles has his own orchard where he grows various fruits. So he not only does alcohol extraction but also does some housework. You could say it's his hobby. It tasted absolutely awful, too sour and tasteless. It's unclear how you could even eat it. Charles said that it was rude to spit out what he had grown so diligently. It was disrespectful to him. But as soon as he tasted these dried fruits, he immediately felt approximately the same emotions as David. He had been diligently growing fruit in his garden for a whole year, and this was the result. After that, he said it was better to keep knocking back the whiskey and forget about food. The crossing is located in the southern part of the continent. The days are long here, and the land is fertile. Rumor has it there is no better place to grow fruit. That's why it's so strange to realize that these fruits taste terrible. But anything you plant on these lands will grow in abundance, even without support. But of course, if they aren't attacked by monsters every day, because that's a real problem. Monsters destroy fields and kill farmers. But even when monsters die, black energy seeps out of them and seeps into the ground. After that, the entire area becomes infected, the land becomes cursed, and all plants wither and die. That is why there are almost no fields left around the fortress city. Markgraf looked at his vocals with a worried look. He looked at the golden alcohol made from fruits and grains that would never grow in these lands. He gardens because everyone has to do at least one stupid thing in life. His foolish act is growing fruit and maintaining a garden. Now he won't be able to get drunk even if he wants to, but he's used to it. David again started trying to talk to him about a serious topic. Charles reminded him that he did not want to change the subject of the conversation. David said that he was ready to be kicked out of this house, but he would still say what he had to. Monsters are trying to enter their territory again. Their numbers have increased and are constantly increasing. The last time they fought 1,000 living armors, this battle took many lives, but they still achieved a positive result. They stopped the enemy, but the fortress walls were badly damaged, and there were incredibly few soldiers left. Now they are in desperate need of military support. They really need the soldiers who are under the command of Charles Cross. The elder calmly replied that there were no soldiers under his command, but David knew everything about the Cross family's personal army. Charles explained that he had friends whom he had trained and shared the battlefield with all his life. But when he renounced his title, laid down his spear and shield, they also abandoned their military affairs. They are all retired now, although David is certainly trying to get them called back to do the hard work. The Margrave showed the sour dried fruit and said that it wouldn't work, because this land wasn't worth defending. Charles asked not to waste innocent lives trying to defend this worthless front line. It is better to evacuate the city before it is too late. This is being said by a man who belongs to an influential family that has made it their duty to protect these lands. After a short pause, Charles Cross asked the prince why he had come south. Everyone is dying here, there is no hope for the future, so the count advises the young prince to leave here immediately before it's too late. For soon it may be too late, for the curse of this land will eat him whole. Lucas hoped that the Lord had managed to convince the old alcoholic to help, but David said that his plan had failed. The Lord said that he only received a bag of dried fruits from the elder, which tasted very sour. Surely this count had to go through some difficult moments in his life. David hopes that Lucas might know something about the man's past that broke him so much. Ader said that David should hear all this from the Margrave personally, but in reality David learned nothing. In any case, beliefs remain beliefs. Now David and his men must do everything in their power to protect the city. They must repair the wall and prepare for battle. No matter what cards he has in his hand, the monsters will come and they will have to be stopped. David must give it his all and kill monsters with all his might, so he must return to the city and get to work. The next stage is approaching. The next morning, David immediately began planning the repair work. Workers had only recently finished breaking open a huge sword left behind by the living armor boss. Today, they will clean up the trash and start repairing the wall. David asked not to throw away the fragments of the sword, but to spread them out in front of the wall. It would make a wonderful partition, perfect for stopping rats. It will take longer than expected to fully repair the wall, as the wall is in worse condition than they anticipated. David was told that it could take about 10 days, although there was still a week until the next fight. There is absolutely no time. Of course, you can't repair the partition wall, which is the embodiment of imperial architecture, in a few minutes. David said that he would take care of the materials and the workers, and they should do their best to finish the renovation within a week. The prince understands that this task is almost impossible to accomplish, but he has no other choice. This is not a mistake or a hallucination. An army of 3,000 level 5 rats is approaching them, so it won't be sweet. The 3,000 dog-sized rats they encountered during their free exploration were too many, so they need the wall of this fortress because without it, it will be almost impossible to defend the city. The leader of the workers said that they would try to do it, but it was noticeable that he was upset because he understood how difficult the task was. David thanked him for his hard work and sacrifice and asked the other workers to work harder. For the past few days, he had been repairing the wall during the day and drinking cross-country with the Margrave at his house at night. There was no conversation between him and the Count, only alcohol and silence around. The line of defense steadily, every day, became stronger. Of course, there were also disadvantages to such a life, as the prince's liver steadily became weaker. He poured alcohol into his stomach for a huge number of hours, and after 4 days of such a life, the Margrave finally began to speak. He asked David if he had the person he loved. It was a strange question. At first, David didn't understand anything, but the player repeated his words. David immediately thought about this question. It seemed to him that there was no one he loved. In his world, even before he became a streamer, he was always alone. No one particularly loved him. And he also didn't love anyone in return, meaning he was a rather lonely person. After that, he began his streaming activities and rapidly gained an audience, and then the guy began to receive love from viewers. But this love was never mutual. In any case, no matter how much he thought, he could not find the person he loved. Margrave Cross said that he must have had a very difficult life, and this angered the boy. It's strange to hear this from someone who constantly drinks alcohol alone. Not deciding to ask him a counter question, Charles replied that he had been in love, but that was before. He loved his wife very much. She was the only one he loved throughout his life, but she died 3 years ago. She was torn apart by monsters in the garden, and they even had to hold a funeral with an empty coffin. There is a curse that is passed down to every lord of these lands, but David has never heard of it. This city, or you, there will come a time when everyone has to choose one thing. There have never been any exceptions. No one could escape this curse. Not the First Lords, not Charles' grandfather, not even his father. As he told this story, His hands began to tremble, even despite the large amount of alcohol he had consumed beforehand. This moment also came for him, when for several decades there was practically no activity observed among the monsters. The city was quiet, but there was no income. And due to financial problems, Charles had no choice but to open his own business. My wife said they needed to get into farming. It was a pretty interesting idea. War had broken out in the northern lands, and so the empty and peaceful lands of the south seemed like an ideal option. Monsters appeared rarely, so the land was almost unpolluted. They thought this land would be ideal for farming. Therefore, the family decided to expand their possessions. Rumors about this land spread around, and people began to flock here from different cities. There were few monsters they could easily defend themselves, so for a while everything went well and their garden flourished. Like a true lady, his wife took the initiative to plant trees and sow the land in the most dangerous places. He still remembers the grapes she fed him with dirty hands. The fruit they grew the first year was terrible, but it was sweeter than anything else in this world. For a moment, Charles even had hope that perhaps he would be able to forget about killing monsters. Instead, he could work in the fields, pick fruit, and earn a living. He wondered if such a life was possible. But of course, as it turned out in the not-too-distant future, such a life turned out to be impossible. Then, in their second year of farming, they received information that 100 huge monsters were approaching the city. Charles hurried back to the intersection. His wife stayed behind to watch the garden and asked him to be careful. Only after arriving in the city did he learn the terrible truth that the monsters decided to split up. A small pack of monsters separated from the main group and decided to attack agriculture. The main group of monsters was already attacking the city, and Charles had to make a choice. He must choose whether to save his wife on the farm or protect tens of thousands of city residents. Everyone probably guessed what this man chose. No additional clues were even needed. He chose the city, just like his ancestors. He chose the city because principles and rules told him so. He defended the fort and fought the monsters. They were able to win after several hours of fighting. But by the time he returned home very quickly, the fields had already been destroyed and all the people had been killed. A small pack of monsters tore hundreds of people apart, including his wife, of course. Margrave Cross was true to his calling, and in return lost what was dear to him. It is not known what the problem was: a reliable line of defense protecting the border, or too large a territory of possessions. He thinks it's 100% his fault, but that's not even what hurts him the most. What kills him from the inside is the fact that at that difficult moment he left his wife and chose the city. His daughter called him crazy. She never understood how he could choose the city over his wife. A few days later, she left the place. That's what he got for protecting the intersection. His wife died, and his daughter left him. Now he is forced to rot in his estate in loneliness. And this is just one example. The curse of this city has existed for more than a decade. David must have heard by now that the intersection is also called the City of Graves. That's right. This city is built on bones. It will also force the young prince to make a choice. In order to protect these lands, there will inevitably come a time when you will have to sacrifice something precious for the sake of it. David listened attentively and didn't answer anything. It seemed like it sounded not like a curse but like a prediction. As a prediction of the inevitable cause and effect of the future. The Charles family has tried to live with this curse for many years, but they can no longer do so. Charles is not going to pass this curse on to his daughter, and David understands this perfectly. So it turns out that he resigned to protect his daughter from inheriting the position of lord. Charles wants his daughter to leave these cursed lands once and for all and live freely and happily. He's talking about the SSR rank tank, Evangeline Cross, the character that David wanted so badly to get. Charles already understands that the young lord has come to ask for the city's help. He had already defended this territory enough, and because of this he had lost a lot, even more than he should have. That's why he explained to the guy that he no longer wanted to interfere in this process. In Charles's eyes, reflected in his glass of whiskey, there was no pride in the fact that he had dedicated his life to protecting the front line. In his eyes, one could only see regret that he was not there with his wife when she died. He wants to die in this garden, not on the walls of the fortress. This is enough to refuse David's offer. Charles told the young prince the whole truth, a sign of gratitude for staying with him, but now David must go. The elder gave him one last piece of advice. If such a moment ever comes for him in the future, he should think carefully before making a choice. David should not regret his decision, just like Charles. And their conversation ended there, and the Lord returned to the city. It's now the 5th day of wall repairs, 2 days before the next phase begins, and the workers are really doing a great job. He allowed them to take a break and enjoy a delicious lunch. As expected, the Lord was quite generous to the people, so they very quickly improved their attitude towards him. Of course, there were people who were upset because they weren't given some alcohol for dinner, and David immediately asked them to shut up and eat in silence. Since he gave enough workers, they should have time to get everything done before the monster invasion begins. The temporary wall repairs will be completed in 2 days, so far everything is going well. The most difficult aspect is over. Now we need to move on to some more interesting nuances. The Lord will be able to use the magical summoning scroll that was found in the last expedition. It can only be used after studying it in the alchemical workshop. Today, the study by Sugva was completed. David confirmed in the system that he wants to use this item. Expectations are quite high. Now David has gained the summoning magic skill, an automatic defensive turret. Finally, he will be able to use the item obtained from the chest and the mana core, so all the necessary ingredients are collected. Now he has to choose a place where he wants to install the turret. It won't take much time. So far, everything looks pretty promising. It seems like the intersection will be ready for the monster attack in 2 days. The turret was installed very quickly. This weapon really looks very threatening to monsters. Everyone is happy. The alchemist believes that this is a technology of magical architecture lost 100 years ago. David thanked everyone for their help. Thanks to them, the defensive line is getting stronger and stronger. He asked them to continue in the same direction and then they would taste victory again. He sees a wonderful mood in the eyes of all these people and hopes that it will continue to be the same. Now, it's time to move on to the next stop, the Forge. Armor was ordered there to protect against monster attacks. It seems that everything is going according to plan. It was made with the Ghost Knight's mana core as the main ingredient. David doesn't really like that her strength is at a fairly weak level, but in any case, she is more useful than expected. This equipment was ordered personally for Lucas. He almost cried when he found out about it. I guess we should give him gifts more often. David immediately thanked the blacksmith for the wonderful work. The man was also happy because he was able to work with good material for the first time in a long time. If the Lord trusts him again, he will do everything in the best quality, so David can order anything at any time. Creating equipment plays a big role in the game. The young prince must come to the forge very often. After that, David turned to Lucas and said that they should go to the western part of the city. Something important was happening there. On the western field of the fortress city, the sounds of cannon shots could be heard in memory of those who died in battle. It was a burial place for warriors who gave their own lives for the empire. New graves were covered with earth, under carefully placed monuments. This time there were not so many deaths, but it is difficult to look at these statistics with optimism, because these are still people who lost their lives. The Lord has always organized everything at the highest level. There can be no complaints about him in this regard. Today passed like a second. As always happens when you have a large amount of tasks ahead of you. It turned out that David had spent most of the city budget on these burials. He also organized compensation payments to the families of fallen soldiers, a truly royal way to spend money. But this is the front line, a place where lives are washed away like a muddy dam during the rainy season. There will come a time when the Lord can no longer hide what is happening with good deeds. But is the game really here to say just that? Maybe he ran out of alcohol at home because there are never many bottles of whiskey. Sometimes he comes here to have a drink alone, but that's not what he's here for today. He asked his former comrades for their opinions, asked if they would like to defend the city. They all said they wanted to do it, and were ready to return soon to fight again for the fortress city of the Crossing. This is the best news David has heard in a while. He was very happy to hear these words from the Margrave. It is unknown whether these grandfathers will be able to help the city enough, but they are already preparing for the upcoming battle. Now David must take full responsibility for them, treat them well, and respect them. David began to thank the elder for his help and said that he would never forget his deed. The game was very strict, so the young prince could not understand how to get closer to him. That's why he couldn't believe that this man would really help him. Honestly, it was completely unexpected. That's probably all Charles Cross can do for the city, but it's enough. He wished the new lord good luck and asked him to take care of the city and its inhabitants in the future. David thanked the previous lord for his help and promised to do everything possible to ensure success. He also promised to come visit whenever he needed the advice of a wise friend. Charles asked to bring whiskey with him. David said he would also bring some medicinal herbs with him because he was worried about his health. But Charles replied that he didn't need this nonsense. After that, he calmly looked at the boy, turned around, and started walking home. David wanted to stop him even though he was old. He was still the Margrave Cross, who had defended this front all his life. He could have helped a lot in this battle, but he has already lost too much in this place. That is why the young prince did not dare to ask him to take part in the battle and only watched him go. He watched and believed that next time they would talk longer, and he would give him some more wise advice. David looked at this experienced man and did not even realize that their next meeting would never happen. 2 days passed. The day of the great battle arrived. Everything was ready from the very morning. The wall repair was completed on time. Of course, some things weren't done very well, but it had to be done for the sake of speed, so now the wall will do its job. All preparations were completed on time, and there were more than enough materials. The army became stronger by about 300 qualified soldiers. They said that from the very beginning their number was more than 1,000 professional warriors. But in the end, David is still happy because the number is much larger than he expected to see. The weapons are already waiting to destroy the monsters. David is sure that today everything will go according to plan. He decided to reorganize the kill box, which was the key to victory in the first part of the last battle. Everything really started out perfectly. David already wanted to see the monsters on the horizon as soon as possible, which he would soon destroy together with his army. Soon the time came, and the masked man appeared on the stage again. He is already approaching the fortress territory, so everything will begin soon. How many minutes before this did the scout return to the fortress city? This is classic practice for any army. He warned that the monsters were approaching. There were a lot of them, and they all looked very angry. It seems like they were deliberately not fed for several days to make them even hungrier and more cruel. With 10 minutes left until the start of the second stage, David warned the warriors that everything would begin soon, and they should all prepare for battle. The preparations were perfect, everything was done on time, and everyone knew their personal mission in this battle. In all the time he had been playing this game, there had never been a situation like this where everything was fine from the very beginning. Soon, David saw this clown on the horizon. It seemed that he came alone. The Lord was a little confused because he couldn't figure out who it was. He tried to show this character to Lucas, but at that moment he disappeared from his field of vision. In this case, you need to ask for help from a person who sees everything in the world. For example, Demian. It turned out that this guy with incredible eyesight also couldn't see anything. Maybe it was all just a hallucination, but if not, someone was really there. David had never seen this character before, but he forgot about it now, because the ground began to tremble, and he realized that the monsters were approaching. He must remain calm regardless of whether he has hallucinated or not. He should also ignore the number of these nasty rats. The only thing he can do is stop them. The artillery prepared to launch an attack on the monsters. Each one of them was ready and waiting for the signal. Soon David ordered to open fire. The guns began to fire almost without stopping. And now these disgusting creatures will feel the power of empires and will understand that it is better to return to the sewers. They have no armor or any magical protection, so they become easy targets. David watched from a bird's eye view and was very pleased with the start. Almost 100 rats were destroyed from the first attack. They are quite weak opponents. Their strength is numbers. We must admit that their number is really extremely high, which makes it even difficult for them to leave because there are too many of them. In other words, by directing attacks at a single target, you can destroy a large number of enemies at once. Almost 30 minutes had passed since the beginning of the battle, and with the help of the system, David saw that he had already destroyed a third of the rat army. There were so many corpses that the rats could use them to climb through the kill box. No one thought about this before the battle began, but now it's too late to panic. The wooden walls could not withstand such an influx of rats and began to break down. Destroying the kill box was not part of the Lord's plans, but in any case, thanks to this, a third of the rat army was destroyed. David ordered the artillerymen to change their target and prepare the ballistae. The kill box was formed far from the fort walls, the ground behind it littered with obstacles. So far, everything is fine, but David still missed something. It turned out that rats are very fast. It is almost impossible to shoot them accurately. This nuance is obvious, but everyone forgot about it. The running speed of the fourth monster was indeed extraordinary. The Lord should have known about it in advance. If nothing changes, there will be many more rats that manage to reach the wall than he expected. A weapon came to the rescue, which was formed thanks to a gift in the chest. Perhaps it will change the situation. An automatic defense turret should make these hellish creatures roast on the grill. Even David didn't expect it to be this large-scale. It's obvious that automatic turret defense is best suited for defense. But no matter how strong and powerful it is, it will not be able to protect the entire front. In addition, the turret had almost completely used up all its shells and entered a rollback state. The Lord looked at the front and was worried because there were too many opponents. They are approaching the fortress walls very quickly. The remains of the Ghost Knight's great sword help, but it's not enough. It's only a matter of time before these monsters approach the city walls. Close combat is probably inevitable, so there will be casualties among the soldiers. At this moment, an extremely large explosion occurred on the front line. Judging by the Lord's reaction, this didn't exactly go according to plan, because he wasn't expecting it. These hits were almost perfect, immediately sending a huge number of monsters to hell. He couldn't understand who did it until he saw that now legendary warriors were fighting on their side. His army, the result of recruiting old warriors with great experience, turned out to be even stronger than expected. They were constantly with the soldiers and acted as mentors. These people also assured the prince that he didn't need to worry about anything, because they would take care of the soldiers. David was pleased and happily trusted these experienced warriors. They were exactly what was needed. Now the defense continues to do its job. So far everything is going great. With the help of the Margrave's army, the soldiers effectively attacked the sewer rats. Everyone is probably wondering what the members of the Lord's team are doing at this time. Are they really resting and doing nothing? Lucas leads the front line. He is always close to the soldiers and ready to give orders or support the warriors. If David proposes some general plan of action, then Luke always gives commands that correspond to his orders. Even if ignorance of the combat techniques of this world leads to bad orders, Lucas always understands the whole point and gives precise instructions to the soldiers. This main character is very capable, and without him there is almost no chance of defending the Empire. Damien is of course also focused on his tasks. No one can shoot more accurately than this young warrior. Slowly but very confidently, he makes holes in the heads of the rats approaching the wall. Since the Demian's strength lies in long-range shooting, it seems that his ability is less significant in large-scale battles. But this is not true at all because in this case the number of kills does not matter. He still does a great job. Lily is also with the others. She is responsible for managing the artifacts, gives clear orders and constantly monitors the situation using his experience. It's always nice to watch her give strict orders and drive in different directions with a serious expression on her face. It seems like she's doing everything she can to get the Lord to look at her and see how actively she's working. We must apologize to her, because if she didn't want to finish her service, she is all the Empire needs. The next and final member of the team, Jupiter, lies down and does nothing but drink alcohol and smoke tobacco roots. The Lord told her to take a break, but other than that, she would always be ready for battle. But this was too much. Jupiter said that her back hurts too much when she tries to gather a large amount of mana. The Lord can't even yell at her because she's too precious a sorcerer in his army. Overall, thanks to everyone's help, except for Jupiter, of course, everything is going well, despite the fact that the front line is approaching. The power of the automatic turret was incredible. With its help, a large number of rats were destroyed. David constantly walked near this weapon and licked it, in the literal sense of the word. If everything continues at the same pace, the cleanup of this stage will go very smoothly. Will this be the first time they've been able to clear a location with almost no losses? We only have a difficult game like Empire Defense. Not everything is perfect. David should have understood this from the very beginning. Soon, he finally saw the same clown, although before it seemed to him that it was a hallucination. He immediately ordered the system to create a map of the area. With this, he very quickly saw that an enemy NPC was approaching him, and this was only in the second stage of the game. During defense, a large number of different events can occur, as all sorts of variables make the game more interesting. An invasion by a hostile NPC is one such option. Whether it's an NPC from the Lake Kingdom or the Empire, they can all cause big problems. But now the game is only in its second stage, so David didn't expect this at all. It's not yet time for events. There's not even that stupid director next to him to ask why he even developed such a game. Now David was sure that this was not a hallucination, although of course he had to make sure of this with the help of Demian. The guy saw this clown very quickly. He called him a bard. That's what they call singers or poets, lone performers of their own songs. When the Lord heard confirmation of his suspicions, he immediately ordered an immediate attack on him. Damien was against this plan. He said that it was wrong to attack a person who did not look like a monster at all. David assured that this needed to be done. He was sure that this was an NPC from the Lake Kingdom, and his costume was a branded bard bow. Now finally the young prince remembered this character. He said that Damien should shoot him before the bard played his flute. So if he doesn't want to see a huge number of people die, he needs to do it right now. It turned out that it was already too late, because the music of a flute could already be heard from a great distance. David should have immediately trusted his intuition and not believed that it was all a hallucination. He should have destroyed this NPC from the very beginning. Now he has already started playing his musical instrument, so let's see what this will lead to. The soldiers looked carefully behind the front line of battle and tried to understand what was happening. Everyone was surprised because they saw that the huge rats had stopped. After that, after a few minutes of pause, they began to act as a coordinated mechanism and move towards one point. Panic began in the fortress city, and while before everyone was calm and confident, now there is no trace of it left. He tried to understand where the enemy army was heading. Lucas immediately informed the Lord that the rat's target was the center of the wall. It was in the center of the wall that they recently made repairs, so this is the weakest link in the fortress. David immediately ordered all ballistae and cannons to be re-aimed and the entire firepower of the army to be used. The shooting began without warning. The soldiers realized that this was a very urgent matter and did not even wait for the Lord's order. The problem is that from the very beginning it was already noticeable that they did not have time to stop these crazy monsters. The change in their behavior and movements was too unexpected, and the military was unprepared for it. At first, it wasn't entirely clear what these rats were trying to do because they shouldn't have enough strength to break the wall. The young prince watched them as if they were crazy people who had lost their minds. But the rats didn't care what the human lord thought of them. They continued to carry out the bard's orders. These sewers tried to break the wall with their heads, and it was hard to believe even for the soldiers. It seems like they've gone crazy. At first it even seemed like it was for the best, and now victory would be easy. But David began to suspect that these rats knew what they were doing. They were hitting the very spot where the repairs had been completed just a few hours ago. All employees gave their 200%, but it was impossible to do everything perfectly in this limited time. It was decided to focus only on filling the gaps, so the appearance of crevasses was inevitable. Sewer rats are trying to squeeze into the crevices that were created during the renovation, which is why they are banging their heads against the wall. They also try to bend metal with their claws and gnaw through stone with their teeth, and of course, they dig up the fort wall. No other monster in this terrible world has coped with this task better than the sewer rat. Although at first glance it seemed absurd, the helpless lord very quickly realized that this plan was brilliant. It was also clear that they were obeying the bard. Without this character, the battle would have been over long ago. Maybe David thought so, but at that moment it seemed that this singer looked as if he was actually laughing. NPC from the Lake Kingdom, Bart. He controls monsters with the help of a flute. He is also called the Rat Catcher, and if the Lord wants to win this battle, he must kill this character. Of course, in order to do this from a long distance, he needs the help of the one who shoots the most accurately of all the warriors in the world. He looked at Damien and didn't tell him to shoot this character, but the guy was visibly nervous. It is not the first time that it is noticeable that when the moment of truth comes and one has to take responsibility, Damien loses confidence in his own abilities. It seems that this time he aimed too long, so long that even David started screaming. You can't let the bard see the danger because then this guy will immediately disappear from sight. In this stupid way, they lost the opportunity to kill this scoundrel once and for all. Tears immediately appeared in Damien's eyes. He apologized to the Lord and explained that he could not shoot a person, even if he was an enemy. This is quite expected behavior from Demians, but there are still quite a few people among their enemies, so these views need to change. He will have to fight humans in the future anyway, so if he can't change, his fighting ability will be reduced by half. He even said that they would talk about it later because right now they needed to focus on the battle and solve another problem. The prince asked all the soldiers to fire at the center of the enemy army. He also immediately called Jupiter and said that he needed her. It was time to act. After a few glasses of sloppy whiskey, this granny is ready to even fight Zeus and carry out any order of the Lord. David ordered her to grill the rats and make them regret crawling out of their sewers. The power of lightning immediately began to attack the monsters. For them, it turned out to be even more cruel than the punishment of fire. At this point, you need to keep pressing and not relax. So David asked Lily to feed the flamethrower artifacts. We need to do everything very quickly and demonstrate the maximum potential of military power. For Lily, this is not a problem. Soon the artifacts of fire were prepared. Combined with the power of lightning, it would be a hellish cocktail. If it was difficult for rats to avoid cannon attacks before, now it is almost impossible to avoid being roasted. It was a pleasure for the lord of the fortress city to watch this. Although it was difficult for the rats, they began to gather in one place, which made it possible to make a new kill box in that place. David laughed with an expression on his face, as if Satan had possessed him. He said he would play them like children and then destroy them. But soon his smile disappeared. The system displayed information about the boss that had previously been under a question mark. It turned out that they were about to meet an elite rat warrior. This monster is at level 30, and he came not alone, but with his friends. 3 huge giant rats have arrived with a new army of small rats. This combo can destroy the fortress. Their goals are quite clear. They are trying to continue what the first wave of mutant warriors started. David ordered them to be stopped, but looking at these huge titans, it seems that only King Kong and Godzilla can stop them. The soldiers were scared, so I had to shout to bring them back to normal. If the fortress gates are broken and the enemy begins to enter the city, the situation will approach a critical point. These rats look at least twice as big as the rat boss that David and his team took down in the sewers. If such giants start attacking the wall, There will be no chance of stopping them. Now the soldiers are using every available opportunity to kill these mutants. Special weapons, magical tools, and cannon shells, all aimed at the enemy. This turned out to be enough to destroy one of these titans, and that can already be considered an incredible success. David ordered the warriors not to stop and to continue at the same pace. That's not all. Killing the titans is a priority. He asked us to forget about saving shells and to shoot without any pauses. Then he turned to the people who control the mana multiplier. This artifact will help increase Jupiter's power. Now all these magical tricks are extremely necessary. The fate of the confrontation depends on them. The power of lightning began to attack the enemy army again, and again fried 100 rats. This power was incredible. The rats literally melted like cheese, but even that wasn't enough to stop the titans. Given the distribution of this school, even that wasn't enough to completely destroy the main threat. In this case, you should immediately request reinforcements for a lightning attack, making a flamethrower from a lily. The girl replied that there was a problem with this, because the artifact was still on recharge. The Lord said that he was well aware of this, but he still needed her to turn on the artifact. She knew she needed to retire because these worries were weighing her down too much, but she didn't expect to be involved in such brutal battles. Her fire was indeed incredibly hot and was able to ignite the skin of a titan rat. This proved to be enough to destroy him, leaving the last titan standing. It must be destroyed, and it seems that Lucas is ready to enter the scene and complete this main task. He has been waiting for his moment of glory for a long time, and it seems that now it has come. The perfect time to use the sword. This blow was well aimed and was able to wound the titan but not enough to kill the rat. We'll have to be a little more accurate and land one more shot. That should be enough for victory. If you need accuracy, you immediately know that you need to turn to Damien, which is exactly what David did. The aiming arrow flew towards the huge rat. There is no doubt that it will be a well-aimed shot. That's exactly what happened. Damien was able to hit the monster right in the eye. It seemed that victory was now guaranteed, but it turned out that this huge rat was not ready to die so quickly. He still has the strength to move forward. It seems like he was born in hell. These are probably his last remaining strength, but he is ready to sacrifice himself in order to break the fortress wall. We must admit that his plan worked. Even though these were the last seconds of his life, he did what was necessary. He was a commander who had fought monsters his whole life, and he could immediately understand that something was wrong. There was something very strange about this invasion, but only an experienced warrior could sense it. The attack was different from those that came before, not only in the number of monsters but also in their combination. Instead of groups of different types of monsters, a single army has arrived, and that's what looks strange. Now Charles understood why the Lord, the youngest of the princes, had asked him so much for help. It was hard to believe that things could not go according to plan for such a person. But now the old man had different thoughts in his head. He saw how dangerously close the monsters had gotten, and he thought about helping people. At that moment, an episode immediately emerged in his memory from the moment he returned home and saw that his wife had been killed. It was hard for him to remember it, and he decided that he would not help the army. He was retired, so there was no need to go into battle. He returned to his garden and thought that this was the place where he would always want to die. It was at this moment that something happened that made him think again. He heard a very loud bang. It was not difficult to guess that a huge rat had broken through the walls of the fortress. No, he doesn't want to fight anymore. He wants to return to his garden and think about the past. To think about how good it was for him to live here with his wife. To remember those glorious times when he was lord of the city. This time he would return to his wife. He asked her to wait, because this time he would definitely protect her. Meanwhile, a real panic began in the fortress city. David issued a difficult but correct order. He gave permission for an urgent evacuation. This must happen very quickly because as soon as the fortress walls could not stand it, the rat army immediately began to approach the city. With the exception of a minimal number of archers and artillery, everyone else who is ready to fight is ordered to go down. Lucas accepted the order from the commander and led the army to engage in close combat. The cannons did not stop and continued to fire. They must destroy the maximum number of monsters before the fighting begins in the city. David looked at Jupiter and said that he was giving her complete freedom of action. The main thing was to kill the maximum number of enemies. Once she accumulates enough mana, she can wreak real chaos here. Lily reported that only speed artifacts are ready for battle right now. In order to attack monsters with something more powerful, you need to wait 10 minutes for a full recharge. David said that there was no time to wait and that they had to act right now. If they were destined to die, they would take these damned monsters with them to hell. After that, David immediately went to Damien. He saw that the guy was scared and didn't know what to do next. Probably, remembering past events, You can guess that the guy thinks that this whole situation is his fault. That's why the Lord decided to bring him back to normal a little and reminded him that Damien was doing great in this fight. He is not going to blame his warrior for a small number of mistakes, so there is no need to lose confidence. The archer who never misses is a hidden cheating character. For David, the mere fact that such a warrior fights on his side is already a huge advantage over the enemy. That is why Damien must trust himself as much as the Lord trusts him. There shouldn't be any problems. So after that, David ordered him to control the last line of the barrier. Destroy the rats that break through the soldiers' defenses, and Damien is ready to do it flawlessly. Now all that remains is to hope that all the soldiers will do their job perfectly. The Lord announced that the enemy army was approaching, so the fighting army must prepare. The warriors were worried, but they looked quite confident. Probably after the last battle, they were no longer afraid of anything. They sought out a strong defense and waited for the enemy to approach. Close combat would soon begin. It's hard to feel incredible fear when such a legendary figure as Lucas fights on your side. This knight took the beacon, which the Lord had given him, in order to arrange a real massacre. He said that today he would make Bavarian sausages out of rats, and in the evening he would fry them and wash them down with delicious beer. He reported that the passage was very narrow, so the warriors must remain calm and destroy the monsters one by one. Soon, problems began to arise, as the number of rats simultaneously passing through the wall began to increase. There is nothing secret about this. The rats decided to widen the passage in order to attack in larger numbers. Surprisingly, David thought they were fighting sewer rats, not intelligent moles. Fortunately, during this period, the fire artifact's recharge was complete, and it was ready for use. Lily was ready to turn it on, but the rats even got to her and started attacking her assistants. Her psyche was already severely damaged after past confrontations, so now it's too hard for this woman. She is very lucky that the new lord of this city feels such moments and is always ready to come to her aid. His magic gloves helped him deliver powerful blows to the rats. He realized that they were no longer just crossing the gorge but were also climbing over the walls. This army of rats must have watched too many Spider-Man movies. Lily could no longer bear such tension. With tears in her eyes, she said that now she would fry them all and turn them into ashes. David knows that the artifact cannot be activated due to injuries or deaths of the alchemists. Meanwhile, on the lower floors of the fortress, a fierce battle continued between the soldiers and the sewer rats. There are also wounded in the combat units. The artillerymen are trying to help them, but both sides are losing people. If nothing changes, the fortress will soon not be able to withstand this pressure and will be completely destroyed. The Lord has no right to lose control of the situation, so his brain must come up with a strategy for victory. Experienced warriors also fought, but their strength was no longer as great as in their youth. At this moment, David saw something strange. He thought he was hallucinating again. At first, nothing was clear. He saw a bright glow and hoped that it wasn't monster reinforcements. Only a little later did he see a knight holding a familiar weapon in his hands. David had seen this spear before, as well as this shield. So this was not a hallucination. The legendary Margrave Charles Cross came to their aid. So now, regardless of who wins this battle, it's going to be an incredibly fun party. This old alcoholic came to give the rats a real test. David couldn't believe that this grandfather would really fight on their side, and that he had decided to die so early. This young guy probably doesn't understand that if old school decides to fight, no one will stop him. All his life, Charles Cross did nothing but kill. The city in which he was born was a fortress that kept enemies at bay. Even when his father died and he became the new Margrave, and even when he became a lord, he still killed monsters every day. The world was quite simple and understandable for him. You have to kill whoever wants to kill you until this girl appeared in the city. Young Charles had no chance. He immediately fell in love with her when he saw her on the streets of the city. The girl said that she was trying to set up a small business and was selling flowers. She asked the Lord for permission to open her own flower shop. Charles was surprised. He explained that they were at the front, so all they needed here were swords, arrows, spears, and shells. He doesn't understand the benefit of flowers, but the girl assured him that everyone needs flowers precisely because they give hope. This ephemerality is the reason why flowers are so beautiful. Young Charles Cross did not understand her at all, and even began to treat her with suspicion. Perhaps she was an enemy spy. He came to her flower shop every day to find evidence for his theory. During this time, she taught him to distinguish the colors and scents of flowers, and as a result, he memorized all the types of these plants. But still, he could not understand why these flowers were considered so beautiful. A year passed, Charles Cross made her an offer of marriage, and the girl agreed. Many years have passed since that moment, and he is still a cruel warrior to the core. He doesn't care about the number of enemies or the circumstances. If he sees monsters in front of him, he will fight until he destroys them all. Although it has become a little rusty in recent years, the experience cannot be forgotten. We will return. Let's go back many years and continue to learn the story of young Charles and his wife. Then there was another day when monsters attacked them. And in the city, such days were already treated quite calmly and casually. He came and saw that his wife had given birth to a daughter, probably the happiest moment in his life. He immediately ran to his child, not even thinking about washing away the blood and dust from the battlefield. This ruthless killer carefully hugged his little daughter, and then he realized that he wanted to name her Evangeline. He thought their daughter was as beautiful as her new name. Charles even lost the ability to speak when he saw the child. He couldn't understand again how she, so small and fragile, could make his heart clench. Just a moment ago, when he was killing monsters on the front lines, there was nothing he couldn't understand. And now, he didn't understand anything. David ordered the immediate reorganization of the defensive line, the cessation of cannon and ballista fire. He asked to use crossbows and bows to shoot only the rats on the other side of the barricades. He then called his personal guard and asked him to gather all the soldiers who could fight in close combat. They all have to go outside and try to save the Margrave. They'll need this grandfather again. But after these words, something so unusual happened that it's even hard to describe. Probably for the first time in his life, Lucas disagreed with the Lord. He said that they had a chance to get to the rats from behind and finally destroy them. That is why he will lead the soldiers to kill the monsters, and only then will he return for Charles Cross. He gathered all his soldiers and led them in a brutal attack on the enemy. David hoped they wouldn't be late. He allowed Lucas to proceed with his plan but asked them to move faster. Meanwhile, Charles continued to fight, his entire face already covered in rat blood. Oddly enough, after all these years of alcoholism, he has not yet lost his fighting talent. This is still the same cruel and uncompromising general who could previously destroy half of the enemy army. It is not immediately possible to understand his motivation. It even seems that the Margrave did not understand why he was doing this. I didn't understand why he chose the city again when he should have calmed down next to his wife. Why is he fighting again over this hated intersection, because of which he lost everything he had? It is almost impossible to understand his actions, at least David cannot do so. But Charles also does not understand his actions. All his life he tried to understand the reasons, but he never could. But one thing he understood 100%. The flowers, the daughter, so weak and fragile, he had to protect from monsters. The only thing he was at the level of gods at was killing monsters. Charles Cross knows that his daughter lives outside the walls of this fortress. That's where her home is, so no one will pass here as long as he's alive. His daughter is all he has left. He is ready to give his own life for her, and he will do it without any hesitation. He knew that no matter how many gardens he planted, how many monsters he killed, those glorious days of the past could never be brought back. He will never be as young as he was before, and he will never hug and kiss his wife again. But life goes on, and now a person who sees the meaning of his life in battles raises the axe above his head again. At such moments he feels young again, as if the clock has turned back and given him back his strength and determination. Charles Cross gritted his teeth and prepared to take the life of the last monster, but suddenly realized that it was quiet around him. Why doesn't this ruthless, smelly, and horrible animal attack him? Maybe Charles is already dead and all this is just an illusion that he sees in the last seconds of his life. At this moment, Lucas approached him, a warrior who in a sense took his place in the Empire. Lucas said that all the monsters were dead. The battle is finally over. There are no more rivals. There is no need to raise the sword anymore. They had won and defended the crossing, just as in times past, and now it was time to rest. The legendary warrior's sword fell to the ground. He did it again, defended this city again, and again he didn't understand why. Soon David approached the soldiers. He saw a rather upset Lucas, but did not understand the reason for his emotions. The warriors said that they didn't have time. Although the legendary count destroyed all the monsters, this battle took away too much health from him. Dimian was next to him. He tried to help in the last minutes. If he had come a little earlier, if someone had been nearby during the moments of this battle, then perhaps the legendary warrior's heart would still be beating. It was hard to watch. Although any war takes lives, sometimes it takes the best ones. David was not used to giving up. He remembered the potion he had gotten from the chest and thought that maybe it would help. At this point, Charles looked at him and said that this was not the kind of wound that a potion could heal, so it would only prolong his suffering. He asked to come up and said he couldn't remember anything. David said the battle was over and Charles had helped the army a lot. The fortress wall is breached, but no monster has been able to get inside, so the residents are safe. These were probably the most important words that Charles wanted to hear. Residents of the security. He looked at the warriors, at his friends with whom he had fought in hundreds of similar battles, and asked them not to be so sad. Charles reminded them that they were at the front. Death here had to be accepted as commonplace, so now it was just his turn, that was all. We should always rejoice in victory. We should not pity the dead, we should pity the living. The city of the dead. This name can be morally devastating. It means that many people died in the battles for this territory. But this name also means that people continue to live on the land where all these graves are located. If the city is sad, it will have nothing to oppose the enemy. The young lord must remember this. Taking care of funerals is good, but don't forget to make people happy, and David will never forget this advice. Only hope makes people live, and they live in order to enjoy life. Sometimes this simple meaning is completely forgotten. If anyone should die, it's Charles Cross because he has no more hope. In the last seconds of his life, the legendary warrior asked the count to fulfill his last wish. If his daughter ever comes here, David should tell her that her father is sorry. Tell her to live freely and always do what she wants. Tell her that her father is sorry for everything and that he will always love her. The Margrave is upset because he believes he has not done what he promised, but David has a different opinion. He reminded Charles that he had always fought for his family and for his people, protecting them all on this front. This world is indebted to Charles Cross, and he must pay for all these donations. David tried to say a few more words, but it seemed as if the legendary warrior had not heard him at all. At this moment, the young prince remembered the bag of dried fruit that Charles had given him, which was in his pocket. He had never understood before why he had kept those dried fruits with him, because they tasted incredibly awful. But perhaps all this was done just for the sake of such a moment. As soon as the count tasted these grapes, memories of his wife immediately appeared before his eyes. Now, in the last seconds of his life, these grapes seemed to him the sweetest in this world. Soon the legendary warrior's heart stopped, at which moment a bell began to ring in the center of the city. This marked the end of the great battle for the city of the crossing, as well as the lifting of the order to evacuate the population. Thus died the legendary Margrave Charles Cross, who was a great warrior, lord, father, and husband. David could never understand why the man who had lost everything defending this city had returned at the last moment. He hated the intersection, wanted to end his illustrious family, but he returned and died for this city anyway. Probably, the front will always force someone to sacrifice their own life for it. Now David fully admits that it is very difficult to carry the burden of the lord of the city on his shoulders. But if the strongest of people don't do this, then there will be no hope. And if there is no hope, there will be no life. This day took many strong people, but most will live on and will continue to fight to defend their home. The second stage of the game was completed. David received a reward for completing the second stage, and Lucas became the MVP of the battle. Soon the sun set over the horizon. Only then did the young lord return home. He was immediately met by the Eider, who began to look at the lord and check if everything was okay with him. He tried to praise David for his wonderful successes, but it seemed to be in vain. David grabbed the boy and said that he didn't need to act like a fool anymore. David wanted to hear an explanation about all this. He doesn't understand why the difficulty of the game is so high. Everything is clear with the learning process. This process was so difficult before, so there is nothing surprising in this. But then a lot of questions begin. At the first stage, living armor appeared, although this is incredibly strange. In the second stage, an enemy NPC was waiting for him, commanding monsters. Now David wants to understand why the game is so difficult. Maybe it's all because of Eider. At first, this guy pretended to help and then hid all the conditions. After a short pause, the game director replied that David might not believe him, but he was helping the Lord in his own way. Then, he said something about the choker that David received for completing the training. If the Lord passes the third stage, this feature will be unlocked. When that happens, David will understand all the strange things that are happening now. We just need to go through one more stage, and we will finally be able to hear the answers to our questions. The game director asked David to believe his words and said that he prayed that David would complete the game. He sincerely hopes that David can continue to fight as he has before, even when he learns the truth about this crazy world. He also said that David would not be able to escape, but from whom should the Lord flee? He probably means to escape from this world because this game always haunts David. Not far from the Lord's estate, a young lady could be seen, with a charming face, large green eyes, and blonde hair. Soon, 3 days had passed since the last battle of the second stage, and victory flags could be seen everywhere in the city. Not everyone was very happy, so you could feel a heavy atmosphere in the air. David paid no attention to this and ordered everyone to begin preparations for the next battle. After a hard day of preparation, they returned to the estate. It was already dark outside. There are 12 days left until the start of the third stage, which means there are a little over 2 weeks between stages. taking into account the 3 days that have already passed. This is enough to prepare for the next battle. There should be no problems with repairing the fortress. But completely different problems may arise. David called Lucas and said he saw someone at the door. It was the same girl we saw earlier, and she seemed to be in a bad mood towards the Lord. David immediately started screaming. He realized that he was being attacked, most likely to be killed. Judging by this girl's reaction, it seems like she's not going to kill anyone at all. She said she wanted to break the wheel, but it turned out a little worse. After Lucas was convinced that everything was fine with the Lord, he started yelling at this girl and even got ready to fight her. He doesn't understand how she dared to attack the Emperor's third prince, for which she faces arrest. David immediately realized that he was attacked by a teenage girl. It was obvious from her height. Lucas asked the Lord not to jump to conclusions and not to underestimate his opponent. He believed she was a trained soldier. Analyzing her clothes, you can immediately understand that this is the uniform of the Imperial Academy. The symbol that can be seen on her heart also confirms this fact. Lucas asked what she was doing here, but the girl said she was interested in it too. She called these two men grandfathers. They could not bear such an insult. The girl said that she lives in this house. She returned some time ago and saw soldiers that she had never seen before. She thought that these might be the same bandits who were always coming and causing trouble in this town. She was trying to understand what was happening, and then she saw them arrive, so she had to stop the carriage. David was angry. He said that generally, educated people first ask questions and only then take out their weapons. She smiled and said that she was taught this in school, that you should immediately declare your dominance and take control of the situation. Of course, breaking the carriage wasn't part of her plans, so she's willing to apologize a little. Now she wants to hear who they are and what they are doing in someone else's house. Depending on their answer, they might be a little hurt, so they better think carefully and watch their tongue. Lucas got angry and told her to stop and not talk any more nonsense. He pointed at David and said that this was the Lord's house and all of this belonged to him. The girl said that she didn't understand anything because the real lord of this city was her father. It was probably at this moment that Lucas and David truly understood what was happening. They very quickly guessed that in front of them was probably the daughter of Margrave Charles Cross. So she's Evangeline Cross, the same girl who was offended by her father but decided to return home. The moment their eyes met, he realized that she was definitely Charles's daughter. She has his eyes, so David understood everything very quickly. Now there should be no problems. But something doesn't add up. The highest-ranked tank in the game, Evangeline Cross, was a tall and beautiful girl. The girl in front of him is not only too young but also too short. It's unclear why she's so different, because all the other characters in this game match their in-game models. Lucas approached him and said that David was behaving too uncontrollably. It was unethical to talk to dwarves like that. David immediately realized he was wrong and began to apologize to the evangelist. Of course she didn't like it. It seemed to her that he was mocking her, looking her straight in the eye. If David believes he has a few spare lives, he can continue and feel her anger. She changed her mind. If she wanted to talk before, now she will start acting. So this is definitely Charles's daughter. They are indeed very similar, not only in appearance but also in their behavior. Evangeline began to attack. Lucas immediately took a step forward and protected the Lord with his sword. He ordered the girl to immediately stop and lower her spear, and reminded her that she was attacking the third prince of the empire. Evangelina was sure that she was doing the right thing. First, they illegally entered her house, and now they were pretending to be the emperor's sons. This angered the girl even more, and she continued to fight fiercely for the truth. She doesn't believe that this is the infamous prince of the emperor. He wouldn't have come to a place like an intersection. Lucas understood that it would be difficult to restrain her with ordinary words, so he had to show her strength. He reported that he was also a graduate of the academy and said that he received a gold medal for his achievements. Lucas McGregor is no joke. He is a real warrior who can destroy anyone. After that, Luke said that the city lord was also a graduate of the academy. Then he said that the lord was a true legend because of his outstanding achievements in the academy. Lucas said that learning was always just a game for the lord, but he played this game incredibly well. David didn't know all these stories, but it was nice to hear that at least he had succeeded in something, because before he had only heard about how to break a barrel of wine. Evangelina laughed. It was funny to her to hear that her enemies were graduates of her academy. It seemed as if they thought she was stupid. The guys were sure that their story would calm her down, but it turns out that everything turned out the other way around. Now, Evangelina Krut, one of the best students at the academy, wants to show her strength. If before she fought at half her potential, now she will demonstrate her full potential. Surely even a strong knight like Lucas will have a hard time stopping her. These two really deserve each other. Maybe Evangeline should be invited to join the Imperial Army. David watched this battle with pleasure. He was already planning to make this girl part of his team. They are both considered geniuses, but if they are not stopped, someone could get hurt, so David asked them to calm down. Enough battles for today. There must have been a misunderstanding, so we need to clarify the situation. Navid was sure that these ships would be enough to stop the battle. Perhaps he overestimated his oratorical abilities. Although he is the lord of this city, when two geniuses clash with each other, this battle becomes too principled. In this case, a third party must intervene in the situation, and it doesn't matter whether the blow is weak or strong, because they must be stopped. He tried to strike the prince, but it seemed as if the child had decided to fight with the adults. Now all hopes are on the magic glove. David is really lucky because he has a real jackpot. Such a number occurs once in a million. It's even hard to imagine what kind of blow the Lord will deal now. It was his best blow in history. Unfortunately, it didn't happen in a battle with a monster boss, but at a moment when he just needed to calm others down. David was incredibly unlucky, but he himself was to blame for this situation. One can only be glad that this was enough to stop this crazy lady. Lucas could not believe that his lord had been so cruel to a child. He wasn't trying to tell him that he did it unintentionally, but the broken shield and spear said it all for him. Now we can only hope that this child is alive because otherwise it will be a very bad story. When Evangeline was a child, every time monsters attacked the city, her mother would come to her room. She said she did it to make sure her child was okay, but Evangeline always knew the real reason for it. In fact, her mother always came to her daughter because she was also very scared. Evangeline tried to calm her down and assure her that her father would protect them both. Only later did the daughter learn the truth that her mother was not afraid of monsters at all. She was afraid of losing her beloved husband. And she was also afraid that her daughter would suffer the same fate, the fate of wars and battles against monsters. When Evangeline woke up, she saw familiar walls and furniture around her. She also smelled a familiar smell, of course, because she had spent her entire childhood here. This is her room, the one she grew up in, and one she hasn't been to in a very long time. As soon as the door to the room opened, the girl immediately tried to hide under the blanket. David didn't understand why they were behaving like that, but calmly approached her. She probably thinks her father has entered the room, which is why she has turned away and doesn't want to look him in the eye. 3 years had passed since their last meeting. Evangeline asked how he was doing, but then said that everything was obvious. She's sure he enjoys hunting monsters every day, although she didn't want to say it. David decided not to remain silent any longer. He apologized to her and said that he was her father. She immediately got up and looked at him, then saw the wounds on her hands. He must have hit her too hard yesterday and now she's having memory problems. After these words, Evangeline finally remembered what was happening and understood why she was traumatized. She said that David is the same man who looks like a weakling but fights like a bull. David got angry and said that he didn't look like a weakling. And besides, he was a young guy, so you shouldn't talk to him like an old man. Soon, David told about himself. He said that he was the third prince of the empire and the current lord of the city of Intersection. It seemed to her that he was continuing to talk nonsense, so she didn't really listen to him. She said that if he was really a lord, then she was a glorious duchess. David decided to confirm his words and showed her the ever-black imperial family badge. Now she felt ashamed that she hadn't believed him all this time, but it didn't matter. After that, the girl approached David and said that she was his real fan and asked for an autograph. It turned out that she became his fan because he's the worst person in the world. Probably all girls like guys like that. She said that she created a rebellion against her father, wanted to cause problems, and disgrace the family name. After that, she ran away from home and was accepted into the academy that her father hated so much. Even the teachers were shocked that she trained every day, because Evangelina was determined to become the best student. David remembered this. Evangeline not only became the best student, she graduated from the Imperial Academy in just 3 years. Usually, for ordinary people, this path takes at least 6 years. She is a genius and deserves a place in the history of this academy. Now she admits that nothing worked out for her. The most terrible thing she could do was not communicate with her father for 3 years. Then she heard the story of a prince, a man whose father was an emperor, and who still continued to do bad things. He made a fountain of gold and a carpet of precious stones, and he also made the greatest man in the empire faint with anger. That's why she became his fan and thinks the prince is incredibly cool and a role model. It's strange to become a role model because of your bad behavior. A prince like that lived his life for a reason. Now that she had told the whole truth, she would like to see her father. She wants to continue practicing the terrible daughter method, which she learned by watching the prince. Evangelina believes that her father knew about this and deliberately hid. He even quickly guessed that she didn't know anything about Charles Cross, so he would have to tell her all about it. Seeing his reaction, Evangeline immediately began to get nervous and guessed something had happened. David admitted that it was very difficult for him to talk about this, but he had to tell the truth. The legendary Margrave Cross had recently died during the battle for the city. A few days ago, he sacrificed his life to save innocent people. He didn't even forget to tell his daughter that her father fought like a true hero. All his achievements were recorded. They had already been told to the emperor. For all this, Charles Cross will be posthumously awarded the Imperial Medal for the defense of the empire. The funeral will take place in 3 days, and the Lord is ready to conduct it with the highest quality. Surprisingly, Evangelina didn't start crying. On the contrary, she smiled nervously and said that as soon as she wanted to be a bad daughter, her father left. He always said he would die fighting monsters, and he really did and kept his word. Now, this young lady must do something about her resentment and anger towards him. David admitted that he was the acting Lord Commander at the front, so her father's death was his fault, and she might hate him. Evangeline had heard stories about the prince being too self-confident and arrogant in his dealings with ordinary people. He is a narcissistic fool who only wants to destroy others. These are just rumors, and so she will have to figure out if this is really the case. She thanked him for his care and honesty. David said that there would be a servant standing outside the door if you needed anything. You just had to ask. After that, he was about to leave and had already opened the door, but Evangeline stopped him. She wanted to apologize one last time. The girl was ashamed of her behavior yesterday. She didn't want to break his carriage. It's always nice to hear a young rebel admit her mistakes. Probably this is the way to grow up. After that, David met with Ader. The game director said that Evangeline would soon turn 16. She is very young, 2 years younger than Damien. In the game, she should appear at the end of the 2nd year and the beginning of the 3rd. But in this game, some events overlapped, which is why it appeared much earlier than expected. That's probably why Evangeline looks completely different than in the game, because she was supposed to appear 2 years later. During this time, she would have had time to grow up. Now children grow much faster than before. Despite her role as a tank, her agility is incredibly high. She is at level 35, and she has quite high strength and endurance. David didn't expect anything else from the best Persian in his role. The characteristics are truly incredible. It turned out that she has the clumsiness of a little lady, which is why she has a high chance of making mistakes on the battlefield while she is young. Of course, it's good that it appeared earlier than it should have, but the attribute that appeared because of it is not entirely good. She is still too young. A 16-year-old girl is not yet ready to fight monsters on equal terms, and it is better to spend time with friends and train. Eider began to suspect that the Lord was planning to take Evangeline into his team. He supports this idea. Even though Evangeline is very young, she is still a powerful addition to the team. Of course, it's hard to give up on this. Having 2 characters of the highest rank in the 3rd stage is kind of fantastic. At that moment, David remembered her father's words. He always said that he wanted his daughter to leave these cursed lands. He wanted her to live freely and happily, and David promised that she would. These were the last requests of the legendary warrior. It would be disrespectful to him to dare break this promise. He always wanted to restrict his daughter from fulfilling her family duty. That's why David really wants to keep his promise. Let her mind her own business. The team will be able to be successful even without her. Of course, if you look closely, you can see that the Lord is completely upset about this. The game director wants the Lord to think carefully about this idea and perhaps change his mind. If you let such a character in, you may seriously regret it in the future. Of course it is, but David doesn't want to sacrifice his morals for the sake of clearing the stage. Perhaps because he didn't pay attention to morality, he was able to get through the hellish difficulty of the Iron Man regime. But if we repeat this path again, there may be no progress. And David wants to become stronger every day. He doesn't try to be a saint, but he doesn't want to become a monster either. In a world where life doesn't matter, he still wants to remain human. The decision was made. David asked his assistant to watch Evangeline more closely so that she wouldn't do anything bad. Now it's time to talk about yesterday's incident, especially about that girl's shield and spear. All of these items turned out to be top-tier equipment, and now they're completely broken, so we need to make up for it. As soon as David heard that these items belonged to the highest rank, he immediately realized that they were incredibly expensive. They can't craft new weapons for her right now, but they do have a few high-quality mana cores left from the last raid. That's what the game director thought, but it turns out the Lord spent all those mana cores to create more cannons. We need to figure out what to do, and to do that we need to call the Lord's entire team. Only together with them can you go to dangerous places and find new mana cores. In any case, it's time to go down to the dungeon, and it will help you craft a new weapon for Evangeline. A few hours later, they all met in the backyard of the estate, feeling as if they hadn't seen each other in 1,000 years. David hopes that they all had time to rest during this period, but it doesn't look like it at all. Lily can't understand why she's being called on assignment again. She's been dreaming of retiring on the coast of Majorca for a long time. She asked to hire other mercenaries and allow her to spend more time at home. I even actually recruited a few people from the mercenary guild, but the problem is that they are quite low level. Of course, if they are trained, they can become good warriors. But all this will not be enough to include them in the main team. If David could have found someone to replace Lily, he would have done so long ago. It was at this moment, as soon as he thought about it, that Evangeline approached them and asked where they were gathered. Lily was very surprised when she saw this girl. It was obvious that they didn't know each other yet. David realized that they all needed to be introduced, so he said that in front of them was Charles Cross's only daughter, Evangeline Cross. Everyone around immediately made a sad expression on their face, perhaps out of respect for the girl, perhaps because they were truly sad. Jupiter asked the girl to accept her condolences. They all had great respect and esteem for her father. Evangelina thanked them for their support and assured them that she was fine. Her strength of character would help her get through this tragedy. Now she wants to understand where they are going. David explained that a dungeon awaits them. Evangeline didn't know that there were dungeons in this city, but then she guessed that they were going to the dungeon under the lake. The story that there is a dungeon under the lake is considered a fairy tale, and it is said that foolish adventurers are always looking for this lake and its treasures. Also in these stories, it is said that these adventurers never return. David smiled and said that this story was only partly true, because some people managed to return from there. It's amazing that the dungeon, which the Cross family, who have lived here for several generations, didn't know about, still exists. David started laughing and said that he was sure that Charles and everyone else knew about this dungeon, but they didn't tell Evangeline. She did not receive the education necessary to follow the family business. So even if the secret of the dungeon hidden under the lake had been passed down in the family from generation to generation, she hadn't been told about it. Despite her appearance, she is still the best graduate of the academy and is confident that her fighting skills will be useful to their team. If there really is a dungeon under the lake, then she wants to see it with her own eyes. Evangeline is the only heiress of the Cross family. Both of her parents died from monsters from under this lake, so she believes she has the right to leave David. That's why he wanted to keep her away from all this, and now it would be very difficult to do so. Her father asked not to involve his daughter in all these matters, although her desire to avenge her parents is quite logical. The girl said that when she sits without assignments, bad thoughts come into her head, so she would like to distract herself. She really wants David to take her on his team and go with them to the Lake Kingdom. David no longer has any excuses for refusing, and Lily is very insistent on this. Soon, David decided to agree and replace one girl with another. Lily was happy. Now the team's synergy has been reorganized. Evangeline has taken the place of the witch and is now a full member of the team. Of course, her weapon is broken, so she'll have to get a cheap replacement, but it's still enough for her to be of great use. After that, David smiled and said that he was glad to see the renewed team. It was time to act. They all look very motivated. It seems like everyone is already missing the adventures. David said that he would introduce Evangeline to the other team members on the way. There was no time for pauses now. The Lord will show her a hidden attraction in the city. He is sure that she will really like it. The teleportation loading began. The system informed them that the NPCs they would encounter in the dungeon could become both allies and enemies. You need to employ strategies that use NPCs to your own advantage. The first area is the sewers. The team has been here before, so almost everyone is ready for this. Lucas couldn't understand why they had already explored this area and why we had to come back here again and again. Lord explained that there were new people on their team, so it was better to test teamwork in a familiar place. The monsters had to come back because after each defensive phase, the dungeon monster regenerates, thanks to which you can continue to find new items and increase the level of your characters. Monsters in the initial areas are easy to defeat, so leveling up your team here will be very beneficial. There is a main squad, an assault group that explores the dungeon, going deeper and deeper, defeating bosses in parallel, and there is a support squad. It is used for farming items. Its members go to an already explored area where they increase their level and receive items. The distribution of roles in the dungeon is a basic research strategy, and although they are the main squad, they still return to the easy area. All this is done so that Evangeline can get used to this place, but it seems they are having problems with this. Nevertheless, the girl said that there was no need to talk behind her back because everything was fine with her. This little worm is very funny and it's clearly very bad, but she still pretends like everything's fine. It seemed like they should become friends because they were from the same academy, but They started competing for the best spot. Evangeline sees the dungeon for the first time. She doesn't understand how she could find out about this place, because even a member of the Cross family didn't know about it. David just smiled. Of course, he couldn't tell her the whole truth. He only said that the Emperor could not have ordered to come here without a reason, so everything has a logical explanation. It seems that the whole team believed in these tales, although in reality David is completely indifferent to the Emperor. Although in an empire the Emperor has great weight, and in any situation it is better to mention his name, then there will be no unnecessary questions. David has never seen the Emperor's face, but he is grateful to him because in this game he is considered his third son, which gives him an advantage. He even asked the team members to turn on the lights and continue forward. It was very dark around. The smell was also not like a normal sewer. It smells too much like blood here. Of course, this is hard to get used to, but it's necessary because the entire dungeon is covered in darkness. Of course, if your knees shake too much, it won't be too late to come home, especially if you're a little girl. Evangelina assured that she was not afraid of anything, so the team continued forward. Soon they saw something shining on the mountain. At first it seemed like a lantern. A little later they realized that in front of them was not a lantern at all, but a 6th-level stone golem. There are 4 such monsters in this room. They won't be easy to deal with, but they aren't very serious opponents. Usually these monsters attack in teams. This can be a great training for an upgraded team. Evangeline is probably a little nervous. She doesn't have enough life experience to stay calm. It is in such situations that this experience usually plays an important role, but her skills must do the trick. The team should work as a single mechanism, but each individual wants to show their strengths. The battle began, and Evangeline said that she wanted to attack the monster first. Probably she wanted to make a good impression on the others. She immediately felt the power of the stone golem. Although this monster is of low level, it still has strong physical characteristics. Soon the girl demonstrated her first technique, taking damage without losing health. Sometimes it seems like she's not 15 years old at all, because she fights like a grown warrior. Her attacks are very sharp and timely, and it is also noticeable that she has a perfect sense of distance. It's always a pleasure to watch a great combination of attacking and defensive skills. She doesn't care if it's a team job, she's ready to do all the dirty work herself. Evangeline takes damage with the first skill, then returns it all to the enemy with the second technique. Of course, there is obviously a limit to the harm that can be accepted, but Evangeline doesn't pay attention to it. It seems we forgot about her new feature. The little lady's clumsiness technique is activated again, so she's in trouble. She doesn't have enough experience yet, so this girl may make mistakes during the battle. She is very lucky that today she is acting together with a team, and not with a team of fools, but with a team of professional warriors. Guys like Lucas are always ready to step in and help and support little girls. Overall, the dungeon sweep was a success. Although Evangeline is a little ashamed of her fall, the system notified David of the successful clearing of monsters. This room no longer poses a threat. It didn't even take much time to do this. The first location turned out to be too easy. It couldn't even be called a full-fledged workout. Now that everyone has warmed up, it's time to continue the journey and arrive at the second location of the Dark City. Today, they are going to explore this area. David has not forgotten that he needs to find the mana core. It's finally time to truly explore the hell under the lake. But first, we need to take a little rest. Although the first area was fairly easy, clearing it still took a toll on the team's energy. Lucas kept trying to compete with this kid, so he asked him to calm down. Then the Lord made sure that everything was fine with Damien and that he was not tired. He decided to give him something as a gift, a fairly high-level mana rifle. It would be a perfect addition to this guy's equipment. David received this weapon from the last chest obtained during the second battle. We can say that it is a miniature version of the mana cannon. This weapon can deal a lot of damage to opponents, but it is difficult to aim with, and its durability and ammo capacity are quite low. Given the many shortcomings, this weapon was not very popular with players who played this game, but if you give it to a Demian, the shortcomings will not be felt. The Lord asked him to use this weapon as an auxiliary tool. A rifle takes some getting used to, as it is heavier than a crossbow. Damien will now have to become stronger. In the future, he will have to constantly carry 5 or even 6 such guns with him. This will need to be done in order to compensate for the low content of cartridges, which are probably already in the process of being manufactured. In the game, a character couldn't use several different weapons at once, but now it's a reality, so no one will forbid him from using cheating. Now you cannot limit yourself to the rules of the game. Demian is happy, and that is the most important thing. David hoped that everyone had already rested and could continue their journey, although some people love to eat too much. In the second area, new adventures await them, which will certainly be more interesting than a trip to the sewers. Their detachment cautiously moved forward through the streets of the Lake Kingdom. Not a single light was visible there. Playing this game on the computer, David couldn't feel it, but now, when he walks down the road, he feels with his whole body how terrible the atmosphere here is. Of course, this is understandable. There are a large number of monsters around. At any moment, they can appear and start attacking. Just thinking about it makes me shudder. Although the real horror is just ahead. When a huge monster appears without warning in the darkness, even the bravest warriors are frightened like small children. The system reported that they had to destroy a new enemy. It was an elite level 15 steam golem. He came not alone, but with a companion. This monster is even bigger than the stone golem they fought in the sewers. Now it's time for Lucas to show his strengths. He took a step forward and said that he would destroy this Terminator. David asked him to be careful, because although these monsters are not of high level, they have incredible physical properties. It turns out that the competition between these two warriors is taking it to a new level. Evangeline can't stand to watch Lucas take all the glory. She said she would also fight and demonstrate her incredible talent. The girl immediately felt that these opponents were much stronger than those they had met in the sewers. While these two warriors were stalling, David could come up with a plan, which is generally his main task in the team. He called Jupiter and Damien to him and ordered them to attack the golem that Lucas was fighting. Evangeline and Lucas are both very resilient and strong knights, but if we compare their roles, Lucas is something between a damage dealer and a tank. Evangeline, on the other hand, is a 100% tank, and when it comes to stamina, she is much stronger. Large monsters, such as golems, are strong individually to maintain the balance of their small numbers. Also, don't forget that they have the title of Elite Monster, so it's quite difficult to compete with them in one-on-one combat. That's why a team is needed. Evangelina was ordered to take a defensive position, and Lucas, on the contrary, must attack. When this guy is given the opportunity to attack, he can finally demonstrate his full potential. His sword attacks are incredibly sharp and fast. It feels like Zeus has descended from the sky. It's time to use Jupiter. She must destroy the protection on the monster's chest and open its mana core. With the power of lightning, it's easy enough to do, but not today. It turned out that the monster's armor was quite serious, so its strength was not enough, and Damien needed help. Even a small gap in the armor is enough for this guy because he is incredibly accurate. It's also a great opportunity to test out the rifle he received from the Lord. The shot was fired. The force of the impact almost knocked Damien to the ground, but David caught him. It was a very accurate hit, although it seemed that the damage to the monster would be much less. Even Lucas admitted that it was a difficult opponent. We had to act like a real team to win. It was an elite monster, stronger than the others. Compared to the first area, everything became much more difficult. Probably the pattern for all the rooms in the second area is small groups of elite monsters, meaning every fight will be like a boss fight. It turned out that the battle was not over yet. Evangeline saw that they had taken a break, but reported that she was still fighting. This battle was too quiet, so everyone else had already had time to calm down and plan their next steps. Now we need to reorganize as a real team and help the girl. There were no problems with further exploration. Every time the street widened, it was a sign of new monsters appearing. Having understood how to defeat them, fighting them became much easier, although problems still arose in the future. David encountered a mimic disguised as a chest inside the path, and was lucky to be rescued very quickly by his friends. He said he intentionally fell into the trap in order to test them. Of course, no one believed the Lord. The journey and exploration of the Lake Kingdom continued. Lucas decided to climb onto the house to look around. He said it didn't look like they would be able to get outside this street. He suggested continuing down the street, because you couldn't get into the building either. All the doors are boarded up, the windows are boarded up, someone did it on purpose. Jupiter moved even closer and felt the magical influence, unable to open these doors and windows with physical force. It's strange, it's unclear why this was done, what or who the locals were protecting themselves from. When David got closer, he explained to everyone else that the door was locked from the outside. This was done to prevent anyone inside from getting out. It is unknown what is in these buildings. It is better not to think about it now and continue on your way. Soon the team reached the central square. It was very spacious around. David asked everyone to be focused and attentive. They didn't know where the next golem would appear. Evangelina saw a fountain. There was no water in it, but a statue was visible nearby. This man has a crown on his head, so he may be the local king. It's strange because the statues near it are destroyed. Maybe it happened by accident, but I have the impression that it's not a coincidence. Soon, Damien saw the approach of some kind of object. From the very beginning, it seemed like some kind of light. Looking more closely, you still can't understand anything. But David has experience in such situations. Light that is not from torches or lanterns can only mean that one should be careful and prepare weapons. In a city completely filled with monsters, there is only one thing scarier than monsters. Oddly enough, this is a person because none of the people who live in such a place can be normal. Lucas immediately prepared his sword and began to defend the Lord, all of them ready for battle. It could be an NPC. The logical question is whether it will be their friend or enemy. One wrong move and the game will be over in a second. They have no right to lose concentration. Soon, the team members noticed that something was happening to the parts of the destroyed monsters. It feels like this person defeated these elite monsters without support. It was a woman. She saw that people had gone too far, so they were serious in their intentions. David had no problem recognizing her. She was a nameless girl. She had helped them last time. He immediately started asking her what she was doing here and why she had come to them. Although they have met before, the Lord is still worried. In front of him is an NPC whom he has never seen before, although he has played this game for a very long time. You can't be 100% sure whether it's an enemy or an ally, so you have to be careful. The girl said that she had been resting all this time. Life in the Lake Kingdom was taking too much energy. They've come a long way, so she's ready to acknowledge them and show them something, even though they don't trust her. Soon, the Nameless One obtained a large number of various treasures and began to demonstrate them to the guests of the Lake Kingdom. If they are already here, they can buy these goods from her. She sells quality items at low prices. It is strange to meet an NPC merchant in the Lake Kingdom. Although David is not sure that she is an NPC, he is only sure that she is a merchant. The girl said that there was a 1+1 promotion going on right now, as well as a 30% discount on the first purchase. She said that these conditions will not be valid forever, so they should take advantage of the favorable offers. Such artifacts are difficult to find on your own, which is why they are very valuable. All of this was collected during a journey through the Lake Kingdom, rare items that cannot be found in the human world. Merchants usually sell high-quality goods, but these items are incredibly high quality. Nameless can probably be really useful to an NPC, but she doesn't need money from the human world, so she has to pay with slightly different items. And they are interested in either magic stones or mana cores, because magic stones are also a type of payment method. They can be converted into currency, or used to buy something in the dungeon. This is a problem because every time David received magic stones, he exchanged them for money, and now he doesn't have any stones. The priceless objects lying before him will soon say goodbye and disappear forever. He took out everything he had and offered it as payment for the goods. First, we need to analyze these stones. Since this is their first purchase, especially considering they are serious about it, Nameless will allow them to choose one item as a sign of respect. David is happy. He hopes that she will not change her mind and keep her word. There are really very serious artifacts in front of him. Taking at least one item with you will be an incredible success. Jupiter didn't want to hint at anything, but if she ate this 100-year-old ginseng, she would become 10 years younger. David asked this old woman to choose equipment, not food, or to buy this ginseng with her own money. After that, David started talking. He suggested buying winged shoes. They can increase the character's speed. Lucas is not buying them for himself, but instead wants to give them to the Lord so that he can save himself in emergency situations. This is probably the only knight in the world who sincerely cares about David. In moments like these, it's hard not to cry. David does not participate in battles directly, so he refused this offer. But Damien approached him. He saw an item that creates potions every single time period. It can help heal soldiers. This young guy is indeed right. Constant production of potions can help a large number of wounded. But potions can be obtained even in the normal world, so using this opportunity to buy a generator seems like the wrong decision. After that, the Lord looked at Evangeline. He didn't understand why she wasn't trying to choose an object. The girl said that she considers herself a temporary member of their squad and that she is not interested in this equipment. After her graduation from the academy, the director gave her a spear and shield of high quality. If they were repaired, that would be enough. Lucas and David had completely forgotten about it. They hadn't yet told the girl that the repairs could cause problems. David completely forgot about the real purpose of returning to the dungeon. He approached Nameless and asked if she had any other weapons. Nameless said that she recently received a new set, the Devil's Spear and the Giant's Shield, both of the highest rank items. This is very high-quality equipment, cool design, and incredible durability. This is a set where when both items are used at the same time, the effect of their passive skills is increased by 50%. If you use them separately, you won't get the maximum parameters, so he can't take one. She reminded him that there was a 1-for-1 promotion going on right now, so he could take both items without paying extra. In return, she doesn't need anything. She just asked the team to continue exploring the place and constantly come and buy something from her. Nameless is a very strange woman. It seems that she not only looks like a saint, but also partly is a saint. After David thanked the seller of goods for his help, he called Evangeline to him. Now he can finally tell her about what happened yesterday. Her equipment was destroyed beyond repair. It was because of him that this happened, so now he is ready to solve this problem and give her a new set. Evangelina said that she was the one who caused the fight, and David was only trying to stop her, so the responsibility lies with her. Then, in this case, David is ready to make an exception to the rules, meaning it's not a replacement, but a gift. He asked her to take this set before he changed his mind, because there wouldn't be another chance like this. The prince personally gave her a gift for her successful graduation from the academy. Gifts from the imperial family cannot be refused. And also, this is a gift for Margrave Cross, who gave his own life. Saving the city is not the Lord's merit. If he leaves his daughter's weapon broken, he will feel like the ultimate bastard. Although she was a little saddened when she remembered her father, she thanked him for this gift and said that she would use it wisely. After that, the grandmother went crazy and started screaming. She also wants a gift. Probably Jupiter forgot that she would get paid for her work. Lucas also wants to get something. David reminded him that he recently gave him new armor. Strange, because Damien smiled and said that he was fine with everything, of course, because he had recently received a mana rifle and it was a very expensive item. Jupiter decided not to miss the opportunity, took the gemstone out of her pocket, and decided to buy ginseng. It seems like it still wants to return to a younger body, but where did it get these stones from? Before Nameless left, David decided to take the opportunity to ask her if she knew the bard. He told about a guy who plays the flute and controls rats, although he probably can control not only rats but all monsters. There are many different people walking along the bottom of the lake, but this one is especially famous, so she knows him. Surprisingly, David remembers that in the game this character was not a prominent NPC, but now, in the real world, he is really famous. If they continue to move forward, there will be a large safe zone between the third and fourth areas. This zone is often visited by intelligent people who have remained in this realm. This place is also called the base camp. David knows about this safe zone. It opens after clearing the third area. NPCs gather there, and there's also a lot of different equipment and, of course, merchants. There is a high probability that you will meet a bard there, but even if he is not there, you can gather information about him. Although they still have a long road ahead of them, Nameless is confident that they will reach their destination. She said goodbye to them and said that they would meet again. This woman is very mysterious. Lucas said he doesn't trust her. He feels she's too strong, and that's always dangerous. Her relaxed attitude towards everything is very unusual, especially considering that she easily defeats large monsters on her own. After David works on them for a few years, gets full gear sets, levels up, and unlocks all their talents, they will be able to do the same. So it's understandable why they don't see a monster now, but David qualifies her as a friendly NPC. It's unlikely that a bad person would give him the highest ranking equipment. They decided to continue their journey. Soon a boss room awaits them, so they need to destroy him and get a new reward. It felt like something very large had broken the seal and come out. The young team members immediately began to worry and suggested they return before it was too late. The Lord ordered the children to be quiet. They can't go back without even looking at the boss, especially considering their long journey. This place looks like a warehouse. It's very spacious, and that means there might be monsters around. Maybe there was a lot of water here because there is too much moss around, although that is not surprising since they are underwater. A little later, Damien started to tremble and said that he saw something strange and pointed his finger forward. It looks like a monster lying unconscious, maybe dead. It seems like this isn't just a pile of trash. It could be the boss of this room. The system reported that they must destroy a giant steam golem. It is at level 20. After destroying the sewer boss named Palig, there is another monster with a name. Maybe there is a reason for this. This monster is called a bull, and as soon as he woke up, he saw guests in front of him. His job is to clean up everything around him, and when he sees people, he immediately prepares to destroy them. The squad was ready for decisive action. They immediately began to defend themselves, although the boss's attack turned out to be quick. The magic of light is considered rare in our time, and Jupiter immediately notices such nuances. The size of this boss turned out to be larger than the Lord's expectations, which made him doubt the correctness of his strategy for a while. In fact, he understands perfectly well how to defeat this boar. There is no one in this game whom he would not know how to defeat. David asked his team members not to be intimidated by the opponent's large size. The strategy is the same. to destroy the mana core. But I must say right away that because he's a big boy, he doesn't have just one mana core. There are 10 of them in total. They are spread all over his body, palms, shoulders, legs, feet, chest, and head. We must destroy all these mana cores, otherwise he will continue to resist. After the core is destroyed, the area it was in ceases to function, so it's best to start with its hands. Crazy Grandma is ready to start first. She has long wanted to show these kids what old school is capable of. Damien asked her to calm down, because the youth also wants to prove themselves. He promised to destroy the monster's right hand. Thus, the bullock immediately felt the powerful force of several opponents at once. Problems with his hands started very quickly. Now he will not be able to use his right hand. After that, it's time to switch to legs. We need to deprive the bullock of the right to move. For this task, David used Lucas and Evangeline. Their duo must destroy the monster's legs in a few minutes. Bullock said that his back has been hurting lately, probably because he's been sleeping his whole life. He prepared to attack, and if you're not careful, this monster could crush you like a pancake. The attacking squad demonstrated excellent reaction, although the opponent is very strong, but its movements are too predictable. Evangelina said that no one was going to listen to a bunch of rubbish, and after these words, she began her attack. She activated the damage payback technique. It always works, even if the opponent is very strong. Lucas is also not going to keep up with her. He told the monster that today is not his day. The Lord's squad came here to clear the room, and this task will be completed. With these powerful attacks, they were able to deprive the monster of its ability to move. He remains calm and continues to talk to him. The bullock said that he always wanted to learn magic, and he was tired of cleaning here. It seems like he's been trying to talk to them all this time, but they're not listening to him at all and continue to destroy. Bullock wanted to invent a cleaning technique using magic. It would make his life, and the lives of other cleaners, easier. He will probably never be able to achieve this goal again. Today, he faced two strong opponents. Even a strong and large robot could not stand against a well-organized team of mercenaries. All that remains is to deliver the final blow, which Lucas is happy to do. Now the mana core in the monster's chest has been destroyed, but Lucas has completely forgotten about the core in his head. The monster continued talking. He said he was surprised because he thought he had finished cleaning. He's a real madman. There's almost nothing left of him, and he continues to talk all sorts of nonsense. The final blow was decided by the Lord, who was forced to work with his fists instead of his head. Let's remind you that he constantly uses his special glove for punching power. The blow came out strong enough to show the monster its true power. David was very lucky to get high numbers. If luck wasn't on his side, there could have been problems. Thus, the monster that was waiting for them in the third room was almost completely destroyed. Killing such a strong opponent gives a large number of points. At the moment, David has the lowest level in the team, so he should take this chance. It was a complete rout. All the mana cores were destroyed, so the street was completely cleared. Now you can calm down and relax. The main objective of this raid has been accomplished. David received a bonus for destroying all mana cores, as well as experience for the last strike. This should speed up his progress and increase his rating, and of course, don't forget that there is a chest with a gift here. As soon as David remembered this, he immediately asked Lucas to detain his grandmother, because he couldn't show her the treasures. In the chest, the Lord found a level 30th blatant layer. With its help, you can increase the power of your attacks with each victory. The effect lasts no more than 30 seconds. David was not happy with this item. It is usually used by sorcerers. He decided to give it as a gift for Jupiter because this item really suits her. This is one part of the set. When the full set is assembled, each defeated opponent activates a state of fear that covers a large area. It's completely unclear how to find the other parts of the set, but that doesn't matter, because there were still 2 higher quality mana cores in the chest. The boss's chest has been obtained and the room has been cleared. Now you need to open the checkpoint and you can return home. Soon they moved forward and saw stairs leading to the castle walls. So far, all of this matches the information David has about this city, so they are on the right track and need to move up. This climb can take a lot of time as well as a lot of effort. We must not forget that they are walking with an old person, whose knees may not be able to withstand such a load. David probably overestimated the capabilities of his team and his own capabilities. This road really turned out to be difficult. Their endurance was completely exhausted, and soon they fell to the ground and begged to be taken home. Grandma said she would die of cardiac arrest, and all she had to do was smoke a little more before she died happily. David noticed that Lucas and Evangeline were becoming true friends, although it was hard to believe a few days ago. After a short pause, they regained their strength and reached the right room. There is a teleporter nearby, so they can open the checkpoint and return home. As soon as Jupiter heard about this, she immediately ran forward. She said that she didn't need knee problems in her old age. She wants to go home, take a hot bath, take a cigarette and a cold whiskey with her, and experience true relaxation. But her desire disappeared after a while. She stopped and started trembling. At first, I couldn't understand what was happening. They came closer, and then the Lord explained that from here you can see what the Lake Kingdom really looks like. This is an incredibly large area. When you see this darkness against the background of the city, it feels like someone is sucking your soul out of you, like a dementor. The strangest thing is that you can see light ahead. This light is all over the city. Someone installed world stones and lanterns in city buildings and streets. Thanks to this, a small number of survivors can navigate in space. But that's not all. Ahead you can see something that looks like a lighthouse, which is located on top of the Lake Kingdom estate. This is the last area to explore that they will ever enter, and the place where the final boss battle will take place, but that is still a long way off. They have now passed through the sewers and reached the North Gate. So that's enough for today. We can think about further steps next time. Now it's time to go home and get some well-deserved rest. My legs can't take this load anymore. Once the research was completed, each player received their progress and rewards. They returned to the Lord's estate. It was already dawn outside, but they still wanted to sleep. David thanked everyone for their good work and asked them to rest. They went to the dungeon yesterday afternoon and returned only in the evening. All this work took more than 24 hours, so everyone wants to sleep. David returned home and decided to sleep until lunch. But it turned out that he woke up in the middle of the night, classic. After that, he didn't feel like continuing to sleep again. So he decided to look at the rewards he had received. For clearing the second area, he received a torch, a blue fire that would never go out, no matter what. Dungeon exploration is an eternal battle with darkness, so this is a fairly important item, but apart from lighting it provides nothing. The Lord was happy when he found out that he had received a summoning scroll for destroying all the mana cores. This scroll summons the boss. This item can only be used once, but the benefits will be incredible. The huge golem boss they encountered during their exploration will be able to become his servant with the help of this scroll. After David analyzed all his achievements and won items, he felt like he really wanted to eat. It's the middle of the night, so all the servants should be asleep, but that's only in theory. As soon as he came to the kitchen, he saw that some rats had crept into the room at night. As he got closer, he realized that they weren't rats at all, but stealing pigs. They had sneaked into the food and were trying to steal as many provisions as possible. It turns out they want to hide all their food in their stomachs, which is a pretty interesting strategy. He didn't smile and say that he was hungry too. If there was any food, he wanted to taste it too. It turned out that these pig kidnappers had already eaten almost everything in this room. Some ingredients remained, but there was no more ready-made food. It turned out that they were still very hungry, so David asked them to wait at the table while he prepared something delicious. It turned out that the Lord not only knows how to lead a large army and devise victory strategies, but also how to cook food. It was believed that members of the imperial family did not know how to cook with their own hands, but David said that this was not prohibited by law. Even if that were the case, he is the emperor's son. So he has the right to break this law, so there was no problem with preparing the delicacy. The selection of ingredients is quite large. David immediately found butter, milk, eggs, spices, and smoked veal. He very quickly guessed what he had to prepare and began the process. Soon the meal was ready. He wished his friends a delicious meal and said that after that they should return to their rooms. This is the classic strategy of pig kidnappers. Eat well and then sleep, especially if you can eat the Prince of the Empire sandwich. Smoked veal and vegetables are placed between slices of bread toasted in a mixture of milk, eggs, and honey. There is no ketchup, mustard, or mayonnaise, but still this dish turned out quite tasty. Lucas said that the Lord could replace the imperial chef. He couldn't believe that the food the prince prepared was so delicious. He promised to tell his children about it, and then his grandchildren, Evangeline, said the same thing. She really hadn't eaten anything tastier, at least not at the academy. I reassured her and said that this is one of the key street food dishes, so there is nothing strange about it. A little later, the girl became upset. This food reminded her of the times when she was younger. One day, hearing sounds from the kitchen, she ran to look and saw her father greedily devouring a delicious meal that he had prepared himself. The monsters didn't care what time they attacked the city, so he would return late at night after a victory and eat simple food to satisfy his hunger. Then he came back covered in dust and blood, found everything in the kitchen and fried it in a frying pan. When their eyes met, he stared into her eyes for a while, then asked if she wanted to eat too. Of course, she joined her father. He constantly fed her, which is why her cheeks are so plump even today. It turned out that while they were eating at night, the mother woke up and yelled at the father for feeding her daughter so late. Evangeline becomes very funny when she remembers her father's excited expression that night. Tonight's dinner reminded her of that moment. Unfortunately, those times can never be returned. David decided to remind the girl that the Margrave's funeral would be tomorrow. There is no burial culture in the city of Intersection, so David is temporarily taking care of all this. But if she wants, she can hold this event. The girl, after a short pause, replied that she wouldn't want that. On the contrary, she believes that David would do it better than anyone else. She respects her father and believes he is an incredible person who has protected the people here his entire life. Of course she understands this, but even now, after so many years, she still can't forgive him. Evangeline asked the Lord if her father had told him how her mother had died. He protected the city and left her to die, and Evangeline will never be able to forgive him for his choice. Oddly enough, despite the pain in her heart, she still understands why he did this, because protecting the city is the Lord's main task. My father always treated his duties responsibly, but on the day my mother was buried, he didn't even come. Instead, he decided to strengthen the southern military base because he had to prepare for the next attack. That is the job of the Lord of the Crossing City, and it has always been the most important thing to him. She realized this when she was burying an empty grave in the rain instead of her mother. She understood what a boss in a Cross family should be like, and promised herself that she would never become such a person in her life. Now it is clear why she decided to leave. Now her motivation is also becoming known to others. She thanked the Lord for his understanding, and for taking care of her father's funeral instead of her. Although she believes that Margrave Charles Cross deserves respect, she will never forgive him as her father. Soon the girl thanked him for the night's meal and said that it was a great honor for her to dine with the prince. It's hard to have a family when you learn about stories like this. Only then do you realize that there are always two sides to the coin. It was time to return to our rooms and continue our rest. Lucas knows that the Lord has a bad relationship with his family, which is probably why David is helping Miss Cross. Up until this point, David didn't even know that his character had family problems. It seems he not only liked to drink, but also enjoyed conflict. Maybe all this is a reflection of the prince's past, or maybe it's just Lucas's thoughts. David doesn't understand whether the guard is asking this because he is genuinely worried, or because he is checking to see if the prince is real. At that moment, David seemed frozen in place under the influence of hypnosis. He had never felt such a strange sensation before. Lucas is behaving very strangely. What is his goal when he asks such questions, and how should David react? Of course, his character is the son of an emperor, and his life is probably not as sweet as it seems. But David knows nothing about his family, so it's hard to find the right words to answer. Lucas immediately began to apologize to the Lord for asking a question on such a difficult topic. He admitted his guilt. He hopes that as a result, the Lord, his father, and Miss Evangeline will sort out their problems concerning their families. This guy's smile always makes David smile back. Probably in vain he was looking for some subtext in his words. This guy is probably just worried about the Lord. It's time to rest, so there's no need to suspect his closest friends. Returning to his room, he began to think that his character might have some family drama. The conversation with Lucas reminded him that the body he was in did not belong to him at all. Living in another's body was not an easy task. The next morning, the Lord immediately set to work, and the city, without a single pause, began preparing for the next battle. The system was informed about the enemies of the third stage, which will be stone and steam golems, as well as 5 unknown monsters of the 7th level. This time the opponents will already be familiar. Although there will be few of these monsters, they are of elite quality. We will have to think about strategy and defense mechanisms, with just over a week left before the battle begins. The preparation must be almost perfect. Last time, in the event of an unforeseen situation, they reacted very well. Although now we will have to look even further, not only to defend against attack, but also to eliminate the unexpected enemy if he comes again. David repeatedly gave orders directing the unions on the right path and forced them to prepare for defense very seriously. In the evening of the same day, in the western field of the city, where the cemetery is now located, preparations began for the Count's burial. In the second stage, there were a lot of wounded, but thanks to the right strategy, only one warrior died. Lucas greeted the Lord and said that the Margrave's body was already on its way here. The morning procession began from the doors of the temple. The Count's body was carried along the main street, accompanied by ordinary people. The crossing is known for its calm attitude towards death, but the death of a past lord who had protected these lands for decades is a different matter entirely. It forced people to leave their homes and truly feel the pain in their hearts. The cemetery was the final destination, but only the farewell process will take place here, as the hero's body will be buried in the family garden. Of course, He always wanted to be buried next to his wife, in the territory where his ancestors lived. Soon the ceremony began. Last time, David said that the deaths of warriors cost the empire dearly. This was not a metaphor. It is really very expensive from an economic point of view. But the death of Margrave Charles Cross turned out to be more expensive than any monetary costs. It makes the heart of every citizen of the city very painful. Charles said that his death should provide happiness to people, so that they should move forward and not waste time on sadness. Because this is a fortress city, a city that has a faithful friend named Death, and the city must be governed with hope and happiness, not with sadness and bitterness. Today, David decided not to listen to the last will of the legendary warrior, because today he would be sad. This front is held at the expense of people who give their lives for it. This applies not only to the Margrave. Each death makes the heart ache. That is why the Lord wants everyone to remember that their sacrifice is worth the pain it causes. Through hard work and sacrifice, the country and its people will be able to survive. This should never be forgotten. David will repeat more than once, people will always die, and their deaths will be worth it. After that, he asked people to observe a moment of silence for those who helped protect peace. Of course, no one could refuse him such an offer. The city held its breath for a moment. David hopes that one day, instead of endless burials, this city will only have festivals. Margrave. Charles Cross has always wanted this, and in the future this day will certainly come. Soon the sounds of fireworks could be heard in the sky, signifying the end of the funeral process. Now it's time to take the body of the legendary warrior home to his beloved wife. As we got closer, we could see that Miss Evangeline was also here. 3 years have passed since she was last on this earth, and the Count's friends expressed their condolences over the loss. She asked to take one last look at him, as if to make sure he was really dead. He always fought on the front lines without language. Death was something impossible for him. Now, all this is of no great importance. She asked to close the coffin. Soon the soldiers, who had always been close friends to the Count, covered his body with earth. One of them approached her and said he had to give her the equipment that Charles had been using. This equipment was passed down in the family from generation to generation, and from the very beginning, it was planned to bury this equipment with the Count. Later, someone decided to consult with Charles Cross's daughter first, and this was the right decision. Of course, the equipment is a little out of shape after the last battle, but after repairs it can be used. Evangeline ordered him to be buried with the body. This equipment should be with his father. The farewell ceremony ended with the priest's final prayer. Walls built of snow and ice. This is the path of earthly suffering. These are words from his favorite poem. David prepared it because the poem was a perfect fit for the Count, but it turned out that it didn't quite fit into the funeral program. Remembering conversations with this warrior, one cannot help but recall the words when the Count said that for the sake of this city, he would have to sacrifice something important. David wondered what he had to sacrifice so that the city of the intersection could live happily and without problems. Will he be able to remain himself after this sacrifice? All these questions remain unanswered. David wanted to make sure that everything was fine with the Count's daughter. After all, today was a very difficult day for everyone. The girl assured that she felt fine. She understood that one day this had to happen. If she were hired as a knight on another front, she would never be able to return to this city. So if her father had died, she wouldn't have been able to make it to the farewell ceremony, so the fact that she's standing here is a real miracle. She doesn't intend to stay here for long. After all the nuances of the will are resolved, she will sell everything and leave. Evangeline was very determined from the very beginning, which is why she buried the family equipment that had been passed down from past generations. David said that he could help resolve all inheritance issues. It's a difficult task for a teenager, so it's better to leave it to adults. She was surprised that David wasn't even going to stop her and ask her to stay here. She refuses to inherit the family home and runs away to live in comfort. It's selfish, and she knows it. The Cross family has already given everything to this city. David doesn't know if he will make it or not, but he will do everything in his power to protect the front. Therefore, Evangeline can leave all her experiences behind and move forward with her head held high. He will do everything to ensure that the hard work her family has done over the years does not go to waste. David turned out to be not as bad as they say. She had previously thought that he would immediately want to return to the imperial estate. The girl is very surprised at how seriously he approaches the duties of a lord. It's always nice to hear. The game director set him a condition. If he brings this world to a true end, he will fulfill any wish of David. He doesn't do all this because he's a saint or anything like that. For him, it's an opportunity to get what he wants. That's why he tries to be a good lord and fulfill his duties. Everything in the world has its own explanations. A little later, Evangeline said that she was hungry again. This girl wants to eat 24 hours a day. She looked at this older man and asked him to give her something to eat. She wanted something more delicious like last night. This made the Lord laugh. Of course, young people have to eat a lot to grow up. It was time to return to the estate for a delicious meal. Those who died will find peace in the land, and those who remain alive must move forward. From that day on, the Lord had two tasks on his shoulders. Performing his usual work was the main task. He had to prepare for the next stage. Also now he has another important issue. He must resolve all the nuances of the cross-family inheritance. Evangelina refused the position of Margrave. She wanted to go to another city. This means that David must sell everything that belongs to her family so that she will have no reason to return. And this upsets the director. David ordered the aider to deal with these important issues and to monitor the legal processes. Of course, this would speed up all this work. But the director immediately announced that it would not be possible to sell everything in a week. Real estate makes up a large part of the family's inheritance, so finding a buyer in such a short period of time will not be easy, especially in this city. David said that for now, the aider can buy a house in the name of the Lord, of course, at an adequate price. He wants to resolve this issue within a week and completely let the girl go by the time it's time to defend the city. All members of the Cross family died here. Evangeline was their last descendant, in other words, the last surviving member of the family. She needs to be taken out of here as quickly as possible so that she doesn't get caught up in the battle. This was the last wish of the legendary warrior Charles Cross, and David is going to fulfill this wish. Ader was pleased with these words and said that everything would be done as quickly as possible. It turned out that he was a pretty good secretary. There are a little over 8 days left until the start of the third stage. Time is running out very quickly, so we need to prepare properly. David must do this, complete the game without using people's lives as material for victory, and without losing his own morale. The next week went by very quickly. It felt like someone had sped up time. David decided to come to the forge, where unpleasant news awaited him, because the blacksmith said that this was his first experience making weapons from mana. This caused many difficulties, and he and the alchemist did not have enough time to make the required number of weapons. The mana gun was made 100 years ago, but disappeared from the market due to its high price and impracticality. To create one such weapon, an alchemist and a blacksmith must work together, and bringing them together is very difficult. They were supposed to make 5 guns, but only managed to make 2. In fact, this is a normal result. David understood that they would not be able to complete his task 100%, so he promised not to get angry. He was pleased with the way it looked. This weapon was created using a special mana core that the Lord had given them. The training was an impossible stage to pass, but they were able to kill the queen and obtain her mana core. In theory, the army of black spiders only appears in the second year of the game's plot. But in reality, things didn't work out that way. David expected that the weapon from this core would be of incredibly high quality, and that is exactly what happened. If we consider that the user of this weapon is Demian, a cheat character who guarantees accurate hits, then it turns out to be a hellish symbiosis. David can't wait to see how it works in real combat conditions. Experienced professionals in their field were happy that the Lord was pleased. While they were making this weapon, they were in a trance, so they managed to create this masterpiece. David said that they both did a great job, so he wouldn't forget about the reward and would come to them again next time. Soon David returned to Lucas and showed him these rifles. The warrior could not even believe that these were really such important weapons. He always believed that there was nothing better than a sword, but David assured him that this rifle would change the course of the battle. There are 20 hours left before the monster invasion begins, which should be enough for Damien to get used to the weapon. When they returned to the estate, the Lord saw Evangeline Cross standing in the yard. He came out to say hello to her. It seemed like she was getting ready to leave town. Today, the secretary handed her the documents and money, all of it carefully packaged. Once the sale of all the Cross family's assets was completed, it turned out that there was quite a large sum. With this money, this girl will have no problems with where and how to live. She thanked for the help. Without support, she would not have been able to do this. After that, she told me what the aider had told her. He hinted that after receiving the money in this city, she had nothing more to do. So she can pack her things and get out of here. Evangeline was happy, but she doesn't like that it turned out to be the Lord's order. She herself wanted to leave here, but she doesn't understand why David is trying to get rid of her so quickly, because she hasn't even said goodbye to anyone. David said that if she was really going to leave, she should do it right now. He explained that a very big battle would start here tomorrow, and he wouldn't want to drag her into all of it. She must leave the city immediately because now there is nothing to keep her here. The girl said she wanted to help in the battle because the Lord had also helped her, but David asked her to forget about it. She reminded him that David had already seen her fight, so she was confident that she could defeat the enemy army alone. The Lord could no longer hold back and began to scream like a madman. Perhaps she only understood the raised voice. At that moment, she was very scared. Now, on the contrary, she wants to punish David for this. Laura reminded her that she wanted to leave the city and start a new life. And that was why she gave up her family inheritance. If she really made such a decision, she should not hesitate, but rather do everything according to plan. Here, at the front, there is nothing but death and dirt. If she stays here, she will never be able to get out. And it's better to forget about battles with monsters altogether. Leave here forever, and find yourself another interesting hobby. He asked Evangeline to live freely and enjoy life, because that was what her father wanted. Those were his posthumous words. She said she wanted to be a bad daughter and did everything to make her father angry. But it was time to at least fulfill his last wish. Now she is a stranger in this city, and this house no longer belongs to her family. She asked him to stop, but David said he had an important meeting before tomorrow's fight, so she had to leave town quickly. Don't think he's a heartless egoist. We all understand why he behaved the way he did with her. Finally, she said she wanted to go down and visit the family cemetery and then leave the intersection. She hopes that in the future only victories and success await David. He didn't say this, but he sincerely wishes that luck would also never turn away from this little girl who loves to eat at night. This conversation took a lot of strength from him. Although Lucas said that he should have been softer than Evangeline. If David hadn't done this, she would have still had feelings for this city, so it was a forced measure. Not all goodbyes require tears. Sometimes just saying goodbye and shaking hands is enough. We need to forget about Evangeline Cross and move on. Serious challenges await them, so David hopes his team is rested. He immediately greeted the team. Lily was probably very unhappy that she now had to go back to work, but those are the rules. She screamed and asked for extra rest. The Great Fire Witch was already used to home life. She enjoyed a bit of freedom, so now it was time to get back to work. She began to beg to be sent back to the workshop, where she was sure she could be useful. Of course, David didn't let her do this. With less than a day left before the big battle, they needed to discuss the team's strategy one last time. For Damien, the Lord has another gift. There are never enough such guns. He hoped the guy would like the design, but their conversation was interrupted by a soldier who ran into the room. He was very nervous and said that information had come from intelligence officers. Soon he reported that the monsters had finally appeared. A whole army, numbering more than 200 robots. Now they are approaching the city at great speed, but it seemed that this could not happen because there are still many hours to go. The system updated and reported that there were 30 minutes left until the start. This is called a scam. The scouts also reported that the enemies were divided into two groups. This is strange behavior of the monsters. Usually they attack with an entire army. 80% of the monsters are moving in the direction of the city. The other 20% have separated from the group. This 20% goes to the garden that used to belong to the Cross family. So history repeats itself, over and over again. David and Lucas looked as if they had learned some terrible truth. Of course, the reason for their surprise is understandable. They know that Evangeline went to the garden to see her parents for the last time. David ordered the army to be immediately assembled and prepared for a fierce confrontation. They were informed that an army of robots was approaching, so the invasion would begin soon. As soon as David went outside, he immediately tried to find out the current location of the monsters from the scout. The scout reported that they were now visible to the naked eye. They were ahead. Even though David and his team fought them in the dungeon, it's still incredibly scary to see hundreds of robots at once. It feels like a huge wall is closing in on them, but this wall will have to be completely demolished. The soldier informed the comrade that if the robots continued to move at the same pace, they would be here in 15 minutes. By that time, we need to resolve all issues and prepare for battle. Lucas hopes that David won't leave Evangeline, but it seems that the Lord hasn't decided what to do with him yet. The time has come when he will have to make the choice that the Margrave has spoken about so many times. History always repeats itself. David was angry and didn't understand why the monsters had split into two groups. Why right now? It couldn't be a simple coincidence. Someone is doing this on purpose, and they definitely don't have good intentions because they are trying to change the situation to their advantage. Anyone who interferes in the game is determined to make things difficult. The warriors have already heard stories from the scouts. The current defense line is strong, so without the old warriors, nothing will happen here. They want to go to the garden. You can understand the old warriors. They want to save the Count's daughter while there is still a chance. David must make the hardest choice of his life, and he must do it very quickly because every minute counts. He believes that the warriors are mistaken in several respects. Firstly, their line of defense is not strong enough. Due to an unexpected attack, you can forget about the artifacts. Even the cannons are still not ready for battle. Of course, you can imagine that everything will be fine with weapons, but then you should not forget that most of the warriors are beginners. It is unlikely that without experienced warriors, David will be able to restrain the enemy and prevent the destruction of the fortress. The soldiers are also mistaken about the possibility of saving Evangeline. There are no defensive fortifications in the Markgraf's garden. It is a flat road. There are no mountains in the garden. 50 huge elite robots are headed there. And even if there were a wall there, it wouldn't stop them. These monsters will destroy everyone they meet on their way. There's no point in even talking about it. Under such circumstances, it is unclear how these experienced soldiers are trying to save the Count's daughter. There's a reason this game combines the defense genre, and that's because it has walls, which gives it a huge advantage. Trying to fight monsters in the open field without all sorts of defensive setups would be a senseless waste of human lives. Experienced soldiers are still confident in the correctness of their plans. Even if they all die, they are ready to save Evangeline at any cost. It seems they don't even realize how horribly their plan is designed. David tried to explain that he needed a plan for victory, not a large number of corpses after the battle. We need to come up with a strategy immediately, because if no one tries to protect her, the last representative of the Cross family will soon die. The soldiers are indeed right. Without the support of Evangeline, he will not be able to hold out for long. In order to save her, an elite squad of warriors, that is, all members of the main team, must be called to help. In the meantime, they will destroy monsters to deter enemies, and the help of ordinary soldiers will be needed, but big problems will arise. The defensive phase in this case will not succeed. Even if they save Evangeline, they will still lose the front. So the dilemma that the Margrave spoke about arises. He also warned that the lord of this city would have to make a very difficult choice. Now the young prince can finally understand the pain this seasoned warrior felt. Soon David asked to listen to his order. None of them would take part in saving Evangeline. It was his decision. Everything was decided from the very beginning. He understood that it would be difficult, but I know that there is only one right option. They cannot waste human resources, so they must focus all their forces on the battlefield. One life against 1,000 others. From the very beginning, there was no need to even think about it. The difference in weight is obvious, even without scales. If the wall falls, tens of thousands of civilians will die, and then all of humanity will be in danger. This front must be maintained no matter what. So they must continue to fight to prevent this from happening. Such are the principles of the game. If the game ends, there will be no point in saving or losing the character. David repeated his order loudly and clearly. None of them would go to her aid. Instead, they must complete preparations to defend the city. To the southeast of the intersection stands Charles Cross's summer home, where he lived his entire life. In contrast, the garden looks as if it was cared for until recently. After the sun rises and the warm days arrive, even on land drenched in the blood of monsters, trees bloom and bear fruit. Evangelina realized that she would never see this again in her life, because she would leave this place forever. After her mother died and she left home, her father took care of the garden on his own. A few days ago, he was standing here tending the trees and grapes, hoping to see a good harvest this year. He hoped, even though he knew it would never happen, and maybe it sounds absurd, but that's the irony of fate. Ruin's father and mother died, and now their only daughter will leave the city forever. As a result, the end of the Cross family, which had protected this city for hundreds of years, turned out to be nothing more than a pitiful spectacle. There is nothing left but death and monuments. This is the harsh reality. Having sold the remnants of his family's pride and pocketed the gold coins, the last surviving soldier flees without a fight. She went to her parents and said goodbye to them forever. She would go far away and they would never see her again. Deep down, she expected to hear a harsh answer, but of course there was none. She wanted to say so much when she saw her parents for the last time, but now I can't even remember anything. Unexpectedly, Evangeline felt weakness in her legs and dizziness. Her head started to hurt, and it began to seem as if the earth was shaking. She was probably too nervous, so it's better to leave before the tears fall from her eyes because she wants to leave with a smile on her face. She said goodbye to her parents as the sun set over the horizon. After that, the girl smiled and thought that now adventures and a fun life await her. It almost should have happened if a huge robot hadn't appeared in front of her face at that moment. Is this the end of the legendary family, or just a new test for a person with the surname Cross? Only time will tell. As a child, she loved to ask her mother where she would go when she grew up. Her father told her that she would become the heir to the Cross family, so she would have to fight at the front. Of course, her mother didn't really like such conversations. She always hoped that her daughter would take a completely different path. Although it doesn't matter if she likes it or not, their last name is Cross, so this fate is written on their hearts. Evangeline understood that her mother, when she married Charles, did not think that everything would turn out exactly like this. Every time the monsters attacked, she didn't know she would be so worried about her husband. She also didn't know that soon Evangeline would also fight at the front when she became an adult. But her mother replied that it was the opposite, that when she agreed to become his wife, she knew she would not be able to sleep at night. She also guessed that when the child was born, she would also have to take up arms in the future. Little Evangeline didn't understand. If her mother knew about all this, why she married her father and why she gave birth to her. In response, her mother just smiled and said that her daughter would find out about it later. 3 years have passed since her mother's death, but Evangelina still doesn't understand why her mother chose a future filled with fear and sadness. She probably won't be able to find the answer to this question until the end of her life, although the end of her life could come now. It turned out to be too unpredictable. Evangeline opened her eyes and tried to understand how long she had been here, unconscious. Looking around, she saw a monster in front of her. So everything happened very quickly. She didn't know why the monsters had come so early, and in this garden too, but her body began to react faster than her mind. She didn't even have time to understand how exactly she started fighting the monster, but it turned out to be too strong. This girl was the best student at the academy, but when you're 15 years old, even great talent can't help in a battle with such a demon. And it seemed like it was all some kind of joke. As soon as she decided to leave here forever, someone was trying to drag her back into the abyss again. Soon she realized that she was surrounded by a whole gang of robots, so now he wasn't even alone. If before that she remained calm and self-confident, now there is not even a trace of this left. Of course, she is the daughter of a legendary warrior, so she will fight fiercely as long as her heart beats. There is no doubt that she will give her all in this battle, but it is obvious from the very beginning that it is too difficult. Although these robots are large and not very fast, when you get distracted by several opponents at the same time, you lose control of the situation. These are serious problems, and if nothing changes, she won't be able to hold on like this for long. Of course, Evangeline is young and everyone knows that her endurance skills are at the highest level. She will fight for a long time, but will it be enough to win? An army of robots set up an ambush a day earlier than the planned crossing in the city. Realizing this, Evangeline thought that she needed to return to the city and warn the others. There is nothing surprising in this. She, like her father, always thinks about ordinary people. When she went outside, she saw an even larger army approaching her. So those 3 robots she was fighting a few minutes ago were just scouts. This is a truly trained army that knows how to use strategy on the battlefield. You don't have to be a genius to guess that you need to get out of here immediately, while there's still a chance. There are no horses left in the garden. They were sold along with the house, so all that remains is to run, and run fast. Evangeline has a problem with her leg. She injured it during the battle, so it is unknown if she will be able to run fast. There will never be any problems with the character of this Iron Lady, which is probably why she was the best in the academy. She must run as fast as possible. The plan seemed pretty realistic until she felt something very large and dangerous flying behind her. Very quickly, the impression was formed that this was the boss of the robot army, although it was hard to believe because he looked like the devil. She tried to protect herself with a shield, and it was at this moment, when concentration should be at its highest level, that disaster struck. You might recall that this girl has a problem with clumsiness, and this problem manifested itself again at the most inopportune moment. Now, not only is her leg injured, her entire body is covered in blood and dirt, and she now looks just like her father. Evangelina found the strength to get up and look back, but she would have been better off not doing so. She quickly understood what was going on. This girl is very smart, so she understands that everything is over. Death approached her too quickly and unexpectedly. Death is always imperceptible. She hasn't yet had time to do what she so often dreamed of as a child. She is too young and has never even been on a date. Although she has always dreamed of a prince on a white horse, she also hadn't tasted alcohol yet, and hadn't tried smoking when other academy students were doing so. She hasn't even grown up yet, and hasn't even thought about what she really wants to do in this life. Oddly enough, there was no anger or aggression in her heart, only regret. That was all the little girl felt in the last moment of her life. She would have liked to do more, and at this difficult moment for her, she heard a familiar voice. Everything she didn't have time to do, she will be able to implement in the future. Life is short, so she must live it to avoid regrets before death. He came to save her life. When it seemed that everything was over, he made his choice, the choice that Charles talked about so much. It was time to see what had happened 30 minutes earlier in the fortress. David said that no one would leave the city and everyone would defend the fortress except him. He would go alone to save Evangeline. There will be only one warrior in the rescue squad. He will try to save her without the support of others. Lucas couldn't believe what he was hearing. He started screaming at the Lord so much that David almost lost his hearing. Now his ears are not a problem. At first he said that they were useless in a rescue operation. and now he says that he will go alone. This is absurd. David asked his guard to calm down. He was not going to die, but was going because he knew he would win. David is probably the most unpredictable character in this game, so he should be the one to make the future hit. If he brings support in the form of other warriors, he will only increase his losses. He prepared several strategies in advance in case of unforeseen situations. And while some parts of the strategy are unrealistic to execute, it's not his fault, because the game continues to behave as if there is no choice but to take risks. If they are all under his command, they must know that he is very knowledgeable about monsters. His plans have been successful even in situations that seemed catastrophic. He has a plan even for this time. He asked to trust his intuition and let him go alone to save Evangeline. Now is not the time for idle talk. He passes the title of Army Commander to Lucas. This valiant knight tried to refuse such a position and asked the Lord to stay because they needed him. David knows that he should be with the army, but asks to trust his decision. He promised to return safe and sound and explained that he could not give up Evangeline because it would mean giving up his morals. He must save everyone who can be saved. And this plan is the only way to save Evangeline and protect the front. The wizards know their capabilities even without his advice, so he is confident that everything will be fine. They promise to defend the city's territory and give all their strength to protect ordinary people. After that, he approached Demian and said that he had one last request for him. Soon the gates of the fortress were opened so that the prince could go to the aid of Evangeline Cross. Lucas watched as the Lord left the city on his horse, watching and hoping that the Lord would return. Finally, David smiled and asked him to protect the house, because he would definitely return. He rode and thought about the Margrave. David had no right to upset this man, even if he was already dead. After all the sacrifices he and his family have made to protect this city, David will save his daughter at any cost. First, she needs to restore her strength, so she needs to drink a potion. She asked him to run away immediately and reminded him that he couldn't die. Perhaps he didn't see that there was an army of monsters ahead. The girl pushed him and asked him to return to the city and also said that she could buy him time. It's too late to run away. The monsters in the air will soon start shooting magic. Magical stone robots. 2 of the 5 available have already passed here, so these are not bosses, but just improved versions of the robots. They have not only a high level but also an elite status. In fact, they are the strongest rivals at this stage. Evangelina reminded her that she is an orphan, so she has nothing to lose, so she is ready to sacrifice her own life for the sake of others. The girl tried to convince the Lord to return to the city, but he forced her to shut up and drink the potion. This will help restore the body's water balance and energy. If she is a child, she should behave like a child and rely on the help of adults. David had been waiting for this moment for a very long time, always wanting to scream loudly during use. Now it's finally time to use the summoning scroll and call upon the giant robot to help you. So far, everything looks very nice, as if the Lord has retrained as a sorcerer. Soon, a huge robot arrived to protect the Lord of the City intersection. He really looks very big. I wonder how he will fight with a large number of opponents. If Evangeline had known from the very beginning what David was capable of, she would not have convinced him to return to the city. Now David has full control over the robot, with a large number of functions available. David didn't know what would happen next. He was only sure that it would be fun. The first task was to block the opponent's shot. We had to check the defense. So far, there have been no problems with this, and the protective barrier was quickly created. David didn't expect that he would have to use the magic to summon the boss monster. Despite the fact that the opportunity to use this function is only once, there is a full arsenal of functions here. Opponents are unable to successfully attack from a distance, so they come closer. Their strategy is quite simple. They are smaller, but there are many more of them, and they try to take advantage of that. Soon, a real close combat will begin. Only robots will fight instead of humans. David directed his monster forward. He decided that it was enough to defend, because it was time to attack. His actions were indeed very powerful. One attack was enough to destroy 10 monsters at once. Monsters in this game are divided into 3 categories: normal monsters, elite monsters, and boss monsters. Regardless of rank, monsters themselves are already a big problem for people, not to mention bosses. Bosses are very different from the other 2 groups of monsters. These creatures have high intelligence. They also know how to correctly give orders to their subordinates. And of course, they have incredible strength. When they lead their legion, they become even more dangerous. That's why summoning a boss monster using magic can be called cheating. Although if the lion wasn't angry, the hyenas wouldn't run away anyway, so the fight would be long. Killing people has always been a first-class task for monsters. It's always been that way, but of course they hate traitors, which is why they want to destroy this robot so badly now. No matter how strong the boss is, he cannot defeat 50 giant monsters alone. This fight looks like a praying mantis eating a huge number of ants. Although David was angry, he did not expect his warrior to be able to defeat all the others. He decided to escape from here immediately while they still had the chance. He was only able to summon the boss monster once. As long as he bought them time, they could safely escape. David knows that Evangeline has a leg injury, and so he takes another dose of the potion to restore her vitality. This time he didn't force her to drink the potion, but instead poured the potion on her wound to stop the bleeding. After that, they both started running away at top speed because otherwise there would be no chance of escape. The elite robots were not going to let them go so easily. They were going to destroy all life in this territory. David and Evangeline were no exception. Soon, other monsters turned their attention to these two people. The Lord realized that they would not be released so easily, so the escape plan turned out to be quite a risky undertaking. The robots began to attack. At the last moment, Evangeline was able to protect the Lord and herself with a shield. David realized that something had to be done, which is why he logged in and ordered his monster to attack the elite robots. They should be a priority target because they are the ones who command the other army. The huge blue robot began to attack the flying opponents. He is still ready to fight and not ready to give up. With his active actions, the Lord can be free from magical attacks for a while. Evangelina also decided to make every effort to save their lives. She was ready to fight even with a wounded leg. This girl never gives up. Although her height is quite short and her age is still very young, she can already easily destroy opponents who are several times larger than her. It was truly amazing. At such moments you realize that the blood of a legendary warrior flows in her. Soon they finally found the horse on which David had arrived here. This should facilitate the escape plan. The approach of huge monsters, he immediately tried to escape, without even waiting for his master. The robots have begun to surround their rivals. They act in a very disciplined and logical manner. Now these huge monsters are on different sides. It will be almost impossible to escape. Evangeline and David have serious problems. They don't quite understand what to do next. David proposed to destroy all the monsters. It is not entirely clear how he is going to do it. Perhaps he has lost his mind. The Lord said that they no longer had a chance to escape, so they must accept the battle and fight to the last drop of blood. At first, Evangeline disagreed, but then she realized that they had no other choice and went on the attack. David used his magic glove and helped the girl in this difficult battle. When he received this artifact, he considered it unnecessary, but now the glove saves his life. With this item, you can easily destroy stone robots. They will crumble into a huge pile of stones. Evangelina also kept up with her partner. She fought fiercely and felt no fear. David remembers that in games you can't rely only on luck, because sooner or later you will face failure. He prepared to deliver a powerful blow, but this time he was unlucky. Instead of a big number and a powerful blow, he got 3 zeros, which means he's in trouble. Such a moment had to happen sooner or later. Although, of course, it would be better if it didn't happen today. A person trying to achieve their dream victory should not rely solely on luck. A person must be confident in his every attack. But even knowing this, David continued to believe in luck. Using different means at every opportunity became his main principle. And here is the result: a complete failure. He guessed that this would happen one day, but hoped that at this moment he would not risk his own life. Due to failure, he can get a lot of damage. Now he has problems with his left hand. David knew that this could cause him serious problems, so he took an extra portion of the potion with him. His wound heals, the blood stops flowing, and the broken bones begin to heal. The potion really worked, but he won't be able to use his left hand for a while, so Evangeline has to buy him time. He understands that there is no time to rest, so he asks to gain at least a minute. Evangeline is always ready to do everything in her power to help others, but she has too many rivals. If you rely only on luck, your plans will sooner or later fail. David understood this. And yet, no matter what, he continued to use his lucky shot. The Lord of the City of the Crossing turned out to be a wise one. He still insured himself in case luck turned away from him. One shot, triple kill. That's exactly what Evangeline saw with her own eyes when he activated his new weapon. You could say this was his second lottery ticket. David always kept it close by. This is a mana firing gun, a weapon of the highest rank, made from the mana core of the Black Spider Queen. It was a gift for Damien, but David took it with him, feeling that something bad might happen. Now he must use all the cards he has, or he risks total destruction. He must fight with his left hand until it stops functioning, and then destroy monsters with this weapon. This was his plan from the very beginning. This rifle is not a very comfortable weapon, but at this distance even a beginner will be able to shoot successfully. If he doesn't learn to defend himself without relying on his friends and team, he will die, even considering he's a prince. This weapon is very uncomfortable. Remembering Demian, you understand that this guy was not very lucky. Evangelina continued to fight fiercely. She did not stop and constantly moved forward and used the damage payback technique. Soon they finally destroyed all the robots that tried to catch up with them. Evangeline had a million questions, but she decided to ask just one, what they would do now. David reminded them that the plan was unchanged. They had to destroy all the monsters. At the beginning, you need to return to the summer house. There are several interesting items hidden there. They don't have time to rest and wait. As soon as new monsters arrive, it can all end very quickly. So if they want to return alive, they must destroy the monsters from hiding. Now it's time for the feature that has interested David the most since the boss called. This function is very simple and straightforward. It is called self-destruct. With this feature, a boss monster that can no longer fight is ready to give its own life in order to destroy its opponents. David was pleased. This monster really helped them a lot, and now they have a better chance of success. Of course, he didn't destroy all his opponents on the battlefield, but he took a large number of robots with him to the other world. Before the rivals unite, David and Evangeline must escape and hide. This will not be very easy to do, because as soon as they started running away, their opponents immediately started attacking them. The elite robots are still alive. David explained that this always happens. The strongest rivals turn out to be the most resilient. They should be happy that they were able to kill one elite warrior, but that's not enough to win the war. These two ran so fast that if they had competed in the Olympics, they would have won any distance race. They were already near the house, and at that moment the elite robot started moving again. It was very lucky that Evangeline has incredible reflexes. In a second, she managed to turn around and protect everything with a shield. But now she will no longer have the opportunity to defend herself in this way. This girl's new attack had to be repelled with her spear, a very unusual but interesting technique. The spear was not designed for protection, so David had to intervene to save the young lady's life. After a short pause, they finally returned to the house, the first minimal task completed. Evangeline hopes that the Lord's plan can turn this situation around, although it will be difficult to do so, given the number of enemies. Of course, David is not a knight in shining armor, but he has a regular high-quality mangacaps. He threw this core forward and said that it automatically called up a defensive turret. The materials required for the summon are a high-ranking mangacaps and building materials, wood or stone. Our heroes are very lucky that there are enough of these materials around. So, a few seconds after the activation of the core, a super powerful weapon was created. Now, we can say with confidence that David and Evangeline have a good chance of success. They hid in a safe place, and the only entrance to this house was blocked by a huge cannon. They use everything possible to save their lives, the only way to achieve success. The remaining robots stopped attacking and retreated. They guessed that if they continued the attack, they would die. David had often wondered why these dungeon robots were so intelligent. Usually all monsters mindlessly attack people. This is the maximum intelligence of monsters in this game, but these robots are completely different. Now we need to talk about the next step. David thinks it would be right to wait until the sun sets. Then he can use another of his secret weapons, and that should be enough. Evangeline has serious shoulder problems. She knocked out another potion, but even that didn't help. Her shoulder was the most damaged in the last attack. Perhaps there is a limit to how much potion can be used. David said he would go look for material to bandage the wound and asked the girl to wait at this place. Soon he bandaged your shoulder and stopped the bleeding. Evangeline thanked her savior. There were a lot of glasses and bottles of alcohol around. The girl didn't understand where it all came from. The Lord explained that Margrave Cross drank a lot in the last years of his life. Although Evangeline found it hard to believe, David said that her father was drunk almost all the time. It was really hard for her to listen to this because the Charles she knew had never drunk alcohol in his life. Charles said that monsters could come at any moment, so he always had to be prepared, and he couldn't drink alcohol. She probably doesn't understand how much the loss of the woman she loves has affected him. A lot had changed during Evangeline's absence. He had a tortured look and couldn't live a day without whiskey. It's strange because Evangeline still continues to hate her father. Maybe this will change over time. Maybe she needs to grow up. I wonder if 3 years ago, her father had chosen to save his wife instead of fighting for the fortress. Would she have forgiven him? The girl said that everything would have been different, but at that moment she was in the fortress. If he really went to save his wife, Evangeline would risk losing her life. He didn't leave his wife, he protected his daughter, and she knows it. It's hard to accept this, but his actions are really extremely logical. Now she understands that her father did everything he could. She finally truly understood him. It seems like she needs to hate someone, because otherwise she doesn't know how to live. Monsters tore her mother apart, so sadness and grief make her suffer and cry at night. Yes, of course she was told that there was no point in hating monsters. She was told that it was just an accident. But if that's really the case, then who should she blame for these problems? She understands that it is very selfish to look for someone to blame instead of the monster who killed her mother. But if there is no one to be offended by, her feelings will eat her up from the inside. Instead of blaming the monsters who were actually to blame for what happened, she decided to blame the one who took responsibility. This is quite logical behavior. It is always easier to hate than to accept loss. The father accepted her hatred, agreed that it was his fault, that he didn't save his mother, that all responsibility lay with him. That's why the girl hated him without a doubt. But now David asks her to forgive her father. She doesn't understand what she has to do. If it's not her father's fault, then whose fault is it? David tried to explain that it's no one's fault. They're all trying to live, so it's not selfish at all. Everyone just wants to survive. Monsters come and make people die, make family members, friends, and comrades die. This is unavoidable because humans are extremely weak, and in order to live, we need someone to blame for it. Not because we want to hate, but because we want to survive. That's the simple truth. There must always be someone to blame for problems. There must always be someone who will be responsible for the chaos around. David put his hand on the little lady's head and said that she might hate him. She can blame the current lord of the intersection city because he is now responsible for this place. If there is any burden that the Cross family has carried, it is obvious that David, as the new lord, must take it on. David is ready to be made the object of insults. He hopes that Evangeline will at least try to understand her father. He always only wanted happiness for his daughter. This goal always made him act one way or another. That's why now David is doing everything in his power to save her. This girl will need to think carefully about all these situations and rethink her perspective on them. Of course, this shouldn't be done right now. The monsters are nearby, so they need to stay focused and be ready. A serious battle could break out at any moment, and it seems to be approaching at this moment. If a defensive turret is surrounded, it will become helpless due to the need to attack blindly. The robots realize this very quickly. You have to admit that they are really very smart. If they enter this house, Lord and Evangeline will not survive. So we need to act. The girl started to panic. She's not afraid to fight, but she has problems with weapons. David reminded her that she had a spare gun that she and her father had buried a few days ago. She replied that she would never do that. Let's see what she would say when the robots tried to tear off her arms and legs. This moment is getting closer with every second. These monsters are smart and very determined. Of course, the turret isn't going to launch them into the house without a fierce fight, but will it be enough for so many opponents? In this battle, a large number of monsters will be destroyed, but if even a few can get close to the weapon, then everything will be over quickly. No matter how good this defensive turret is, it still can't attack 100 monsters at the same time. So soon they finally came within its range and were able to stop this infernal machine. With her last shot, she was able to destroy a few more monsters, but she is incapable of anything else. In any case, this was enough to delay and distract the enemies, providing an ideal opportunity for escape. Evangeline didn't even have time to understand anything when she found herself in the backyard of her garden. It is there that her father and mother are hidden, as well as weapons and protection passed down from generations past. Huge monsters are coming up behind her, and if they are not stopped, they will tear her and the Lord to pieces. There was no time to be distracted by unnecessary emotions, so Evangeline began to dig up her father's grave with her own hands. Soon she saw a wooden box in the ground, inside which lay a spear and a shield. This weapon was carried by the legendary warrior Margrave Cross for many years. This weapon saw a huge number of battles and enemies. It was at her request that this equipment was buried with her father. With her dirty hands, she tightly gripped her spear and shield and prepared for a fierce confrontation with the hellish monsters. Her father had long told her to take this equipment because it could save her life in the future. Evangelina refused this offer, saying that she was not going to repeat her father's life path. At first, she wasn't going to throw away this equipment, and she just wanted to see if her father would yell at her.